Beneath the whispers of ancient winds, where mountains stretch like silent guardians and rivers weave stories of their own, a boy once sat on the steps of a crumbling temple. His fingers traced the faded carvings of dragons and phoenixes, their forms half erased by centuries of rain and sun. His grandmother had told him these carvings held the breath of gods, but her voice had gone silent years ago. The boy didn't need words to feel it, though. He could sense the hum of something alive in the stone. It wasn't just history, it was something more, something ancient that seemed to pulse in the air around him. The old temple, perched high above a valley veiled in mist, seemed to glow as the setting sun painted the world gold. Stories lived there, not in books, but in the stones, the cracks, and the shadows. Stories of gods who shaped the skies and seas, of beasts whose roars shook mountains, of mortals who dared to challenge the heavens. These were not mere tales, they were the heartbeats of the land. In one breathless night, the boy's father had once said, Pangu cracked open the egg of chaos and split the universe into heaven and earth. As the boy looked out at the horizon where the sky kissed the mountains, he could almost see Pangu, his giant form silhouetted against the shattering cosmos, each swing of his axe a promise of creation. Pangu wasn't just a legend to the boy, he was the first light of the world, the unspoken promise that order could bloom from chaos. Far below, where the valley stretched into endless fields, the village bustled with preparation for the ghost festival. Paper lanterns bobbed like restless fireflies, their glow soft and mournful. Families gathered in courtyards, lighting incense sticks and setting out feasts for spirits who might visit from the other side. Among them was the tale of Nuwa, the goddess who shaped humanity from clay. Her hands had molded the first figures, they said, breathing life into them as if shaping stars. And when the heavens cracked and rained destruction, it was Nuwa who mended the sky with stones of 5 colors, her sacrifice eternal. The boy's chest tightened as he imagined her, the sorrow in her eyes as she worked, the weight of a crumbling cosmos in her hands. The villagers told this story with reverence, not just because it was beautiful, but because it reminded them of resilience, of how even gods bled for the world they loved. They carried that spirit in their bones, passed it from generation to generation like an heirloom. In the markets, storytellers spun tales of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, whose mischief turned the heavens on their heads. The boy loved this story most of all, not for the Monkey King's power, but for his spirit. Born from a stone, Sun Wukong defied gods, demons, and destiny itself. He was wild, unbroken, and impossible to contain. The villagers laughed as they heard of his antics, but the boy felt the undercurrent of something deeper, a yearning to rise, to be seen, to matter. He could feel it in his own blood, as if the Monkey King's rebellious heart beat in everyone who listened. Beyond the tales of gods and heroes, the village spoke of spirits. The fox spirit, both beautiful and dangerous, whose laughter echoed in the woods at dusk. Hungry ghosts, pale and restless, lingering at the edges of light, reminding the living of debts unpaid. These weren't just myths, they were woven into daily life. Offerings were made, doors were barred, prayers were whispered. The unseen wasn't feared, it was respected. It was part of the fabric of the world, a thread that connected the living to the dead, the mortal to the divine. The boy's grandmother had once told him about the dragon kings who ruled the waters. When the rains came too hard or not at all, the villagers prayed to these great serpents, their scaled bodies coiled around the power of storms. The boy had seen the elders bowing at the riverbank, their hands trembling with faith. When the rains came, the river swelled and sang, and the villagers said it was the Dragon King's gratitude. In those moments, it felt like the stories weren't just stories, they were alive, breathing in sync with the world. The temple steps grew cold as the sun sank lower, shadows stretching long and thin like ghostly fingers. The boy shivered, but not from the chill. There was a pull here, a weight that settled on his shoulders and stirred his heart. It wasn't fear, it was awe. This place wasn't just old, it was timeless, a crossroads where the seen and unseen danced. Above him, the first stars blinked awake, scattered like pearls on a black velvet sky. His grandmother had said the stars were the eyes of the gods, watching, remembering, protecting. He wondered if they remembered him, too. If the stories whispered by the wind and carved in the stone knew the faces of those who listened. He wanted them to know him, to feel him as he felt them. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled, soft, low, and steady. It was a sound that had rung through the valley for centuries, marking the passage of time, the cycle of seasons. It wasn't just a signal, it was a reminder of beginnings and endings, of life and death, of the stories that tied them all together. The boy closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him. He imagined the world as it must have been before the stories began, silent, empty, waiting. And then he imagined Pangu's axe splitting the void, Nuwa's hands shaping life, the Monkey King leaping through the heavens. The world wasn't waiting anymore. It was alive, bursting with voices, with songs, with stories that refused to fade. When he opened his eyes, the stars seemed brighter, the mist heavier, the air humming with energy. It wasn't just the temple or the valley or the village below. It was everything, the earth beneath his feet, the sky above his head, the stories that filled the space between. It was as if the world itself was whispering to him, its voice ancient and endless. A soft drizzle fell over the plains as the villagers gathered under the shelter of a massive gnarled tree. Its branches stretched wide, as if cradling the earth, and its roots disappeared deep into the soil, unseen but undeniably powerful. The elder stood in the center of the circle, his voice steady and low, weaving a tale older than anyone present, older even than the tree itself. Once, he said, there were no names for the sun or moon, no stories for the rivers or mountains. The world was vast and silent, its mysteries locked away in the rhythms of the earth. People lived with the land, but they didn't yet understand it. They feared the roaring storms and burning droughts, bowed to the winds that flattened their crops, and whispered prayers to the shadows of the forest. It was then, the elder told them, that the first stories were born, not from imagination, but from need. The rain grew heavier, a steady drumming that seemed to echo the elder's voice. He spoke of how ancient farmers, their hands calloused and their hearts heavy with uncertainty, began to give form to their fears. Thunder wasn't just thunder, it was Gong, the god of lightning, whose mighty hammer struck the heavens. The rains weren't random, they were gifts, or punishments, sent by the dragon kings who ruled the seas and skies. To give these forces names was to make sense of them, to find meaning in the chaos. In those days, every shadow had a story. A whisper in the woods might be a fox spirit, watching and waiting, its cunning eyes gleaming like lanterns. A boulder perched precariously on a mountain edge was not just a stone, it was the seat of an ancient god, long asleep but never fully at rest. The world came alive, not in books or scrolls, but in the breath of those who told and retold these tales. The elder's voice softened, his words like the gentle rain soaking into the soil. He spoke of the shamans, the first keepers of these stories, who moved between the seen and unseen worlds. They wore robes adorned with feathers and scales, their chants rising like smoke into the heavens. These storytellers didn't just share myths, they shaped the very fabric of life. A successful harvest wasn't just a matter of hard work, it was a sign that the gods were pleased. A failed crop wasn't just bad luck, it was a reminder of debts unpaid, of rituals forgotten. The fire crackled in the center of the circle, its glow casting long, flickering shadows. It was said, the elder continued, that the gods and spirits weren't distant. They walked among mortals, their footsteps leaving traces in the earth, their voices carried on the wind. Sometimes, they appeared as beggars, testing the kindness of strangers. Other times, they emerged as beasts, fierce and majestic, to protect or punish. The line between the mortal and the divine was thin, like a thread spun from silk, always shifting, always fragile. The villagers leaned closer, their faces reflecting both wonder and unease. The elder spoke of how these stories were not just entertainment, they were lessons, warnings, and promises. The tale of the archer who shot down 9 of the 10 sons, wasn't just about his bravery, it was a reminder of balance. Too much light could scorch the earth, just as too little could freeze it. The legend of the Great, who tamed the floods, wasn't just a celebration of his wisdom, it was a testament to perseverance, to the idea that even the fiercest forces of nature could be bent but never broken. The rain softened to a mist, and the elder paused, his gaze sweeping across the gathered faces. He spoke now of the scribes, who came much later, turning the spoken word into written form. They etched myths onto bamboo strips and silk scrolls, preserving them for generations to come. But something changed in the telling, he said. The words became less fluid, more fixed. What was once a living story, adapting and growing with each telling, became a monument, unchanging and eternal. Still, the myths endured, their roots tangled in the hearts of the people. The elder's voice grew stronger again, his tone almost defiant. He spoke of how history and myth were like twin rivers, flowing side by side, sometimes merging, sometimes diverging. The Yellow Emperor, revered as the ancestor of all Han Chinese, was said to have ruled with wisdom and invented tools that shaped civilization. But was he a man or a god? Did it matter? To the people, he was both, a symbol of their origins and their aspirations. And then there were the wars. Wars of men, wars of gods, wars where the lines blurred. Tales of the Shang dynasty, where kings consulted oracle bones and priests called upon spirits for guidance. The mandate of heaven, the divine right to rule, wasn't just a political tool, it was a mythological promise. If a king ruled justly, the heavens would bless the land. If he faltered, chaos would rise, and the people would rebel. History itself became a story, shaped by the myths that justified it. The elder's voice faltered, just for a moment, and the villagers seemed to hold their breath. He spoke of loss, of how some stories had faded like stars swallowed by dawn. Temples crumbled, scrolls burned, and voices silenced. But even in the darkest times, the stories found a way to survive. They clung to the edges of memory, hidden in lullabies sung to children, in the patterns of embroidery, in the quiet prayers whispered at graves. The rain stopped. The world seemed to hold its breath as the elder lowered his head, his final words almost a whisper. These stories, he said, were not just the roots of the past, they were the lifeblood of the present. To forget them would be to lose a part of oneself, to sever the thread that connected the people to the land, to each other, to the mysteries that shaped their lives. For a moment, there was silence. The fire crackled softly, its glow a gentle reminder that even in darkness, there is light. Then, one by one, the villagers began to speak, each voice adding to the tapestry of stories that had been woven for generations. They weren't just preserving the past, they were living it, breathing it, ensuring that the roots would hold firm for as long as the tree stood. Long ago, before there was sky or earth, before there were stars to guide the night or rivers to cut through the land, there was only a formless, endless void. It was not dark or light, cold or warm. It simply was vast, silent, and waiting. In this emptiness, something began to stir, slow and deliberate, like the first breath after an eternity of holding it. In the heart of the void, there was an egg. Unlike the emptiness around it, the egg pulsed with life. Inside, all the forces of chaos and creation were tangled together, fighting and merging, endlessly churning. Eons passed in this restless slumber until the day the egg cracked. Not with a whisper, but with a sound so deafening it would echo through all of time. From the shattered egg emerged Pangu, a being of immense size and unimaginable strength. His body towered over the remnants of the broken egg, his hands large enough to cradle mountains, his breath hot enough to melt stone. He opened his eyes, and for the first time, there was light. But Pangu did not see beauty, he saw chaos, swirling and suffocating, with no order, no balance. The heavens and the earth were bound together, locked in a suffocating embrace. He could feel their weight pressing down on him, crushing, relentless. Pangu knew he couldn't live under that burden, and he couldn't let the world remain trapped in this suffocating nothingness. With a roar that shook the very fabric of existence, he reached for his great axe. Its blade gleamed, forged from the raw essence of creation itself, sharp enough to sever the unbreakable. He raised it high, the weight of all he carried burning in his arms, and with a single, thunderous strike, he cleaved the heavens from the earth. The force of his swing sent shockwaves through the void. The heavens, light and ethereal, floated upward, stretching into the vastness of the unknown. The earth, heavy and solid, sank, its surface firm and unyielding. Between them stood Pangu, his massive form holding them apart, his shoulders bearing the weight of creation. But it wasn't over. The heavens wanted to collapse, to fall back into the earth, and the earth wanted to rise, to consume the sky once more. Pangu held them apart, but it was a battle of will and strength. Day by day, year by year, he stood, unyielding. As time passed, the sky grew higher and the earth thicker, each expanding into the space Pangu carved for them. With every breath, Pangu shaped the world. His exhalations became the wind and the clouds, sweeping across the emptiness. His voice rumbled into the first peals of thunder, and his sweat rained down, filling the cracks in the earth to create rivers and seas. His hair grew long, falling like the roots of ancient trees, their tendrils giving birth to forests. The fleas on his back scattered and became the animals that would one day roam the world. But creation came with a cost. Pangu's strength began to wane. Centuries of holding the heavens and the earth apart had taken their toll. His legs trembled, his arms shook, but still he refused to falter. He had given life to this world, and he would see it thrive, even if it meant giving all he had. One day, as the sky stood firm and the earth settled into its depths, Pangu knew his task was complete. With a final, shuddering breath, he let go. His body fell, immense and unyielding, becoming one with the world he had created. His eyes became the sun and the moon, watching over the earth in their endless cycle. His voice became the echoes of mountains, his blood the rivers that carved through valleys. His muscles formed the land, his bones the peaks of towering mountains, and his breath, now eternal, became the life-giving wind. And yet, even in his absence, Pangu remained. His sacrifice wasn't just the act of creation, it was the foundation of all that followed. Every rock, every tree, every creature carried a piece of him, a reminder of the being who had shaped the world with his own hands. His spirit lived on in the balance he had fought to create, and the fragile harmony between heaven and earth. It is said that when thunder rolls, it is Pangu's laughter echoing through the sky, a reminder of his unyielding strength and his love for the world he created. When the mountains crumble and rivers shift their course, it is Pangu's body, still changing, still shaping the earth. And when the sun rises each morning, it is his eye opening, watching over the land he gave his life to create. For those who walk the earth, the story of Pangu is not just a tale of creation. It is a story of sacrifice, of resilience, and of the power to shape something beautiful from chaos. His name is carried in the winds, his legacy etched into the mountains, and his story whispered by the rivers that wind their way across the world he gave everything to build. The sky had torn open. Flames raged across the heavens, and cracks spread like a shattered mirror, bleeding chaos into the mortal world. Rivers boiled, mountains crumbled, and the wind screamed as if it carried the grief of 1,000 lost souls. Nuwa stood amidst the wreckage, her heart heavy as she looked at the world unraveling before her. She had seen the beginning, the delicate balance of creation, and now she watched it fall apart. But Nuwa was no stranger to chaos. She was born of it, shaped by it, and in her hands lay the power to mend what was broken. Her gaze fell to the earth, where pools of mud shimmered in the dim, fractured light. The ground beneath her feet was raw and untouched, trembling with potential. She knelt, her fingers sinking into the cool clay. It was soft, pliable, waiting. Slowly, she scooped a handful and began to shape it, her movements careful, deliberate. She pressed her thumb into the mound, forming a head, then rolled out arms and legs, smoothing each curve with precision. When she held the figure up, it was fragile and small, but it felt alive in her hands. With a gentle breath, Nuwa gave it life. The tiny being blinked, looked up at her, and took its first steps. It wobbled, unsteady, and Nuwa reached out to steady it, her heart swelling with a mix of wonder and tenderness. She placed it on the ground, and it walked, stumbling toward the light. The sight brought a rare smile to her lips, but there was no time to linger. The world was crumbling faster now. She needed more, many more. Nuwa worked tirelessly, her hands moving in a rhythm, shaping figure after figure from the clay. Each one was unique, carrying its own imperfections, its own story. Some had broad shoulders and sturdy legs, others slender arms and delicate hands. She molded faces with wide eyes full of curiosity, lips that seemed ready to speak. And with each breath she gave, the figures came to life, their tiny forms scattering across the land like seeds in the wind. But as her creations multiplied, so did her exhaustion. Her hands ached, and her breath grew shallow. The clay was abundant, but time was not. The sky groaned above her, the cracks spreading wider, threatening to consume everything. Nuwa paused, her chest heaving, and looked at her hands, caked in mud and trembling with the weight of her task. She could not stop. Grasping a vine, she dipped it into the clay and swung it in wide arcs, letting droplets of mud scatter across the ground. Where each droplet fell, a figure rose, smaller and simpler than the one she had molded by hand. These figures, too, sprang to life, running to join the others. They lacked the intricate details of her earlier creations, but they were alive, and that was enough. Nuwa's heart ached as she watched them, knowing they would carry their own struggles and strengths, shaped not by her hands, but by the world itself. As the earth teemed with life, Nuwa turned her eyes back to the sky. The gaping wounds above were relentless, spilling fire and shadow. The heavens were collapsing, threatening to crush the fragile world she had worked so hard to fill with life. She couldn't let it happen. Gathering her strength, Nuwa rose, her towering form casting a long shadow over her creations. She climbed to the highest peak, where the air was thin and the wind screamed in protest. From the ground below, the humans she had made watched her ascend, their faces turned upward, their small voices carrying prayers of hope. Nuwa reached the summit and gazed at the sky, its jagged tiers glowing with unearthly light. She would need to act quickly, and the cost would be great. Nuwa scoured the earth for the 5 colored stones, ancient and sacred, shimmering with hues that shifted like water. Each stone pulsed with the energy of creation, holding a fragment of the world's essence. She gathered them in her arms, their weight pressing against her as if they knew the task ahead. With one last glance at the humans below, she began to work. She melted the stones with fire so fierce it turned the air to ash. The heat seared her skin, but she did not flinch. The molten light flowed like rivers of gold, and with her bare hands, Nuwa lifted it to the sky. She pressed the liquid into the cracks, filling them one by one. Each tear she mended sent a shockwave through her body, a reminder of the sacrifice demanded by the heavens. Still, she continued, her movements steady, unwavering. As the last crack closed, the sky quieted. The flames died, and the heavens shone once more, whole and radiant. But Nuwa was not finished. To keep the balance, she placed 4 pillars at the corners of the earth, great beasts carved from stone to hold the heavens steady. Their forms were fierce and unyielding, their eyes glowing with eternal vigilance. At last, Nuwa stood beneath the sky she had repaired, her body heavy with exhaustion but her spirit alight with the fierce joy of triumph. She looked down at the humans below, their tiny faces turned toward her, and felt a surge of pride. They were fragile, yes, but they carried within them the same resilience that burned in her. They would face storms and droughts, trials and triumphs, and they would endure. She had given them that. Nuwa turned away from the peak, her figure fading into the horizon as the humans began their lives. They built their homes, tilled the earth, and raised their voices in song, their hearts forever bound to the hands that had shaped them and the goddess who had sacrificed everything to save them. In the beginning, before the first spark of light, there was only chaos. It wasn't the kind of chaos that could be tamed or understood, it was raw, boundless, and alive. It roared and churned in every direction, a sea of formless energy, endless and overwhelming. In its depths, there was no sky, no earth, no time to measure its restless pulse. Yet, within this chaos, something stirred, a presence older than the first thought, more primal than the first breath. Hundun. Hundun was not like anything that came after. Its body was round, smooth, and featureless, like an egg untouched by life. It had no eyes to see, no ears to hear, no mouth to speak. Yet Hundun was not blind, deaf, or silent. It simply was, a creature of pure existence, thriving in the turmoil that would have shattered anything less ancient, less powerful. Its being hummed with the force of creation, untamed and uncontrollable. In the endless, thrumming chaos, Hundun danced. Not a graceful dance, but wild and relentless, like a storm with no eye. It moved through the void, swirling the formless energy around it, molding and twisting it into strange shapes before letting it fall back into the nothingness. With every turn of its body, Hundun stirred the chaos, its movements sending ripples through the void that hummed with the echoes of a world waiting to be born. The ancient texts say that Hundun had no sense of what it lacked, and it was perfect in its imperfection. The chaos was its home, its essence, and its companion. But then came the forces of order, whispering of balance, boundaries, and form. They came in silence, at first, creeping into the edges of chaos like vines pushing through cracks in stone. And with them came two figures, Shu, the god of the North Sea, and Hu, the god of the South Sea. Shu and Hu watched Hundun with wonder and unease. To them, Hundun was a mystery, an ancient being of chaos, existing outside the rules they sought to weave into the world. It wasn't cruel, nor was it kind, it simply was. Yet they felt something stir within them, a strange pity for its round, featureless form. Hundun had no eyes to see the beauty of creation, no ears to hear the whisper of winds, no mouth to taste the sweetness of life. They believed they could gift Hundun what it lacked, and in their own way, they thought this would bring balance to the chaos. So Shu and Hu devised a plan. Over the course of 7 days, they would carve features into Hundun, giving it eyes, ears, a nose, and a mouth. They imagined Hundun would awaken to a new kind of existence, one that embraced form and order, and leave the chaos behind. On the first day, Shu reached out to create eyes. With careful hands, he pressed against Hundun's smooth surface, shaping sockets where sight would dwell. But as he worked, Hundun's body trembled. It wasn't pain, it was something deeper, a ripple through the essence of chaos itself. Hundun's swirling energy faltered, just for a moment, before it resumed its restless dance. On the second day, Hu shaped ears. He pulled and pressed at Hundun's round form, forming hollows to hear the music of the world. Once again, Hundun quivered, its movements slowing as if something vital was being stripped away. Each day, they continued their task, carving a nose to breathe, a mouth to speak. Each feature they gave seemed to drain Hundun's energy, the wild chaos within it dimming, growing quieter. By the 7th day, when the final touch was made, Hundun was still. No longer did it dance through the void, stirring the unshaped world with its presence. Its perfect, featureless form was gone, replaced by something fractured, incomplete. Shu and Hu stepped back, waiting for Hundun to awaken, to rejoice in its newfound shape. But Hundun did not stir. Its round body, once brimming with endless energy, lay lifeless. The chaos had vanished, leaving a silence that neither Shu nor Hu could fill. They had not given Hundun balance, they had taken its essence, the very force that had defined it. The silence of the void grew heavy. Shu and Hu, filled with regret, retreated to their seas, leaving Hundun behind. They had not understood the nature of chaos, its beauty and its wildness, its role in the shaping of all things. In their effort to impose order, they had extinguished the flame that burned brightest in the unmade world. Though Hundun was gone, its story did not end. The ripples it created in the chaos lingered, weaving through the fabric of creation. From those ripples came the seeds of form and function, the building blocks of what would become the heavens and the earth. Hundun's dance was not forgotten. It lived in the storms that raged across the skies, the rivers that carved new paths through stone, and the fire that burst forth from the heart of the earth. It was the reminder that chaos is not destruction, it is potential, boundless, and eternal. To this day, when the winds howl and the seas churn, some say it is Hundun's spirit stirring, its energy moving once more through the cracks of a world that will never be complete. The young boy knelt in the forest, his hands pressed into the soft earth. Around him, the air shimmered with a quiet power, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. He was not like other children. His eyes held a light that seemed to pierce through the veil of the ordinary, and his heart pulsed with a strength that the heavens would one day recognize. He was destined for greatness, though no one, not even him, knew it yet. His name was Chang'e, a child born not to privilege or divine heritage, but to the humble simplicity of a farming family. He toiled in the fields under the sun's relentless glare, his hands blistered and his muscles aching. Yet, he never complained. There was a serenity in his labor, a quiet determination that set him apart. The villagers whispered about him, about the strange way the rain seemed to follow him in times of drought, about how the crops grew greener and fuller in the fields he touched. One fateful night, the stars burned brighter than ever before, casting the land in an eerie glow. Chang'e lay on the straw mat in his tiny room, his eyes fixed on the heavens. A soft wind swept through the open window, carrying with it a voice, gentle yet commanding. It called his name. He rose, his heart pounding, and followed the wind into the forest. The world around him seemed alive in a way it never had before. The leaves whispered secrets, and the ground beneath his feet vibrated with energy. In the heart of the forest stood an old man cloaked in robes that shimmered like sunlight on water. His face was lined with age, but his eyes held the weight of the cosmos. He introduced himself as the immortal elder and told Chang'e that he was chosen. The boy laughed, shaking his head, but the elder's gaze was steady. "Greatness is not in the birth," he said, "but in the soul. Yours burns brighter than any I have seen." Chang'e was skeptical, but the elder spoke of trials, of paths that would lead to realms beyond imagination. That night marked the beginning of his transformation. Under the elder's guidance, Chang'e trained his mind and body. He learned to harness the elements, to command the wind and water, to bend fire and earth to his will. The boy grew into a man, his strength and wisdom surpassing all who came before him. But the heavens were not idle. In their golden courts, the gods watched the mortal with growing unease. They saw his rise as a threat, a challenge to their dominion. The celestial king, who ruled over all, declared that Chang'e must prove himself in the ultimate trial. He must ascend the stairway of stars, a path that no mortal had ever survived. The stairway of stars was no ordinary ascent. It was a test of the soul, a path where fears became flesh and doubts turned to chains. Chang'e stood at its base, his heart steady but his mind racing. With the elder's blessing, he began the climb. Each step was a battle. The first brought forth the shadows of his past, the pain of every loss and failure rising to consume him. But he did not falter. "I am more than my pain," he whispered, and the shadows dissolved. The second step unleashed a storm of fire, the air around him burning with unrelenting fury. His skin blistered, and his lungs cried for relief, but he raised his arms and called upon the water within his soul. A torrent burst forth, extinguishing the flames and carving his path forward. Step by step, trial by trial, he ascended. His will was tested, his spirit stretched to its limits, but he never stopped. At the summit, he stood before the celestial king himself, a towering figure of radiant power. The gods murmured among themselves, their golden eyes fixed on the mortal who had dared to stand in their presence. The celestial king raised his hand, and the room fell silent. He spoke of balance, of the need for a ruler who could see beyond power, one who understood the weight of responsibility. Chang'e, he declared, was that ruler. In that moment, the mortal farmer became the Jade Emperor, the ruler of all heavens and earth. The heavens erupted in celebration, but the new emperor stood silent, his eyes scanning the golden halls. He remembered the fields he had tilled, the sweat on his brow, the people he had left behind. His reign, he vowed, would honor the humble beginnings from which he had risen. The Jade Emperor would not rule as a god apart from his subjects, but as a guardian of the balance he had fought so hard to earn. The gates of the heavenly court were unlike anything seen on earth. Towering pillars of jade rose into the endless sky, their surfaces shimmering with colors that shifted like rippling water. The air was thick with the hum of celestial energy, a symphony that resonated through the very bones of those who passed through. Beyond the gates lay a world of unparalleled order, where every star in the heavens and every shadow on earth was accounted for. This was the seat of divine authority, the grand bureaucracy that governed existence itself. Inside, the court bustled with life, though not the chaotic kind. Rows of heavenly scribes sat at long tables carved from luminous pearls, their brushes dancing across scrolls made of clouds. These scrolls recorded everything: the blossoming of every flower, the cries of every newborn, the fall of every raindrop. Each stroke was precise, every detail captured with care. Overseers paced the halls, their robes whispering against the marble floors as they carried stacks of scrolls to be reviewed by higher officials. At the heart of this magnificent machine sat the Jade Emperor on his throne of pure gold, encrusted with jewels that pulsed faintly, as though alive. His expression was calm, yet his gaze carried the weight of the cosmos. To his left and right stood his advisors, figures of immense power and wisdom, each representing an aspect of the world, seasons, elements, the forces of yin and yang. Though their faces were serene, their eyes darted with purpose, their thoughts always calculating the next decree to maintain harmony. One day, a minor deity approached the throne. His robes, though clean, were simple compared to the dazzling attire of the higher officials. He carried a scroll tied with a red ribbon, and his steps were hesitant, though his resolve was clear. Bowing low, he presented the scroll to the Jade Emperor. It was a petition regarding a village on Earth that had suffered years of drought, its people on the brink of despair. The Jade Emperor motioned for the scroll to be opened. As he read, the entire court fell silent. The petition was not merely a request for rain, it was a desperate plea for mercy, a cry from the very soul of the village. The scribe who had transcribed it had done so with trembling hands, the ink smudged by tears. The emperor's advisors leaned in, whispering among themselves. One suggested dispatching the rain dragon, while another proposed an offering to the spirits of the mountains to appease their wrath. The Jade Emperor listened but said nothing. His eyes lingered on the scroll, and for a brief moment, a flicker of something passed over his face. Was it sorrow, or was it anger at the suffering below? No one could tell. He finally spoke, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "Summon the Minister of Rainfall." The minister arrived swiftly, his robes embroidered with intricate patterns of storm clouds and lightning bolts. He bowed deeply, his expression unreadable. The Jade Emperor handed him the scroll without a word. The minister's eyes scanned the text, and his brows furrowed. He glanced at the emperor, then at the advisors, his mind clearly racing. "There is a balance to maintain," the minister began cautiously, addressing the court. "The drought was not without reason. The people have upset the natural order, overharvesting the forests, neglecting their offerings to the river spirits. If we send rain without penance, the cycle will be broken." Murmurs rippled through the court. Some nodded in agreement, their faces stern. Others glanced nervously at the Jade Emperor, unsure of his thoughts. The silence grew heavy, pressing down on everyone like the weight of the heavens. Then, the emperor stood. The hall stilled instantly. He stepped down from his throne, his golden robes trailing behind him like a river of light. He approached the Minister of Rainfall, his expression calm but his presence commanding. "And if we let them perish?" he asked softly. "What balance is left in a world devoid of hope?" The minister's lips parted, but no words came. The Jade Emperor turned away, his gaze sweeping over the court. Balance is not just rules and retribution. It is also compassion and renewal. Send the rain. The court exploded into activity. Orders were barked, scrolls were passed, and the Minister of Rainfall departed in a flurry of clouds. The Jade Emperor returned to his throne, his face unreadable once more. Yet those who watched him closely swore they saw the faintest glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. This was the essence of the heavenly court, a place where laws were forged and enforced, where the vast machinery of the cosmos turned with precise intent. But it was not without heart. Behind the layers of bureaucracy, beneath the endless scrolls and procedures, lay the Jade Emperor's unwavering commitment to harmony. It was a harmony that required balance, not just in the cycles of nature, but in the hearts of those who served him. The lesser gods and spirits who worked tirelessly within the court felt this deeply. They were not mere cogs in a machine, they were part of a grand symphony. The god of roads ensured that travelers reached their destinations safely. The spirit of the hearth watched over families, keeping their homes warm and their meals abundant. Even the lowliest scribe, tasked with recording the flutter of a butterfly's wing, knew that their work mattered, for every detail contributed to the greater whole. But it was not without its challenges. Ambition stirred in the hearts of some, jealousy in others. The court was not immune to intrigue. Whispers of dissent would sometimes weave through its gilded halls, carried by those who sought power for its own sake. Yet the Jade Emperor's presence was a constant reminder that the court was not merely a seat of authority, it was a sacred trust, a responsibility to maintain the delicate balance between heaven and earth. And so, the heavenly court continued its eternal task, its officials and deities moving like stars in a celestial dance. Above them all, the Jade Emperor watched, his gaze unyielding, his heart attuned to the rhythm of existence. Beneath a sky streaked with hues of gold and crimson, an ethereal mountain rose, its peaks piercing the clouds like the fingers of a sleeping god. The air shimmered with a strange light, as if the very fabric of the heavens had folded itself over this sacred land. To approach it was to step outside the bounds of mortal existence, for this was no ordinary mountain. This was Kunlun, the fabled home of the Queen Mother of the West. At the heart of this celestial domain, a garden bloomed in eternal splendor. Trees bore fruits that sparkled like jewels, their golden branches stretching toward the heavens. Rivers of silver wound through the lush greenery, their waters so pure that a single sip could grant a century of life. It was said that time itself paused in reverence within these borders, its relentless march halted by the will of the queen who ruled here. She was called Xiwanmu, and her name inspired awe in gods and mortals alike. Her presence was a paradox, gentle yet commanding, mysterious yet undeniably real. Her face, they said, held the wisdom of eons, her eyes reflecting the boundless expanse of the cosmos. In her hands lay the secret of immortality, a gift she bestowed only upon those she deemed worthy. One moonlit night, a mortal scholar named Lucian stood trembling at the gates of Kunlun. He had spent his life chasing whispers of this paradise, combing ancient texts and piecing together fragments of stories told in hushed tones. His journey had been perilous, marked by storms, treacherous paths, and a growing sense of doubt that clawed at his resolve. But now, as he stood before the Jade Gates, his doubts melted away. He had found her. The gates swung open silently, as if recognizing his intent. He stepped forward, his breath catching as the garden unfolded before him. The air was thick with a fragrance so intoxicating it made his head spin. He took another step and froze. There, beneath a canopy of stars, stood Xiwanmu herself. Her figure seemed to glow, her robes woven from the very threads of twilight. She did not speak, but her gaze held him in place, stripping away every mask he had ever worn. Lucian felt exposed, as if she saw not just the man he was, but the child he had been and the specter he would become. He dropped to his knees, overcome with reverence and fear. "Great Queen," he whispered, his voice shaking, "I have come to seek wisdom. To understand the nature of life and death." He hesitated, unsure how to phrase the question that had haunted him for decades. To know if immortality is a curse or a blessing. Xiwanmu regarded him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she gestured for him to rise. Her voice, when she spoke, was like the first notes of a forgotten melody, both haunting and beautiful. "Walk with me," she said. They moved through the garden in silence, the only sounds the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the silver river. Lucian's mind raced, questions tumbling over one another, but he dared not speak. It was Xiwanmu who broke the silence. "Do you know why you were allowed to enter?" she asked, her tone neither kind nor harsh. Lucian shook his head. "I do not, Great Queen." "Because you are honest," she said simply. "Your heart seeks truth, not power. Many come here driven by greed or fear. They leave empty-handed, if they leave at all." Her words sent a chill through him. He glanced around, suddenly aware of how the garden seemed to shift and shimmer, as if alive. "What happens to those who are unworthy?" he ventured. Xiwanmu stopped and turned to him, her gaze piercing. "They fade," she said. To seek eternity without understanding its weight is to become nothing. Immortality is not a prize, it is a burden. A gift that demands a soul strong enough to bear it. They reached a tree whose fruits glowed softly, their light casting golden shadows on the ground. Xiangmu plucked one and held it out to him. "This is what you seek, is it not?" she asked. Lucian stared at the fruit, his heart pounding. It was more beautiful than he had imagined, its surface smooth and warm, as if it pulsed with life. He reached out, his fingers trembling, but stopped just short of touching it. A memory surfaced, his wife's smile, the laughter of his children, the sun setting over his village. He thought of the life he had left behind, the moments he had sacrificed in his quest for something greater. He drew his hand back. "I do not know," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I thought I did, but now." Xiangmu's lips curved into the faintest smile. "You are wiser than most," she said. "To doubt is to understand that nothing is certain. Not even eternity." She placed the fruit back on the branch and turned to him. "Return to your world, Lucian. Live your life fully, and perhaps one day, you will find the answers you seek. But know this, immortality is not the absence of death. It is the presence of meaning." As she spoke, the garden began to fade, its colors bleeding into the air like ink in water. Lucian felt himself being pulled away, back through the jade gates, back to the mortal world. The last thing he saw was Xiangmu, her figure glowing like a star, her eyes holding a promise he could not yet understand. When he awoke, he was lying on the grass at the foot of a mountain, the dawn breaking over the horizon. The memory of the garden lingered like a dream, vivid yet intangible. He rose, his heart heavy yet light, and began the long journey home, carrying with him not the gift of immortality, but the weight of its meaning. The battlefield was shrouded in mist, a veil of silence hanging heavy in the air. Thousands of warriors stood still, their breath visible in the chill of dawn. Among them, a figure clad in radiant golden armor stepped forward, his presence like a beacon piercing through the uncertainty. His name was Huangdi, the Yellow Emperor, and the sight of him filled his army with a courage they could not explain. Huangdi raised his arm, a motion that sent a ripple of anticipation through the ranks. His voice carried, strong and unwavering. "This is our land," he said, his words ringing like steel on stone. "Our people. Our future. We fight not just for ourselves, but for the generations yet to come. Let the heavens witness our resolve." The army roared in response, their cries shaking the earth itself. They surged forward, and the clash of weapons and the cries of battle filled the air. Yet, amid the chaos, Huangdi moved with an almost otherworldly grace, his blade cutting through enemies with precision. He was not merely a man, he was a force, a vision of what humanity could be when guided by wisdom and strength. But Huangdi's story did not begin on the battlefield. Long before the title of emperor was bestowed upon him, he was a seeker of knowledge, a man whose curiosity burned brighter than the sun. Legend spoke of how he studied the stars, tracing their patterns to understand the secrets of the universe. He communed with sages, learning the ways of medicine, agriculture, and governance. He listened to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the rivers, drawing wisdom from the very fabric of the natural world. His people revered him, not only for his intellect but for his vision. Under his guidance, chaos gave way to order. He introduced tools to cultivate the land, taught his people the art of building homes, and showed them how to harness fire for warmth and protection. Where there was discord, he brought unity, weaving a tapestry of progress that would become the foundation of Chinese civilization. Yet, Huangdi's path was not without challenge. One fateful day, as he walked the forested slopes of Mount Kunlun, he encountered a figure unlike any he had ever seen. It was Qiyu, a warlord as ferocious as he was cunning. Qiu's body seemed forged from iron, his eyes gleaming with the fire of unrelenting ambition. He spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "You may call yourself a leader," Qiyu said, his tone mocking, "but your wisdom will crumble before the might of my strength." The tension between them crackled like lightning. Qiyu sought conquest, his ambitions threatening to drown the land in blood. Huangdi, with his belief in harmony and justice, could not allow such a fate to befall his people. Thus began a battle that would become the stuff of legend. The war raged for days, the heavens themselves seeming to tremble at the ferocity of their conflict. Qiyu summoned storms, his magic conjuring fog so thick that Huangdi's troops could not see their own hands. But Huangdi was not deterred. Drawing upon his ingenuity, he created the first compass, a device that guided his forces through the blinding mist. With this innovation, his army broke through Qiyu's defenses, forcing the warlord to retreat. Though victorious, Huangdi did not revel in Qiyu's defeat. Instead, he turned his attention to the wounds of the land and its people, working tirelessly to restore what had been lost. His actions were not those of a conqueror but of a guardian, one who understood the delicate balance between strength and compassion. In time, Huangdi's deeds transcended the realm of mortals, his name whispered in prayers and carved into stone. He became a symbol of the divine potential within humanity, a bridge between earth and heaven. Tales of his wisdom spread far and wide, inspiring countless generations. Some said he rode a chariot pulled by dragons, ascending to the heavens to counsel with the gods. Others believed he transformed into a celestial being, his essence woven into the constellations. And yet, for all his glory, there was an undeniable humanity to Huangdi. He mourned the loss of those who fell in battle, their faces haunting his dreams. He struggled with the weight of his responsibilities, the burden of knowing that every decision he made shaped the lives of millions. In these moments of vulnerability, he sought solace in the simplicity of the natural world, the rustling leaves, the laughter of children, the gentle glow of the moon. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Huangdi stood alone on a hill overlooking his kingdom. The land stretched out before him, a patchwork of fields and forests, villages and rivers. He felt a pang of longing, not for power or recognition, but for the purity of the vision that had guided him from the beginning, a vision of a world where knowledge and compassion could triumph over ignorance and fear. The stars began to appear, one by one, their light soft and steady. Huangdi raised his gaze to the heavens, his heart swelling with a quiet determination. He understood then that his role was not to rule but to inspire, to light a path for those who would come after him. He was a man, yes, but also an idea, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, humanity could rise, could create, could endure. And so, the Yellow Emperor's story became more than history, it became a legend etched into the soul of a nation. His name was not just a title but a beacon, a call to all who sought to better themselves and the world around them. A solitary flame flickered in the stillness, its golden light reflecting in the polished bronze of an ancient brazier. It danced with a life of its own, fragile yet unyielding, as though it carried a secret that no words could convey. Around it stood 5 figures, each representing one of the ancient elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. They were not people, but the very essence of existence, woven into forms that could speak and move. They spoke not with words, but through presence, each embodying their power in the natural order. Wood, slender and green-tinged, bore the vitality of new growth. Fire, crimson and fierce, pulsed with restless energy. Earth, sturdy and warm, exuded stability. Metal gleamed cold and sharp, silent yet commanding. And water, fluid and serene, flowed with a grace that belied its boundless strength. The scene shifted, and the world took form around them, a lush, living tapestry of hills, rivers, forests, and skies. It was said that in the earliest days, the 5 elements did not coexist as they do now. They clashed, their unchecked forces tearing the fabric of creation. Flames consumed the woods, floods swallowed the earth. Metal cleaved through life, and the air grew thick with ash and despair. The heavens quaked at the discord, and from the void emerged a figure cloaked in robes as vast and endless as the night sky. It was the great harmonizer, an immortal charged with weaving balance into the chaos. With a voice that resonated through the universe, they addressed the unruly elements. You are not enemies but siblings, born of the same cosmic breath. To fight is to destroy all, including yourselves. The elements roared their defiance, their pride unyielding. But the harmonizer was undeterred. They raised their staff, its tip glowing with a light that was neither warm nor cold, but a perfect fusion of every hue. "See what happens when your powers unite," the harmonizer said, their tone gentle yet firm. With a sweep of their hand, the five were drawn together in a vortex of energy. Their essences intertwined, and from their union sprang life. A mighty oak emerged, its roots plunging deep into the soil. Beneath its canopy, a river glistened, its surface catching the sunlight that filtered through the leaves. Nearby, veins of metal shimmered in the rock, their luster hinting at untapped potential. This was no ordinary tree, no simple river, it was balance incarnate, a reflection of the harmony the harmonizer sought. The elements watched in stunned silence. Fire, so often destructive, warmed the earth and encouraged the seed to grow. Water nurtured the roots, while metal offered structure and strength. Wood thrived, creating shelter for creatures yet to come. For the first time, they saw not their differences but their interconnectedness. They understood that their purpose was not to dominate but to complete one another. Yet balance is not a state to be achieved once and forgotten, it is a constant dance. And so the elements were bound to the cycle, influencing not just the natural world but every living being within it. In every breath of wind, every crackle of flame, every ripple in the water, their presence could be felt. As time passed, humanity came to know the five elements not as abstract forces but as guides and teachers. Farmers observed the interplay of wood and earth, knowing that planting at the right moment could yield abundant harvests. Healers studied the elements to understand the body's rhythms, using herbs and minerals to restore harmony. Even warriors learned from them, crafting weapons of metal and shaping strategies that flowed like water or struck with the intensity of fire. But the elements were not merely tools, they were reminders of life's delicate equilibrium. A wise ruler would heed their lessons, balancing strength with compassion, ambition with humility. A family, like the elements, would thrive only if each member played their part, supporting and enriching one another. The ancients told stories to illuminate these truths. One such tale spoke of a great flood, a punishment for humanity's greed and disregard for balance. As waters rose and the land disappeared beneath the waves, a hero named Yu emerged. He sought to tame the flood not by force, but by understanding its nature. Yu studied water, its movements and moods, and devised channels and dikes that allowed it to flow freely without destruction. His wisdom restored harmony, and he became a symbol of how humanity could live in accord with the elements. Another story told of a blacksmith who sought to create the perfect blade. He worked tirelessly, pouring all his strength into the forge, but every sword he made was flawed. Frustrated, he climbed a mountain to seek guidance from the elements. They appeared before him, each offering a lesson. Fire taught him to temper his zeal, water showed him patience, and metal revealed the importance of precision. Wood reminded him of the strength found in flexibility, while earth grounded him in purpose. When he returned to his forge, he worked with renewed clarity, crafting a blade so fine it seemed to hum with life. Even today, when the wind rustles through the trees or a spark leaps from a campfire, the elements whisper their ancient wisdom. They remind us that life's beauty lies in its balance and the interplay of forces that shape our world. They are not distant or abstract, they are as close as the ground beneath our feet, the water we drink, the air we breathe. The storm came without warning, fierce and unrelenting. Waves taller than mountains roared and crashed against the cliffs, as if the very ocean had decided to rise up and swallow the land. Villagers huddled in their homes, their prayers drowned by the howling wind and relentless rain. In the midst of the chaos, a fisherman named Lage stood at the shore, his heart pounding as he faced the raging sea. He wasn't seeking courage, he was seeking answers. Somewhere in those depths lay the ones who held the reins of this fury, the dragon kings of the four seas. The tale spoke of their majesty and their wrath. Each king ruled over one of the seas, the east, south, west, and north. They were more than just guardians of the oceans, they were masters of water itself. Rain, rivers, and even the life-giving streams that nourished the fields, all obeyed their command. But now, it seemed, the balance had been broken, and Lay could not understand why. The crops had been dry for weeks, and now this storm threatened to destroy what little remained. Why would the Dragon Kings, revered for their wisdom, allow such destruction? Lei stepped into the water, the icy waves lashing at his legs. He called out into the storm, his voice cracking with desperation. "O great kings of the seas, hear my plea. We are but humble people, relying on your grace. Tell me what we have done to anger you, so I may make it right." The sea surged in response, and for a moment, Lei thought he would be swept away. But then the waters calmed, the storm clouds parted, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Before him rose a figure, shimmering with the iridescent scales of a dragon, but shaped like a man. It was the Dragon King of the East Sea, his long whiskers flowing like silver threads and his eyes burning with an intensity that made Lei's knees tremble. "You dare summon us, mortal?" The king's voice was neither cruel nor kind, but it carried the weight of 1,000 tides. "Speak, and be quick, for our patience is not infinite." Lei fell to his knees, water lapping at his chest. "Great King, the rains abandoned us for weeks, and now this storm threatens to ruin all we have. Have we displeased you? Have we failed to honor the seas? Please, tell me how we may earn your mercy." The Dragon King's gaze softened, and he gestured to the horizon. From the other directions of the compass, 3 more figures emerged, each distinct yet equally magnificent. The South Sea King wore robes of coral and pearls, his scales gleaming with warm, golden hues. The West Sea King was cloaked in the shadows of the setting sun, his presence heavy and solemn. The North Sea King, colder than ice, carried a stillness that froze the very air. Together, the 4 stood like an unyielding force of nature, and yet there was a tension between them. The South Sea King spoke first, his voice carrying the melody of a flowing stream. "We have not abandoned you, mortal. It is your kind who have turned away from the natural order." The North Sea King added, his tone sharp as the edge of winter, "The rivers have been poisoned, the forests burned. When you disrupt the balance, the water must respond." Lei's heart sank. He thought of the factories upstream, the waste dumped into the rivers without thought for the creatures that lived within them. He thought of the endless clearing of forests, the earth left bare and unable to hold the rain. But before he could speak, the West Sea King raised his hand, his voice low and resonant. "The fault does not lie with this man alone. Mortals have forgotten, but they can be reminded." The East Sea King stepped forward, his form towering over Lei. "We are not without mercy. If you wish to restore balance, you must understand our purpose. We are not bringers of chaos. Water is life, but it is also power. It nourishes, but it can destroy. This storm is not punishment, it is a warning." Lei bowed his head, tears mingling with the salt of the sea. "Great kings, how can I atone? What can I do to restore your favor?" The South Sea King placed a hand on Lei's shoulder, the warmth of his touch spreading through the fisherman's body like a balm. "Remember this, water does not belong to anyone. It flows freely, giving life to all. Teach your people to respect it, to honor the rivers and seas as they once did." The North Sea King spoke again, his icy demeanor softening. "And know that we are always watching. If the balance is kept, the rains will come when needed, and the storms will rest." The 4 kings began to retreat, their forms dissolving into the waves. But before they vanished completely, the East Sea King turned back, his eyes meeting Lei's. "You have courage, mortal. Use it wisely." As the sea returned to its calm, the storm clouds fading into a clear sky, Lei stood in awe. The villagers emerged from their homes, astonished to find the chaos replaced by a gentle rain that soaked into the thirsty earth. They surrounded Lei, their questions tumbling over one another. But Lei said nothing of his encounter with the Dragon Kings. Instead, he spoke of what must be done, cleaning the rivers, planting trees, and showing gratitude for the water that sustained them. In time, the land healed, and the rains returned as promised. And though the Dragon Kings were never seen again, their presence was felt in every ripple of the river, every drop of rain that kissed the soil. The people never forgot the lessons of that stormy night, for they knew that the kings of the 4 seas were always watching, their power as vast and unyielding as the oceans they ruled. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, a sharp, earthy aroma that seemed to cling to everything it touched. Flames flickered and danced atop candles placed in neat rows along the narrow alleys of the village. The pale light illuminated faces filled with both reverence and unease. Tonight was not an ordinary night. It was the 7th month, the time when the gates of the underworld opened, and the restless spirits, the hungry ghosts, roamed freely among the living. An old woman knelt before a makeshift altar, her hands trembling as she lit another stick of incense. Her grandson watched in silence, clutching a paper lantern shaped like a lotus flower. He was too young to understand everything, but he had been told not to look into the shadows for too long. Not tonight. The old woman's voice cracked as she whispered a prayer, her words carried by the soft breeze that felt colder than it should have been. She placed a bowl of rice and a small cup of tea on the altar, offerings for the unseen guests. A sudden rustling came from the bamboo grove at the edge of the village, and the boy's grip on his lantern tightened. The stories his grandmother had told him echoed in his mind. The hungry ghosts were not like the ancestors they honored with respect and love. These were spirits who had been forgotten, those who had died unjustly or without proper rites. Their hunger was not only for food but for acknowledgement, for peace they had been denied in life. If ignored, they could become angry, their wrath spilling into the world of the living. The boy's gaze darted to the edge of the grove, where the lantern's light faded into darkness. For a moment, he thought he saw something, a shadow moving unnaturally, its edges jagged and shifting. He looked away quickly, remembering his grandmother's warning, never meet the eyes of a ghost. In the center of the village, the main altar was ablaze with offerings. Plates of food, roasted duck, fresh fruit, and sweet pastries were arranged with care. Paper money, folded with precision, burned in large metal drums, the flames consuming it in a strange, silent hunger. The villagers believed that these offerings would reach the spirits in the underworld, giving them comfort and sustenance. Without them, the ghosts' hunger would grow, and their longing would turn to vengeance. An elder stood before the crowd, his face solemn as he recited the rituals. He held a long staff adorned with bells, their soft chimes breaking the oppressive silence. The villagers listened intently, their eyes glancing nervously at the darkened corners where the light could not reach. The elder's voice was steady, but his words carried an urgency that none could ignore. Appease the restless, honor the forgotten. Let the offerings be plentiful, for hunger knows no bounds. The boy's lantern flickered, and he clutched it tighter. He thought of his uncle, who had died the year before, but whose name had not been spoken at the family shrine. The adults said it was better this way, that his uncle's deeds in life had brought shame. But now, the boy wondered if his uncle's spirit had become one of the hungry ghosts, wandering alone and unseen, waiting for someone to remember him. A gust of wind swept through the village, extinguishing several candles and sending the shadows into a frenzy. The old woman gasped, her frail hands reaching for her grandson. The boy stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the bamboo grove. This time, there was no mistaking it, something was there. A figure, pale and thin, its limbs too long and its movements jerky, emerged from the darkness. It paused at the edge of the light, its hollow eyes scanning the offerings laid out before it. The villagers fell silent, their fear palpable. The elder raised his staff, the bells ringing with a desperate energy. He called out, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. Great Spirit, take what you need and leave in peace. May these offerings ease your suffering. The ghost stepped forward, its face a mask of anguish and longing. Its skeletal fingers reached for a bowl of rice, and as it took the offering, the flames of the candles surged, casting eerie shadows that seemed to flicker with life. The boy's breath caught in his throat. For a brief moment, he thought he saw his uncle's face in the ghost's hollow features. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he stepped forward, his grandmother's protests falling on deaf ears. He placed his lantern on the ground, the soft glow illuminating his trembling hands. Uncle, he whispered, his voice barely audible. I'm sorry we forgot you. Please don't be angry anymore. The ghost froze, its form flickering like a dying flame. The elder and the villagers watched in stunned silence as the boy reached out, his small hand trembling but determined. The ghost leaned closer, its anguished face softening. It took the lantern in its bony hands, and for a moment, its hollow eyes seemed to fill with something that resembled peace. The wind calmed, the oppressive air lifting as the ghost turned and disappeared into the night. The villagers exhaled as one, their fear replaced with a sense of awe. The elder approached the boy, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have done what many could not. You remembered." The boy nodded, tears streaming down his face. He didn't fully understand what had happened, but he felt a weight lift from his heart. As the villagers returned to their rituals, the old woman hugged her grandson tightly, her prayers now filled with gratitude. The night wore on, the offerings burning steadily as the villagers continued their rites. The candles' glow seemed warmer, the shadows less threatening. The hungry ghosts, once feared and shunned, were now honored and acknowledged. And in the bamboo grove, the boy thought he saw a faint light, a lantern glowing softly, carried by a figure walking peacefully into the distance. The moon hung low over the forest, its silver light pooling in the glades and casting long, eerie shadows among the trees. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth, but beneath it, there was a strange, almost electric tension that seemed to hum through the night. A lone traveler, a young scholar with a scroll tucked under his arm, made his way along the narrow path. His lantern swayed with each step, the soft glow barely keeping the darkness at bay. The scholar was weary, but his mind raced with thoughts of the imperial exams. He had spent years preparing for this moment, and the pressure weighed on him like a heavy stone. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the rustling in the bushes to his left or the pair of gleaming, golden eyes that watched him from the shadows. A soft, melodic voice broke the silence. "Good sir, you seem troubled. Might I offer you some company?" The scholar stopped in his tracks, his hand tightening on the lantern's handle. Turning slowly, he saw her, a woman of otherworldly beauty, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her slender shoulders. Her eyes shimmered with a light that seemed to dance like fireflies, and her lips curved into a knowing smile. She was dressed in garments so fine they seemed to shimmer like moonlight, yet there was something unsettling about her presence, something he couldn't quite place. I am but a humble scholar," he stammered, unsure of what to make of this stranger. "I mean no offense, but what brings you to these woods so late?" The woman stepped closer, her movements as graceful as the breeze. "I could ask you the same, scholar. The night is no friend to travelers. The forest hides both beauty and danger." He swallowed hard, his instincts warring with his curiosity. "I am on my way to the capital. My exams are near." Her laughter rang out, soft yet haunting. Such dedication. But surely even the most diligent must rest. She gestured toward a clearing up ahead, where a small, flickering fire seemed to beckon. "Come. Share my fire, and I will tell you a tale to ease your burdened mind." The scholar hesitated, but the promise of warmth and companionship was too tempting to resist. As they reached the clearing, he saw a fox sitting near the fire, its fur a deep, burnished red that glowed in the firelight. It looked up at him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine before slinking into the shadows. The woman sat gracefully, her eyes never leaving his. "Do you know the stories of the Huli Jing?" she asked, her voice low and hypnotic. "I've heard whispers," he admitted, sitting across from her. "They are said to be fox spirits, cunning and powerful." Her smile deepened. "Cunning, yes. Powerful, certainly. But they are much more than that. Some are mischievous tricksters, others wise sages. And then, there are those who live between worlds, neither fully spirit nor fully human." Her words wrapped around him like a spell, and he found himself leaning closer, eager for more. She began to weave a tale, her voice painting vivid images in the air. "Long ago," she said, "there was a fox who lived for 100 years, her fur white as snow, her eyes as sharp as a blade. She gained the power to take human form, a gift earned through patience and cunning. She wandered the lands, learning the ways of humans, their joys and sorrows, their kindness and cruelty." The fire crackled, and the scholar's heart quickened. He could almost see the fox, her graceful form shifting seamlessly between beast and woman, her every movement a dance of elegance and mystery. One day, the woman continued, the fox met a man, a poet with a heart full of dreams and a soul weighed down by despair. She loved him for his brilliance, but she knew he could never accept her true nature. So she stayed by his side, her secret hidden, bringing him joy and inspiration. Her voice faltered, a hint of sadness seeping through. But secrets have a way of unraveling. When the man discovered her true form, his fear overcame his love. He drove her away, though her only crime was loving him too deeply. Heartbroken, the fox disappeared into the mountains, where her cries still echo in the wind. The scholar felt a pang in his chest, the sorrow of the tale settling over him like a heavy cloak. "Why must such love end in tragedy?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman tilted her head, her eyes glinting like the edges of a blade. "Because humans fear what they do not understand. Yet, the fox spirits are not without their own faults. Some use their powers for mischief, delighting in weaving illusions and leading travelers astray. Others seek revenge, their hearts consumed by anger." The firelight flickered, casting strange shadows across her face. The scholar's gaze dropped to her hands, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw claws instead of fingers. His breath hitched, but when he looked again, her hands were as delicate as porcelain. "Do you believe all fox spirits are wicked?" she asked, her tone playful yet sharp. I don't know," he admitted. "Perhaps they are like humans, capable of both good and ill." She smiled, a hint of approval in her expression. Wise words for a young scholar. The fox from earlier reappeared, circling the fire with deliberate steps. The scholar watched it carefully, unease creeping into his heart. "Is it yours?" he asked. The woman laughed, the sound light and lilting. "Perhaps we belong to each other." As the night wore on, the scholar found himself sharing his own stories, of his struggles, his dreams, and his fears. The woman listened intently, her golden eyes never wavering. It felt as though she could see into the very depths of his soul, understanding him in a way no one ever had. But as the first light of dawn began to seep through the trees, a strange stillness settled over the clearing. The woman rose, her movements slow and deliberate. "Our time is at an end, scholar. You have a long road ahead." "Will I see you again?" he asked, his heart heavy with a longing he couldn't explain. She smiled, a bittersweet curve of her lips. "Perhaps. But be wary, for the forest is full of foxes, and not all are as kind as I." Before he could respond, she turned and walked into the shadows. The scholar blinked, and she was gone. All that remained was the fox, its golden eyes gleaming with an intelligence far beyond that of any ordinary animal. It stared at him for a long moment before vanishing into the underbrush. The scholar stood alone, the fire reduced to embers. The forest seemed quieter now, the tension of the night replaced by the gentle hum of morning. He adjusted his lantern, the faint memory of her voice lingering in his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had crossed paths with something far beyond his understanding. As he resumed his journey, the tales of the Jing felt more real than ever. Whether seductress, sage, or shapeshifter, the fox spirits were a reminder that not everything in the world could be neatly explained or easily understood. And perhaps, he thought, that was what made them so unforgettable. The cold was suffocating, a biting chill that clung to the air and seeped into the bones of all who entered. The gates stood tall and foreboding, forged from black iron, their jagged edges seeming to pulse with a dark, ancient energy. Beyond them lay the shadowy expanse of the underworld, a place where mortal souls awaited judgment. The cries of the lost echoed faintly, a haunting chorus that spoke of regret, fear, and longing. A soul stood trembling at the threshold, its form pale and transparent, flickering like a dying flame. It had no memory of how it arrived, only the crushing certainty that there would be no turning back. Slowly, the gates groaned open, revealing a path shrouded in mist. And then, they appeared. The first figure loomed into view, its massive frame towering like a mountain. Its head was that of a fierce ox, with horns curved like crescent moons and eyes that burned like embers. It held a spiked club in one hand, the weapon resting heavily on its broad shoulder. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, its hooves striking the earth with a resonant thud. Beside it walked a being equally strange, though no less terrifying. Its face was elongated, the unmistakable visage of a horse, with flared nostrils and teeth that gleamed like ivory in the dim light. It carried a rope coiled in its hands, its long, sinewy fingers flexing as if eager to use it. Together, they were Oxhead and Horseface, guardians of the underworld and the first to greet every soul that passed into the land of the dead. The soul tried to back away, but the pair moved with an unyielding purpose, their presence as inescapable as death itself. Oxhead's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Step forward. Your time has come." Horseface leaned down, its dark eyes narrowing as it inspected the trembling spirit. "No use in resisting. You belong to us now." Its voice was high and sharp, cutting through the cold air like a blade. The soul had no choice but to obey, drawn forward by an invisible force. The path beneath its feet was uneven, a mosaic of cracked stones and bones half buried in the dirt. Shadows twisted and writhed on either side, their forms indistinct but menacing. As the trio moved deeper into the underworld, the air grew heavier, the cries of the damned louder. "Why," the soul finally managed to whisper, its voice shaking. "Why do you do this?" Oxhead turned its massive head, its eyes glowing with a strange mix of pity and indifference. "We are not your enemies, mortal. We are your guides. It is not our task to harm, but to lead." "To lead where?" the soul asked, though it feared the answer. Horseface's lips curled into what might have been a smile, though it was far from comforting. "To judgment. Every soul must stand before the king and answer for its deeds. You will be no different." The path twisted and turned, leading them to a vast chamber lit by an eerie green glow. At its center stood a throne carved from jagged stone, upon which sat the king of the underworld. His face was obscured, his form cloaked in shadow, but his presence was overwhelming, a weight that pressed down on the soul like a tidal wave. Oxhead and Horseface flanked the soul as it approached the throne. The king's voice boomed, low and resonant, filling the chamber. "Speak. What have you done in life?" The soul tried to answer, but its thoughts were fragmented, memories slipping away like grains of sand through its fingers. Images of its past flickered in its mind, acts of kindness, moments of cruelty, the countless choices that had shaped its life. The king raised a hand, and a scroll unrolled before him, its surface glowing with lines of golden text. Every action, every thought, every sin, and every virtue was inscribed upon it. Horseface snorted, a sharp, disdainful sound. "Do you see now? Nothing is hidden here. No lie can protect you. No excuse will save you." Oxhead's gaze was steady, his tone almost gentle. "You will be judged fairly. The scales of the underworld weigh all equally." The king read from the scroll, his voice an unrelenting force that laid bare the soul's existence. With each word, the soul felt itself shrinking, the weight of its deeds bearing down with unbearable intensity. The moments of cruelty burned like fire, while the acts of kindness glimmered faintly, offering a fragile hope. The judgment was swift. The king lowered his hand, and the scroll rolled shut. "This soul shall face penance for its wrongs. But for the good it has done, mercy shall not be withheld." The soul sagged, a mixture of relief and dread washing over it. Oxhead and Horseface stepped forward once more, their expressions unreadable. "Come," said Oxhead, his voice firm but not unkind. "Your path is set." The soul followed, its steps unsteady. They descended into the depths of the underworld, passing rivers of fire and fields of ash. Other souls labored in the distance, their cries rising in a mournful symphony. Yet even here, amidst the torment, there were glimpses of light, spirits tending to one another, offering comfort where they could. Horseface gestured toward a bridge spanning a chasm of swirling mist. "Cross, and begin your penance. When your time is served, you may ascend." The soul hesitated at the edge of the bridge, looking back at the guardians. Will I ever see the light again? Oxhead's gaze softened, just for a moment. Every soul has the chance for redemption. But that choice is yours alone. Horseface flicked its tail, a sharp, impatient motion. Go. Redemption waits for no one. The soul stepped onto the bridge, its translucent form glowing faintly in the dim light. As it crossed, it felt the weight of its past lifting, replaced by a quiet determination. Beyond the chasm lay the unknown, but also the promise of something more, a chance to atone, to heal, to rise once again. Oxhead and Horseface watched in silence, their forms silhouetted against the glow of the underworld. They had seen countless souls pass this way, each one carrying its own burden, its own story. And though their task was unending, they never faltered, for they knew the importance of their role. They were the guardians, the guides, the watchers of the threshold. Through them, the cycle of life and death continued, unbroken and eternal. And as the soul disappeared into the mist, they turned back toward the gates, ready to greet the next arrival. The earth trembled beneath the weight of a blistering heat, scorching the land, scorching the very air itself. Each day, the sun rose higher, brighter, its flames licking the sky with a fury that seemed to promise only destruction. People crouched beneath trees and huddled in caves, desperate for even the smallest trace of coolness, but none could escape the relentless rays. Crops withered in the fields, rivers ran dry, and the once vibrant world began to fade into a scorched, desolate wasteland. There were once 10 suns, 10 fiery orbs that blazed across the sky in unison. Each day, they would rise, one by one, giving the world light and warmth. But over time, the suns grew restless. No longer content to take their place in the heavens in turn, they sought to reign together, each one more radiant than the last. One by one, they rose, climbing higher and higher into the sky, their flames growing more and more intense. Their combined heat was unbearable, and the earth itself began to burn. The mountains cracked, the rivers boiled, and the people cried out in despair. The Emperor of the Heavens, watching his kingdom unravel, turned his eyes to the mortal world and saw only a future of death and ruin. The gods, too, were helpless, bound by the will of the suns that now wreaked havoc. All hope seemed lost, until, from the farthest corners of the earth, came the one who would change everything. Hou-Yi was no ordinary man. His name was whispered in the halls of the gods and sung by the people. He was an archer of unparalleled skill, his bow carved from the heart of a 1,000-year-old tree, his arrows fletched with feathers from celestial birds. He had once been a hero of the people, a warrior who had fought alongside the gods themselves. But when he saw the suffering brought on by the suns, he knew his path had led him to a new battle, one that would define his legacy. Hou-Yi ascended to the heavens, his bow slung across his back, his gaze set on the 10 suns that burned above. The gods watched from their palaces, their faces filled with sorrow. They knew the power of the suns, knew the strength required to challenge them. No one had dared to defy the heavens, not since the time of the great wars. And yet, here was Hou-Yi, a mortal man, standing before them with only his will and his bow. He approached the Emperor, his eyes steady. "I will save the world," he said, his voice unwavering. The Emperor, a god of immense power, gazed down at Hou-Yi, measuring him. "The suns are not easily defeated, mortal. Do you understand what you ask?" "I understand," Hou-Yi said. "But the world will not survive this. The people suffer. The earth withers. I will do what must be done." The Emperor paused, a long silence stretching between them. Finally, he spoke. "Very well. You may try, but know this, should you succeed, you will never again walk as a mortal. The gods will take their toll." Without hesitation, Hou-Yi nodded. He turned toward the 10 suns, now blazing across the sky like a wall of fire. He lifted his bow, strung with a single arrow, and aimed at the first of the suns. The air crackled with energy as the heavens seemed to hold their breath. With one swift movement, Hou-Yi released the arrow. It shot through the sky, faster than the eye could follow, and struck the first sun. The sun exploded in a shower of light, its flames scattering like sparks, fading into the heavens. The people below, hidden in their caves and shelters, dared not look up, fearing the wrath of the gods. But in the distance, a single cry of hope rose, echoing through the earth. The 9 remaining suns roared in fury. They burned brighter, hotter, their flames licking the edges of the sky. Hou-yi, undeterred, knocked another arrow. His hands were steady, his mind focused. One by one, he took down the suns, each shot ringing true, each arrow slicing through the sky with a deadly precision. With each sun that fell, the world seemed to breathe again. The earth cooled, the rivers began to flow once more, and the people ventured from their hiding places, uncertain but hopeful. But with every sun that fell, Hou-yi felt the weight of the heavens pressing down on him, the cost of his defiance growing heavier. Finally, only one sun remained. The last of the 10 suns, the most powerful, the most radiant. It blazed in fury, the sky swirling with its wrath. The land below quivered with its heat, and Hou-yi knew this would be his most difficult task yet. He raised his bow once more, but this time, his arms trembled. His body, exhausted from the trials of the day, was heavy with the burden of the task before him. He aimed, his sight fixed on the final sun, his mind clear. But as he released the arrow, something inside him faltered, a moment of hesitation, a thought of mercy. The arrow flew true, but this time, the sun didn't fall. Instead, it flickered, its light wavering. For a heartbeat, the sky seemed to pause. Then, the sun began to shift, its fury turning into something else, a gentle warmth, a life-giving glow. It no longer sought to burn the earth, but to light it. The world, once broken, began to heal. Hou-yi stood there, his heart racing, his body drained, knowing that his victory had not come without sacrifice. The Emperor of the Heavens descended from his throne, his face somber yet acknowledging. "You have saved the world, Hou-yi. But the price you paid is great. You will not be the same as you were." Hou-yi nodded, understanding the weight of the god's words. He had done what was needed, but in doing so, he had irrevocably changed the balance between mortal and divine. The heavens would never forget the mortal who had saved the world. As Hou-yi walked back to the world he had saved, he did not carry with him the adoration of the people, nor the praises of the gods. What he carried was something far heavier, the knowledge that even the greatest hero must one day pay the price for his deeds. But as he looked out across the land, now bathed in the light of a single sun, he knew that it was worth it. The world had been saved, and that was all that mattered. The sound of the wind whistling through the trees was the only thing that broke the stillness of the night. Beneath a vast, star-filled sky, the village lay quiet, its people unaware of the storm that was about to sweep through their lives. But in one small house, there was movement that would change the course of history. The candlelight flickered, casting long shadows across the walls, as Hua Mulan stood before her father. His face, once strong and proud, now showed the wear of age and illness. His hands shook as he held the letter, the Emperor's decree, calling for soldiers to join the imperial army. The enemy was approaching, and every family, regardless of age or strength, had to contribute a son to fight. Mulan's heart broke as she watched the man she loved most in the world, her father, struggling to even hold the paper steady. Her father, once a warrior, now too old to fight, was being called upon once again to serve. But his body could not withstand the rigors of battle, and the thought of him going to war, to face the brutality and violence, was unbearable. In that moment, something deep inside Mulan stirred, an unspoken promise to herself and her family. She knew what she had to do. She could see the fear in her father's eyes as he looked at her, knowing that his strength was gone and yet unable to accept his fate. Mulan did not hesitate. With a steady breath, she walked over to him, took the decree from his hands, and held it in her own. "Father, I will take your place." At first, he didn't understand. His mind reeled at the thought. How could his daughter, a girl, take on the mantle of a soldier? Women did not fight in wars, not in their world, not in their family's traditions. Yet Mulan's resolve was unshakable. She had grown up in the shadow of warriors, her father had taught her everything he knew. The bow, the sword, the art of battle, These were not foreign to her. She had trained in secret, honing her skills under the cover of night when no one could see her, believing one day the world would call her to do what no woman had done before. Mulan did not wait for her father to speak, for his words would only be filled with fear and doubt. She turned, gathered her things, and with swift, determined movements, donned the armor of a soldier, her father's armor, now too small for his frail body but perfectly suited for hers. The transformation was swift, and as she looked at herself in the mirror, she did not see a daughter, a woman, or a girl. She saw a warrior, a fighter willing to face anything to protect her family and her country. Under the cover of darkness, Mulan left her home, her heart heavy with the weight of the choice she had made. She could hear the soft footsteps of the night, the rustling of leaves, but it was the sound of her own heartbeat, fast and thunderous, that filled her ears. She knew she was stepping into the unknown. But what other choice did she have? To let her father go to war would have been to lose him, and Mulan was not ready to lose him, not yet. The journey to the army camp was long, and every step was filled with doubt. There were moments when she wanted to turn back, when fear gripped her heart. But she pressed on. She knew the dangers of war, knew the brutal reality of what awaited her. The soldiers in the Imperial Army were not kind to those who didn't belong, and Mulan was certain that if anyone discovered her true identity, she would be cast aside, dishonored, or worse. At the camp, the soldiers eyed her with suspicion, but Mulan never faltered. She stood tall, her movements sharp, her voice steady as she spoke. She had trained for years in silence, and now she would prove herself not just as a soldier, but as a force to be reckoned with. She earned their respect, though some men still doubted her. But none could deny her skill with a bow or a sword. Time and time again, Mulan proved her worth, earning the respect of her comrades, even as she kept her true identity hidden. As the days turned to weeks, and the weeks to months, the bond between Mulan and her fellow soldiers grew. But it was not just the thrill of battle or the camaraderie of war that made her feel alive, it was the knowledge that she was making a difference. Each enemy she defeated, each victory won, brought her closer to the ultimate goal, to protect her family, her country, and the future of her people. Then came the day when they faced the enemy, a powerful, merciless army that threatened to crush everything in its path. The battle was fierce, the air thick with smoke and the sound of clashing swords. It was in this moment, as Mulan fought alongside the men she had come to consider brothers, that she realized something deep and true about herself. She was not a daughter, not a woman, not a soldier in disguise. She was something more. She was a hero. A warrior not because of her gender, but because of her heart, her courage, and her unyielding will to fight for those she loved. The battle raged on, and Mulan found herself at the forefront, her sword slicing through the enemy forces with precision. It was in that final, decisive moment, when the enemy's leader stood before her, that Mulan saw the truth of her journey. She had fought not for glory, not for fame, but for something greater, the safety of her people, the preservation of her world. And in that moment, as she struck down the leader, she knew her mission was complete. The war was won. The army celebrated, but Mulan did not seek their praise. She had done what she came to do. But the truth of who she was could not remain hidden forever. The time came when the Emperor himself summoned her, and when her true identity was revealed, the world stood still. A woman, Mulan, the warrior who had saved her country, had done what no man, no soldier, had dared to do. She had earned her place among the legends. And though the Emperor offered her rewards, riches, and a place by his side, Mulan refused. She did not seek glory, did not crave fame. She returned home, where she had always belonged, to the family she loved. Her father, now well again, looked at her with pride, for he knew the truth, his daughter was not just a warrior. She was a hero. Mulan's story is one of courage, of strength, and of sacrifice. It is a story that echoes through the centuries, reminding us all that true bravery comes not from what we are born to be, but from what we choose to become. In a world that tried to define her by her gender, Mulan showed the world that a true warrior is not bound by anything but their heart. And her legacy lives on, not just in the history books, but in every person who dares to stand against the odds, to fight for what they believe in, no matter the cost. The night was still, the kind of stillness that clung to everything like a thick fog. In the quiet of the village, only the distant sound of crickets disturbed the peace. Inside a humble home, the air was thick with the weight of an impossible decision. Hua Mulan's father, an aging man once proud and strong, sat hunched over, his hands trembling as he clutched the emperor's decree. His body was frail, a shadow of the warrior he had been, and yet he knew what was expected of him. War was coming, and all able-bodied men were required to serve. His breath was shallow as he looked at his daughter, the only child left in the house. There was fear in his eyes, not for himself, but for her. How could he ask his only child, a woman, to take his place? The world had no place for women in battle. It was too dangerous, too brutal. And yet, Mulan could not bear to see the defeat in her father's eyes. He had been a hero once, a soldier who had fought for his country with honor. Now, that honor was slipping through his fingers, and the weight of it was too much for him to bear. Without a word, Mulan stood. She could hear the pounding of her own heart in her chest. A part of her wanted to run, to hide from the terrible choice that had been thrust upon her. But her heart was heavy with a sense of duty. She would not let her father go to war. Not when he was too weak. Not when there was no one else to fight. She could hear his pleas in her mind, his gentle but firm voice telling her that it was not her place to fight. But in that moment, she knew that it was. "I will go," she said, her voice steady but filled with an unspoken strength that only a daughter who loved her father could possess. Her father looked up at her, his face a mix of disbelief and desperation. He opened his mouth to protest, but Mulan was already preparing. She would disguise herself as a man, cut her hair short, and take her father's armor. The world would never know the truth, and perhaps, in the end, that was for the best. It would be safer for her that way. She could fight, protect her family, and bring honor back to the Hua name. But it wouldn't be easy. She knew that. As the first light of dawn broke through the window, Mulan was already gone. She walked through the village with her head held high, the weight of her decision pressing on her shoulders. She knew she would never be the same again. No one could ever know her true identity. No one could see her as anything other than a soldier. For the rest of her life, she would have to hide her true self, her true identity, behind the shield of her armor. The road to the army camp was long, and the journey was filled with uncertainty. The world outside the safety of her village was vast, and the dangers that lay ahead were unknown. But with each step, Mulan's heart grew steadier. She had made her choice, and she would face whatever came with the courage her father had once shown. She would be strong, for her father, for her family, and for her country. The army camp was a place of chaos, filled with the clashing of swords and the shouting of orders. Soldiers of all sizes and shapes moved about, their faces hard and determined. Mulan stood at the entrance, her heart pounding in her chest. Would they see through her disguise? Would they find out she was a woman? Would they laugh at her, ridicule her, or worse, send her away? But no, they did not. She kept her head down, her posture straight, and she blended into the sea of soldiers. Weeks passed, then months. Mulan proved herself over and over, showing her comrades that she was as strong, as capable, as brave as any of them. She fought side by side with the men, her arrows always true, her sword always sharp. But despite her skill, despite her victories, there were moments when she felt the heavy weight of her secret. Each night, as she lay in the barracks, she wondered if she could keep it hidden forever. What if someone found out who she really was? What would they do to her? But there were also moments of triumph, moments when Mulan felt that she was truly part of something larger than herself. She had earned the respect of the soldiers, fought alongside them, bled alongside them. And in her heart, she knew that she was no longer just a daughter or a woman or a disguise. She was a warrior. And she was fighting for something greater than herself. Then, the battle came. It was fierce, a storm of chaos and blood. The enemy was powerful, their forces overwhelming. But Mulan did not hesitate. She stood at the front lines, her bow drawn, her eyes focused, her heart calm. She had fought many battles in her mind, but this was the one that would define her. This was the moment that would either break her or make her a legend. The clash of swords, the screams of soldiers, the thunderous roar of war filled the air. It was a cacophony of chaos, but Mulan's focus remained unshaken. In the heat of battle, she moved with the precision of a master. Her arrows flew true, her sword cut through the air with deadly intent. And in that final moment, when the enemy general stood before her, Mulan felt a surge of strength like never before. She struck him down, her heart pounding in her chest as the enemy fell before her. When the battle ended, and the smoke began to clear, Mulan stood victorious, her sword raised in triumph. The soldiers cheered, but Mulan did not seek their praise. She had done what needed to be done, and she did it because she had to. She had fought for her family, for her country, for the future of those she loved. But it was not over. The truth of Mulan's identity was soon discovered. When the Emperor called her forward, there was no fear in her heart. She stood tall, her eyes steady, her head held high. The Emperor, awed by her courage, her strength, and her dedication, offered her riches, a place by his side, and honor beyond measure. But Mulan refused. She did not want fame or wealth. She only wanted to go home. When she returned to her village, she was no longer just a daughter. She was a hero. Her father, who had once been weak and frail, looked at her with pride, his heart full of love. And Mulan, though she had risked everything, though she had fought and bled and sacrificed, knew that it was worth it. For in the end, she had fought not for glory, but for something much greater, the love of her family and the honor of her people. Her story, like the stories of those who came before her, would live on in the hearts of those who remembered her bravery, her strength, and her undying love for those she held dear. Zhong Kui stood at the edge of the mountain, his eyes fixed on the village below. It was a quiet place, nestled among the trees and hills, its streets blanketed in the soft glow of twilight. From here, he could hear the whispers of the wind, the distant clamor of the marketplace winding down for the night. But Zhong Kui's thoughts were far from the peacefulness of this place. His heart was heavy, his soul burdened with the weight of his destiny. Once, he had been a scholar, eager to learn the ways of the world, to study the classics, to make his mark on history. His family had high hopes for him, believing that his sharp mind would bring honor and distinction. But life had a cruel way of cutting through even the most well-laid plans. His youth was marked by failure. He had failed the imperial exams, an embarrassment too deep to ignore. His dreams shattered, and with them, the expectations of his family. The world had rejected him. Yet that rejection, that humiliation, had birthed something else inside him. Zhong Kui, in his darkest hour, had heard a calling. A voice. A whisper, urging him to find another path. And it was on that cold, lonely night when he first met the demon that his fate was sealed. It was not just any demon. This was a creature of nightmarish proportions, its body a twisting mass of shadows, eyes glowing like fiery embers. It had appeared to Zhong Kui in a dream, its presence suffocating, darkening his thoughts. The demon told him that he had been chosen to hunt the spirits that roamed the earth, those that caused suffering and chaos in the world of the living. The scholar's mind, once sharp with ambition, was now sharp with a different hunger, vengeance. He woke up with a new purpose, a new understanding of the world around him. The world that had rejected him now needed him, and he would not fail again. With that resolve, Zhong Kui set out to seek the ancient knowledge that would grant him the power to slay the demons that haunted the night. The road was long, and the journey was not kind. Zhong Kui's body, once soft from years of study, grew lean and hard with each day of travel. He learned the ways of the spirits, the incantations and symbols that could banish the creatures from the mortal world. His heart, once filled with doubt, became as solid as stone, his mind focused on one thing, ridding the world of these wicked spirits. And so, Zhong Kui became the ghost slayer. It wasn't long before the villages around the mountain began to whisper his name. Zhong Kui's reputation spread like wildfire. The once weak scholar was now a force to be reckoned with, a warrior of the spirit world. He wielded his sword with a grace that came from years of study, his eyes unblinking as he faced the demons that threatened the peace of the world. But Zhong Kuei was not a simple demon hunter. No, his enemies were not just the ordinary spirits that haunted the earth. He sought out the most dangerous, the most wicked, those who had caused pain and suffering beyond measure. His heart did not fear them, it burned with a need for justice. His sword did not tremble in the face of darkness, it cut through it, as if he were an extension of the night itself. One evening, as he walked through the fog-laden forest on his way to another village, Zhong Kuei's senses heightened. He could feel the air growing colder, the winds picking up speed. A presence lingered nearby, like a shadow that stretched too far across the earth. His eyes scanned the trees, and in the distance, he saw it, two glowing red eyes, unblinking and full of malice. The demon emerged from the forest with a guttural growl. Its body was enormous, its form monstrous, its claws long and sharp like knives. Zhong Kuei had seen such creatures before, but something about this one was different. It was older, more powerful. It oozed darkness from every pore, and its very presence seemed to suck the warmth from the world around it. But Zhong Kuei was undeterred. He had faced countless demons before, and this one would be no different. With a deep breath, he drew his sword from his side, the blade shimmering in the moonlight. He raised it high, chanting an ancient incantation under his breath. The air around him seemed to hum with energy, a tangible force that crackled in the atmosphere. The battle that followed was nothing short of legendary. The demon roared and swiped its massive claws at Zhong Kuei, but he was faster, his body moving with the precision of a seasoned warrior. Each strike of his sword was deliberate, calculated. The demon fought fiercely, but Zhong Kuei's resolve was stronger. His rage, the very fire that had been stoked by his rejection, fueled every movement. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for every person who had ever been cast aside, for every soul lost to the darkness. The fight raged on until, with a final cry, the demon collapsed to the ground, its dark essence dissipating into the wind. Zhong Kuei stood over the fallen creature, his breath heavy, his body bruised but unbroken. The night was still again, the silence heavy, almost sacred. But as he turned to leave, something tugged at his heart. A voice, small and quiet, whispered from the shadows. It was a voice he had heard before, one that had haunted him from the very beginning of his journey. "You are not finished yet, Zhong Kuei." The voice came from within him, the very essence of the demons he had hunted for so long. It reminded him of why he had taken up this fight, what he had sacrificed along the way. His heart was still filled with the fire of vengeance, but as the wind began to shift, he felt something else, a flicker of doubt, a glimpse of something more. Was his purpose truly just to destroy? Or was there something else he needed to find within himself? Zhong Kuei didn't have the answer yet. But one thing was clear, his journey had only just begun. The demons of the underworld would always be there, lurking in the shadows, but so would Zhong Kuei. He would continue to hunt, continue to fight, because the world needed him. And no matter what darkness tried to swallow him whole, he would stand tall, his sword raised high. For Zhong Kuei, the Ghost Slayer, there was no turning back. The ghosts he hunted were no longer just shadows of the past. They were his future, his calling. And he would not rest until the world was free of them. The sky stretched endlessly above, its ink-black surface punctuated only by the glimmer of stars, each one a tiny beacon of light in the vast expanse. On this night, the heavens were unusually quiet. No winds disturbed the stillness. In the distance, far beyond the reach of mortal eyes, a river glimmered under the stars, an ancient, celestial river that no human could cross. Yet, at its edge stood two figures, separated by an invisible boundary, their hearts aching with longing. On one side of the river was a woman, her beauty beyond compare, clothed in robes of silver and gold, her hair flowing like a cascade of midnight. She was the Weaver Girl, a celestial being of unmatched grace. Her fingers wove the most intricate and stunning silk in the heavens, crafting the fabric of the stars themselves. In her hands, the universe took shape. Yet, on this night, the universe felt heavy with sorrow. She stood there, gazing across the river, her eyes searching for the one person who could make the world feel right again. Across the river stood the cowherd. His simple clothes, weathered by years of tending to his cattle, did not compare to the grandeur of the heavens, but his heart shone with a light that surpassed even the stars. He was a mortal, yet his love for the weaver girl was no less real, no less powerful. His hands, calloused from years of work, held nothing of magic, yet in his heart, he carried the weight of a love that had defied all odds. They had met once, long ago, when fate had woven their paths together. She had descended to the mortal world for a brief moment of respite, to see what lay beyond the confines of the heavens. He had seen her then, standing by a well, her beauty like a flame in the darkness. It was then that their love had been born, a love that burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns, a love that had no place in a world bound by rules, by distance, by fate. But love, like the stars themselves, is often hidden behind the clouds of the heavens. The weaver girl's mother, the Queen of Heaven, had seen the spark between them and was furious. A celestial being, bound to the heavens, was not meant for a mortal. Such love was forbidden, and in her anger, she cast the weaver girl back to the skies and separated her from the cowherd. A river, the Milky Way, was formed between them, a barrier that no mortal could cross. The heartache of that separation was more than either could bear. The cowherd had cried out, his grief so deep that even the stars seemed to dim. The weaver girl wept for him, her tears falling like rain on the earth below. Their love, once so full of promise, was now nothing more than a dream lost to time. Yet, as with all true love, the story did not end there. Once a year, on the 7th day of the 7th month, the heavens would part just enough to allow them a brief meeting. On that night, the weaver girl and the cowherd would cross the Milky Way, separated for 364 days, but reunited on one night. The stars above would shine brighter, the earth would hold its breath, and the two lovers would stand together once again, if only for a fleeting moment. On this night, as the stars twinkled above, the cowherd waited by the river. His heart was heavy, but there was a glimmer of hope in his chest, a tiny flame that refused to be extinguished. He looked up, watching as the moon rose higher in the sky, casting a soft, silver light over the world. In that light, he saw her, standing at the river's edge, her beauty even more radiant than before. His heart leapt, and for a moment, the world seemed to disappear. She reached out her hand, and he, trembling with longing, stretched his own toward her. The river, though wide and deep, was no longer an insurmountable obstacle. It was as if the very fabric of the universe had bent to their will. The weaver girl and the cowherd could feel the pull of the stars, the gravitational force that drew them together across the distance. But as their hands almost touched, a voice from the heavens rang out, cold and commanding. The river surged, the stars dimmed, and the distance between them stretched once again, impossibly far. "You are not meant to be together," the voice echoed, filled with the weight of divine authority. "This love is forbidden. Your time will come to an end." And just like that, the moment was gone. The weaver girl and the cowherd were separated once more. The river, the Milky Way, stretched between them, a chasm too wide to cross. They stood at the edge of the universe, yearning for a touch, for a kiss, for the simple joy of being together. Yet all they could do was gaze across the distance, their hearts breaking in the silence. But there was something more. Despite the cruel distance between them, there was a promise, a flicker of hope that burned brighter than the stars. The Queen of Heaven had imposed her will, but even she could not quench the fire of love. Once a year, they would be reunited, if only for a moment, and that was enough to keep their hearts alive. And so, on this night, the cowherd stood at the river's edge, gazing up at the stars, hoping, praying for the weaver girl. And though the distance between them remained as wide as the heavens themselves, the love they shared could never be extinguished. The stars above, the river that separated them, the very fabric of the universe, it all seemed to pulse with the rhythm of their love, a love that could not be bound by time, by space, by anything. For in the end, love was stronger than the heavens, stronger than the river, stronger than the distance between them. And no matter how many years passed, no matter how many obstacles stood in their way, the weaver girl and the cowherd would always find their way back to each other. Because true love, the kind that survives the trials of the universe, never dies. And so, each year, on the 7th day of the 7th month, the world would hold its breath, and the stars would shine a little brighter, as the weaver girl and the cowherd shared one more precious moment together. A moment that was theirs alone. A moment that would live forever in the hearts of those who believed in the power of love. The sky had never seemed so vast. The stars twinkled with a silence that spoke of both eternity and sorrow. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a river of light, its cold, silvery surface reflecting the ache of a love too great to be quenched. On one side of this river stood a woman, her eyes filled with longing, her heart heavy with the weight of separation. She was the Weaver Girl, a celestial being so beautiful that even the stars dimmed in her presence. Yet her beauty was not enough to ease the pain in her soul. For across the river, on the other side of the universe, stood the cowherd, a mortal whose heart was so full of love for her that the heavens themselves trembled. They had once been together, their love untainted by the rules of the gods. She, the Weaver Girl, with her hands that wove the fabric of the stars, and he, the cowherd, with his humble heart and steady hands, had shared a love that no one, neither gods nor mortals, could understand. It was a love born from fate and desire, a love that defied the boundaries of what should be. But love like theirs was forbidden. The Queen of Heaven, her mother, had watched from above, and when she saw how deep their love had grown, she decreed that it must end. The Weaver Girl was to return to the heavens, never to touch the earth again. The cowherd was left alone, his heart breaking in the silence of the night. The stars, which had once been woven with love and laughter, now felt distant, cold. The Queen of Heaven had created a barrier between them, a river that spanned the sky, the Milky Way, so wide that no mortal could ever hope to cross it. And yet, the cowherd's heart refused to accept that this was the end. Each night, he gazed up at the stars, his eyes searching, hoping for a glimpse of the woman he loved. But no matter how hard he searched, she was always out of reach. The Weaver Girl, too, wept in the heavens, her heart aching with the same desire, the same yearning. She could see him across the river, standing in the vastness of the night, his eyes filled with sorrow. They were so close, yet so impossibly far. Her mother's decree was clear. The river was the divide between their worlds, and it would remain so for all eternity. But neither of them could forget the love they had shared. On the 7th day of the 7th month, something miraculous would happen. The gods, though powerful, were not immune to the pull of love. And so, on that one night each year, the stars above would part just enough to allow the Weaver Girl and the cowherd to cross the river. It was a night like no other, when the heavens themselves held their breath, and the world paused to witness the love that refused to die. The cowherd stood at the edge of the river that night, his heart pounding in his chest. The stars seemed brighter, closer, as if they too were waiting for something. He could feel it in his bones, the pull, the promise that tonight, he would see her again. The very air around him seemed to hum with anticipation. He looked up, his eyes scanning the heavens, and then, there she was. The Weaver Girl, standing across the river, her eyes locked with his. Her beauty shone brighter than any star, her face illuminated by the light of the moon. It was her, the one he had been waiting for, longing for, all year long. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, the distance between them still too wide, yet their hearts were already beating as one. In the stillness of the night, they could almost feel each other's touch. The river between them shimmered, as if it, too, was aware of the power of their love. The Weaver Girl reached out her hand, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the river. And the cowherd, heart in his throat, did the same. Their fingers brushed the surface of the air, the space between them a chasm they could never cross. The distance was unbearable, and yet, they both knew, this was the only moment they would ever have, the only time the universe would allow them to be together. Then, the sound of wings filled the air. From the heavens came the great magpies, summoned by the gods, who had heard the cries of love rising from the earth. The birds came in a great flock, flying over the river, their wings creating a bridge of feathers between the two lovers. It was their only chance. The cowherd reached across, his heart pounding in his chest, and the Weaver Girl did the same. And for the briefest of moments, their hands touched. It was as if the heavens themselves held their breath. Time seemed to stop as they stood there, their fingers intertwined, their hearts finally together again. The world, the stars, the very universe seemed to hold still in that fleeting instant. But as with all things, the moment passed too quickly. The magpies began to disperse, their wings no longer forming the bridge between them. The river once again stretched wide, an impenetrable barrier. The weaver girl and the cowherd were separated, the pain of their parting sharper than any sword. The weaver girl's eyes filled with tears as she stepped back, knowing that in a moment she would be lost to him again. The cowherd stood helpless, his heart breaking as the stars dimmed once more. But the love they shared was not bound by time or space. It was a love that would survive the centuries, the eons, even the heavens themselves. And though they were torn apart again, they knew that next year, on the 7th day of the 7th month, they would find each other once more. And so, the cycle continued. Year after year, the cowherd and the weaver girl waited for their one night together, the one night when the universe itself allowed them to touch. On that night, the world paused. Time seemed to hold its breath, and the stars shone brighter, as if they, too, were witnessing the greatest love story ever told. It was a love that would never die, no matter how many rivers the gods placed between them. It was a love that would survive, year after year, for as long as the stars shone in the sky. And so, the heavens watched, as the cowherd and the weaver girl reunited once more, their love eternal, their hearts forever bound. The rain fell in a steady, relentless rhythm, drenching the streets and the fields, soaking everything in a blanket of gray. The air was thick with mist, and the world seemed to be wrapped in a haze. Amidst this downpour, a figure moved quietly through the rain-soaked streets, cloaked in a deep green robe, her movements graceful and almost otherworldly. She walked with the air of someone who belonged to a world beyond this one, someone who carried a secret that could shatter everything if it were ever revealed. Her name was Madame Bai, though most knew her simply as Bai Sujin. She was a woman of beauty, elegance, and kindness, whose presence could light up the darkest room. But what no one knew, what she kept hidden from all but a few, was the truth of who she really was. She was not just a woman, she was a serpent spirit, a creature of legend and myth, whose body once slithered through the rivers and forests, far from the human world. For centuries, Bai Sujin had waited, hiding her true nature, searching for something, someone, she could love without fear. And then, one fateful day, she found him. His name was Su Xian, a young scholar who lived in the bustling city near the banks of the West Lake. He was gentle and kind, his heart pure and full of promise. On a warm spring day, their paths crossed by chance, when Bai Sujin, in her human form, encountered Su Xian on a bridge overlooking the serene waters. His eyes, filled with curiosity and wonder, met hers, and for the first time in her long existence, Bai Sujin felt something stir within her. It was a feeling that made her heart race, something more powerful than the rivers or the winds, something she had never known before. He smiled at her, his face full of warmth and innocence, and in that moment, something inside Bai Sujin broke free. She no longer felt like a creature of legend, no longer a serpent hiding in the shadows. She was a woman, standing before him, longing to be seen, longing to be loved. Their love blossomed quickly, as natural and inevitable as the seasons changing. Su Xian was captivated by her beauty and grace, unaware of the truth behind her eyes, the mystery that she carried with her. Bai Sujin, too, was enchanted by his gentle soul, his laughter, and the tenderness with which he treated her. They were perfect for each other, two souls drawn together by fate, as if the universe itself had conspired to bring them together. But their love, as deep and pure as it was, could not remain untouched by the forces that governed the world. For the gods, the immortals, and the spirits watched from their heavenly realms, and they saw the love that bloomed between the serpent spirit and the mortal man. And they were not pleased. There was one among them who could not allow this love to continue, a monk, Fa Hai, whose heart was cold with the righteousness of the heavens. He saw Bai Sujin for what she truly was, a serpent spirit who had disguised herself as a mortal. To him, this was a betrayal, a crime against the natural order, a love that defied the balance of the world. Fa Hai's heart was resolute, and he would stop at nothing to break the bond between the serpent and the man. One day, when Su Xian was ill and unable to stand on his own, Bai Suzhen, desperate to help him, dared to reveal her true form. She made a potion from the sacred herbs she had guarded for centuries, a remedy that could cure any illness. As she stood by his side, she revealed her secret, her true nature as a serpent spirit. She shed the skin of the woman she had become and revealed the serpent that had always been a part of her. Su Xian looked at her, his eyes wide in disbelief. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. The woman he loved, the woman who had given him everything, was not human. She was something far greater, far older, something that defied understanding. But despite his shock, despite the fears that crept into his heart, he saw the love in her eyes, the same love he had felt for her since the day they met. And for a moment, it was enough. But fate was not so kind. Fa Hai, the monk, saw this as the moment to strike. With his powers, he conjured a storm that would separate them forever. He captured Bai Suzhen and trapped her in a deep, inescapable tomb at the bottom of the Jinshan mountain, far from Su Xian's reach. She was locked away, her love for him a secret held in the silence of the stone walls, while Su Xian, broken and alone, could do nothing but mourn the loss of the woman he had come to love more than life itself. Years passed. Su Xian, consumed by grief, continued to live, though his heart was no longer whole. He tried to forget, tried to move on, but the memory of Bai Suzhen haunted him. On the eve of their wedding day, when the night was thick with the scent of longing and regret, he found himself drawn to the tomb of Jinshan Mountain. There, he knelt, his heart heavy with the weight of his past, and prayed for her, not knowing if she still lived, not knowing if she could ever return. And then, as if the very heavens themselves had heard his cry, Bai Suzhen emerged from the tomb. She had broken free, using all her power and strength to escape the prison that had kept her from him for so long. Her body, once a serpent, now returned to its human form, but her heart remained the same, forever bound to Su Xian, forever faithful to the love that had endured the trials of time. Their reunion was brief, but it was enough. For a moment, they were whole again, the love that had been ripped from them finally restored. But the world, as it always does, could not allow them to be happy. The gods, seeing the love that defied them, demanded that Bai Suzhen return to her prison, to the tomb that had once held her captive. She fought with everything she had, but it was not enough. The heavens took her away once more, and Su Xian was left with nothing but the memory of the love they had shared. His heart, though broken, continued to beat, for he knew that in the deepest corners of his soul, Bai Suzhen was still with him. And every year, on the night of the full moon, he would walk by the West Lake, waiting for the day when they would finally be reunited, when love, at last, would conquer all. But as the years passed, the storm of their love continued to echo in the sky, a tragic romance of a serpent spirit and a mortal man, forever bound by the memories of a love that could not be contained. Under the pale light of a full moon, the water of West Lake shimmered like liquid silver. It was a tranquil evening, the kind where even the whisper of the wind felt like a secret shared only by the trees. The air was thick with the scent of lotus flowers, and the soft ripple of the lake surface seemed to carry a story of its own. In the distance, a figure appeared by the water's edge, cloaked in the guise of a woman, yet there was something ethereal about her, something that didn't quite belong. The wind howled through the mountains, carrying with it the cold bite of winter, as Meng Jiangnu stood at the foot of the Great Wall. Her heart was heavy, weighed down with a grief so deep it seemed to seep into her very bones. Her eyes, red from days of weeping, stared at the vast stretch of stone that stood before her, unyielding and endless. It was said that the Great Wall was a monument to strength, a defense against enemies, a symbol of the empire's power. But for Meng Jiangnu, it was a prison. The wall had taken everything from her. She had been a simple woman, married to the man she loved, Fan Shiliang. Their life together had been simple, full of the quiet joy of shared moments and tender affection. Their love had bloomed in the warmth of their little home, with laughter and dreams of a future together. But like so many others, Fan Shiliang had been forced to join the Emperor's army to work on the Great Wall. The emperor, driven by ambition and desire for control, sent thousands of men to build the wall, forcing them to toil day and night, their lives consumed by the monumental task. It was no different for Fan Shiliang. He had kissed her goodbye, promising he would return, that they would be reunited once the wall was complete. "I will return to you, my love," he had said, his voice filled with determination, though his eyes held a shadow of doubt. "I will return." But the days turned into months, and the months stretched into years. With every passing season, Meng Jiangnu's longing grew. She waited, alone, her heart aching with each day that slipped away. She sent word to the wall, asking about her husband, but received only silence in return. Her worry grew, gnawing at her, until she could no longer stand it. She knew she had to find him, to make sure he was safe, to feel his arms around her again. So, with only a small bundle of belongings and a heart full of hope, she set out on a journey that would take her far from home. She traveled across the land, through mountains and rivers, braving dangers, her spirit unbroken despite the sorrow that clung to her every step. She did not care how far she had to go, or what she had to endure. She would find her husband, or she would die trying. After many long days of travel, she finally reached the Great Wall. It loomed before her, stretching across the horizon like a giant serpent coiled through the earth. Her heart twisted as she gazed up at the stone fortress, the sound of her footsteps lost in the vast emptiness. She called out for Fan Shiliang, her voice echoing in the cold air, but there was no answer. Tears filled her eyes as she walked along the base of the wall, searching, calling, but there was no sign of him. She could feel the weight of the years pressing down on her, and her hope began to waver. Had he truly been lost? Had he fallen in the name of the Emperor's madness? Days passed. She slept beneath the stars, her heart heavy with despair. Her grief seemed to swallow her whole, until one fateful morning, as she sat on a rock by the side of the wall, a soldier approached her. His face was weary, his eyes haunted by the same fatigue that she had seen in so many others. He told her that Fan Shiliang had been one of the many who had died while building the Great Wall. He had perished from exhaustion, buried under the weight of the stones, his body lost to the cold and the cruel, unyielding structure that had consumed him. The words were a knife to her heart. She fell to her knees, unable to breathe, unable to move. The pain was too much. It tore through her, a pain deeper than any she had ever known. The love of her life was gone, and there was nothing she could do to bring him back. Her mind swirled with disbelief, anger, and sorrow. The great wall that had once seemed a symbol of strength now felt like a tomb, a prison for all the lives it had claimed. And in that moment, something inside her snapped. The grief that had consumed her heart began to burn with a fire that was all-encompassing. Her sorrow became an unbearable rage, and she stood there, her body trembling with emotion, her hands clenched into fists. And then, with a voice like thunder, she cried out. Her scream echoed across the land, a cry of pain, of loss, of an unbearable love that could never be returned. Her tears, hot and fierce, began to flow, spilling from her eyes like a river of sorrow. They fell onto the stones of the Great Wall, each tear carrying with it the weight of her broken heart. And as her grief poured out of her, something incredible happened. The Great Wall trembled. The stones shifted, the ground beneath her feet shook. And then, before her very eyes, the wall cracked, a great fissure splitting through the stone. The earth groaned as if it were alive, as if it too could feel her pain. The power of her grief was so strong that it brought down the very thing that had taken her husband from her. The wall collapsed in a massive heap of rubble, and in that moment, Meng Jiangnu's tears became legend. Her sorrow had torn apart the Great Wall, the symbol of the Emperor's power, the barrier that had kept them apart, leaving nothing but a pile of broken stone and dust. The earth itself had answered her call, and the mighty wall that had stood for centuries was no more. But even in the silence that followed, the world seemed to hold its breath. Meng Jiangnu stood there, her heart still heavy, still broken, yet somehow relieved. The wall that had stolen her happiness had been brought down by the force of her love, her grief, and her unwavering devotion to the man she had lost. And though the Great Wall had fallen, the memory of Fan Shiliang and the love they shared would never be forgotten. It lived on in the heart of the woman who had brought it all crashing down. Her tears, the tears of a woman whose grief knew no bounds, had changed the world forever. In the heart of the ancient land, where mountains touch the sky and rivers wind like silver threads through the earth, there is a belief older than time itself. It is said that the world is guarded by 4 sacred beings, creatures whose power, grace, and virtue shape the very fate of all things. The dragon, the phoenix, the turtle, and the qilin are not just symbols, they are the living essence of the natural world and its mysteries. Their spirits are etched into the fabric of the universe, their presence felt in every gust of wind, every flicker of light, and every shadow that dances in the corners of the earth. One night, as the full moon cast its pale light across the land, an old storyteller sat beneath the shade of an ancient tree, her voice soft but clear, carrying through the cool night air. Children gathered around her, eyes wide with wonder, eager to hear the tale of these sacred creatures, whose power could shape kingdoms, stir the hearts of rulers, and protect the very balance of the world. Long ago, the storyteller began, in the early days of the world, when the earth was young and the heavens still whispered their secrets to the stars, the dragon emerged from the depths of the sky. It was not just any dragon, but a creature of unimaginable power, its scales glimmering like the stars themselves, its eyes like fiery orbs that could scorch the heavens with a single glance. It was the embodiment of strength, ambition, and transformation. Its wings stretched across the horizon, and wherever it flew, the world trembled in awe. The children leaned in closer, the story unfolding before them like a dream. The dragon ruled the heavens, but it did not do so out of greed. It was a protector, a guardian of the realms, ensuring that balance was maintained between the elements. When the heavens threatened to crack under the weight of their own power, the dragon was there, coiling through the clouds, its breath turning storms into gentle rains, its roar a reminder that power could be both fierce and benevolent. It was said that if a ruler possessed the heart of a dragon, they would rule with wisdom and strength, but if they were corrupted by pride, their downfall would be swift. The storyteller paused, her voice dipping lower, as though sharing a secret only the night could hear. And then there was the phoenix. Ah, the phoenix, a bird of fire and rebirth, whose wings sparked flames that could cleanse the world of all its impurities. The phoenix was a creature of beauty, its feathers shimmering like the sunrise, its song a melody that brought peace to the hearts of all who heard it. The phoenix knew that death was not the end, but a beginning. It lived 1,000 lives, each one more radiant than the last, rising from the ashes of its previous form, more magnificent than ever before. It was the symbol of hope, of renewal, of virtue that could never be destroyed. The children's faces reflected the warmth of the tale, as though the very essence of the phoenix's fire had touched their hearts. The turtle, ancient and wise, was a creature whose shell carried the weight of the world. It was slow, but its steps were measured, each one deliberate, each one carrying a deep understanding of the passage of time. The turtle knew that power was not always in speed, but in the quiet moments of reflection, in the patience to wait for the right moment to act. It was said that the turtle's wisdom could guide even the most troubled soul, and its very presence could turn the tide of battle or decision. With its steadfast nature, the turtle reminded all who saw it that true strength lay not in force, but in endurance and thoughtfulness. The night grew deeper, the children's breaths held in anticipation, for the final creature was the one they most longed to hear about. And then, the storyteller whispered, there was the qilin. The qilin was a creature of elegance, like a dragon and a deer combined, with hooves that seemed to glide across the earth, leaving trails of lush grass in its wake. It was a creature of peace, its very presence a sign of prosperity and harmony. Where the qilin walked, the land flourished, the crops grew strong, and the people lived in harmony. The qilin was the embodiment of virtue, a reminder that greatness came not from domination, but from leading with kindness and wisdom. The wind seemed to sigh through the leaves, as if the earth itself was breathing a quiet breath of reverence for the qilin's spirit. Together, these 4 sacred beings, dragon, phoenix, turtle, and qilin, formed the balance of the world. The dragon represented power and transformation, the phoenix, rebirth and hope, the turtle, wisdom and endurance, and the qilin, peace and virtue. They were not just creatures of myth, but the living forces that governed the fates of men, the rise and fall of kingdoms, the cycles of nature. When they were in balance, the world thrived. When their energies were disrupted, chaos would follow. It was said that when a ruler possessed the qualities of these sacred beings, strength, wisdom, beauty, and peace, then the world would know prosperity. But when they strayed from this path, when they became corrupted by greed or pride, the earth itself would tremble, and the spirits would stir. The children were silent now, lost in the magic of the story, feeling as though they too could hear the distant roar of the dragon, the song of the phoenix, the slow, steady steps of the turtle, and the gentle rustle of the cheetah's hooves on the earth. And in that silence, the storyteller's voice grew soft once more. "Remember," she said, her eyes glinting in the dim light of the fire, "these creatures live not just in stories, but in all of us. We all carry within us a little bit of the dragon's strength, the phoenix's hope, the turtle's wisdom, and the cheetah's peace. It is up to us to honor these virtues, to seek balance in our lives, so that the world may continue to thrive, just as the spirits of the sacred animals continue to guide us." The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of peace, as though the very earth was nodding in agreement. The children, their eyes wide with wonder, knew that they would never forget the lesson of the sacred animals, for in their hearts, the dragon, the phoenix, the turtle, and the cheetah would live on forever. The river was wide, its waters dark and swift. Beneath the surface, 1,000 creatures swam, but among them, there was one that dreamed of something far beyond the quiet life of the water. A carp, sleek and silver, darted through the currents with an unusual energy, an energy that set it apart from the others. The carp didn't just swim for food or shelter, it swam with purpose, driven by an ambition that seemed to come from somewhere deep within. For years, the carp watched the distant waterfall, the great dragon gate that sat perched at the edge of a high cliff. It had heard the legends, whispered through the ripples of the river, of how any fish that could leap through the gate and over the waterfall would transform into a dragon, its body reborn into a creature of unimaginable power. The tales had been passed down for generations, and they filled the carp's heart with a yearning it could not explain. The carp had always known, deep inside, that it was destined for more than just a life in the river. Day after day, it would swim toward the base of the waterfall, trying to leap, but the current was too strong, the distance too far. Time after time, it failed. Other fish laughed, swam lazily by, their lives content with the river as it was. But the carp never stopped. The dream was too powerful to ignore, and no matter how exhausting or discouraging the attempts, it kept swimming, its body growing stronger, its resolve only deepening. The months passed, seasons shifted, and still, the carp tried. The waterfall seemed as far away as ever, and the gap between its dreams and reality felt as wide as the river itself. But the carp never wavered, for it knew that nothing worth having ever came easily. Each time it failed, it learned, adjusted, and tried again. There were moments when the water felt too cold, the current too fierce, and the journey too long, but the carp's heart never faltered. It began to understand that the struggle itself was as important as the goal. One morning, as the mist from the waterfall rose in the air, the carp gathered every ounce of strength it had. Its muscles ached, and its fins burned from the effort, but there was no turning back. It was now or never. With a final, powerful thrust of its tail, the carp leaped from the water. For a split second, it hung in the air, suspended between the world it knew and the unknown that awaited. The roar of the waterfall filled its ears, the spray from the water kissing its body like a blessing. And then, as if the very heavens themselves had opened, the carp soared higher, its body propelled by the purest force of will and perseverance. The world blurred around it as the carp felt a surge of power, unlike anything it had ever known. It passed through the gate, and in an instant, its body was transformed. Its scales shimmered with the glow of the sun, its form lengthening and twisting until it became something magnificent, something beyond earthly comprehension. It was a dragon. The transformation was overwhelming, a wave of sensation too powerful for words. The carp felt its spirit expand, the weight of its journey, the countless trials, and moments of doubt, all of it had led to this moment. In that instant, the dragon knew that the struggle had not just been about reaching the gate, but about becoming something more than it ever could have imagined. The dragon soared through the skies, the wind singing in its ears, its wings cutting through the clouds. It felt free, untethered, as if the very earth had given way to the heavens. But even as it reveled in its newfound power, the dragon remembered the river. The quiet ripples, the steady current, the patient waiting. It remembered the humble carp that had once been, the fish that had swum tirelessly against the tide, against every obstacle, knowing that its future was worth the pain, worth the struggle. It was then that the dragon understood. The journey had not been about the goal alone, but about the perseverance, the strength forged in the depths of struggle. The transformation was not a single leap, but the culmination of every effort, every failure, and every moment of persistence. The carp had already become a dragon, not in the moment of its flight, but in every moment leading up to it. As the dragon flew higher, it saw the river below, the water now calm and still, waiting for the next dreamer. It understood that transformation was not only about breaking through barriers, but about embracing them, learning from them, and using them to grow stronger. The world below, with its challenges and obstacles, was as much a part of the journey as the flight above. The dragon knew that it had become something greater, not just because of its new form, but because it had never given up. The true essence of transformation lay in the heart of the one who dared to keep going when the world seemed determined to keep them down. The dragon was no longer a fish swimming in a river, it was a creature of the skies, soaring with the wind at its back and the heavens before it. But it would always carry with it the soul of the carp, the quiet determination that had first propelled it toward the Dragon Gate. And so, the legend of the carp and the Dragon Gate was passed down for generations. It became a symbol, a story told not just to inspire, but to remind all who heard it that the path to greatness was not without struggle. Transformation was not about easy victories, but about the quiet persistence of the heart, the courage to try again, and again, and again. For the carp had become the dragon, not through magic, but through its unyielding belief that it was worth the journey. Those who heard the story found their own courage in it, their own strength, as they faced their own gates, their own struggles. For as long as the river flowed, the legend of the carp would remind them that transformation was possible, not in the moment of success, but in every step taken toward it. And in that, the true magic of the Dragon Gate was found. The night was quiet, the world hushed beneath the silver glow of the moon. It was as if the entire sky held its breath, waiting for something magical to unfold. High above, far beyond the reach of any mortal, the moon shone brighter than ever before, casting its light across the earth in a soft, ethereal embrace. But there, in the pale light, there was a figure, a goddess whose beauty and sorrow were woven into the very fabric of the stars themselves. Chang'e stood alone, her eyes gazing wistfully at the earth below. She had once lived among the people, her heart full of love and joy, but now, she had become something else, something eternal, something alone. The moon, cold and distant, was both her sanctuary and her prison. She had been bound to it for centuries, never to return to the world she had once known. But even the moonlit silence could not quell the ache that lingered in her heart. She missed the warmth of the earth, the laughter of those she had left behind, and most of all, she missed him, the man she had loved with all her soul. Her companion in this lonely eternity was the moon rabbit, a creature born from the quiet pulse of the moon itself. The rabbit hopped gently around her, its soft fur shimmering in the moonlight. It was said that the rabbit had once been a mortal, a being like any other, until the magic of the moon had transformed it into this immortal creature. The rabbit was her friend, her confidant, and the only living soul she could speak to now. Yet, even with the rabbit beside her, Chang'e's heart felt heavy. For no matter how beautiful the moon, how endless the sky, she could not shake the memory of the life she had left behind. Long ago, Chang'e had been a mortal woman, known for her grace, kindness, and unshakable beauty. She had lived with her beloved Hou-yi, the great archer, in a peaceful home where love had flourished like a blooming flower. But their happiness was not meant to last. Hou-yi, having earned the favor of the gods, was gifted the elixir of life, an elixir that would grant him immortality. But as time passed, Chang'e realized the price of such a gift. Hou-yi's immortality meant that they would be separated forever. The thought of losing him, of never aging while he grew older and passed away, tore her apart. Desperate and afraid of the loneliness that awaited her, she made a choice that would change everything. In a moment of heartbreak, she drank the elixir of life, hoping to keep Hou-yi with her forever. But instead of keeping her close to him, it sent her soaring into the heavens. As she ascended, her heart shattered, knowing that her beloved would never be able to join her in the cold expanse of the sky. The gods, angry with her for defying the natural order, condemned her to live alone on the moon, never to feel the warmth of the earth or the touch of another living soul. And so, she was bound to the moon, a goddess in exile, her only companion the moon rabbit that hopped about, endlessly grinding the medicine of immortality. The rabbit, too, was bound to the moon by the same magic, a reminder of the cost of immortality. Chang'e's grief was a quiet thing, a constant undercurrent to her existence. Each night, she looked down at the earth and saw the world moving on without her, saw Hou-yi, aged and worn, still remembering her, but unable to reach her. She could not speak to him, could not hold him, and every night, her heart would break all over again. The rabbit, ever loyal, would sit by her, its large eyes full of silent understanding, but it could not ease her pain. The legend of Chang'e and the moon rabbit was not just a story of love and loss, it was a story of longing, of the sacrifices made in the name of love. It was a story that transcended the bounds of time, a story whispered by the winds, carried on the breath of every full moon. When people looked up at the moon, they saw not just a glowing orb in the sky, but a symbol of the love that could not be contained, a love that had crossed boundaries and defied fate. The moon rabbit would continue its endless task, forever grinding its mortar and pestle, while Chang'e, with her sad smile, would watch over the world she could no longer touch. But there was one night, every year, when the moon shone brightest and the earth seemed to hold its breath. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the people below would honor Chang'e, her sacrifice, and the love that had led her to the moon. They would gather together, feast on mooncakes, and gaze up at the moon, offering their prayers and hopes to the goddess who lived there, hoping that perhaps, just perhaps, their love would reach her in some small way. But even as they did, the loneliness in Chang'e's heart would remain. The love she had for Hou-yi, the longing she carried for him, could not be soothed by their prayers or their gazes. She was still the goddess of the moon, bound to the heavens by the very elixir of life that had given her immortality. She had been made eternal, but it had come at the cost of her happiness, at the cost of the man she had loved. Each night, as she stood by the edge of the moon, watching the earth from afar, she wondered if the love they had shared had truly been worth it. Would the pain of separation ever fade? Would the passing of time ever dull the ache in her heart? The moon rabbit, ever devoted, continued its task, not understanding the depths of the sadness that lingered in the goddess's soul. But it stayed by her side, a companion through the centuries, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, no one need truly be alone. And so, the story of Chang'e and the moon rabbit endured, both a tragic tale and a symbol of eternal love. A love that could not die, even though it had been torn apart by fate. As long as the moon hung in the sky, her story would shine through, a silent, glowing testament to the strength of the heart and the sacrifices made for love. In the dead of night, when the earth seemed still, a soft wind howled through the darkness. Beneath the surface of the world, unseen by mortal eyes, there was a place where the souls of the dead wandered. It was a place of shadows and endless corridors, a realm so cold that it could freeze the soul itself. This was Diyu, the Chinese hell. The souls of the wicked found themselves here, each one caught in an eternal struggle, unable to escape the consequences of their actions. Diyu was not one hell, but many. Layers upon layers of suffering and judgment, each designed to punish sin and cleanse the soul. Some souls passed through quickly, their sins small and easily forgiven, while others were trapped in its depths for eternity. Here, there was no mercy, only the cold certainty of consequence. At the very entrance stood a towering gate, its dark iron bars twisted and gnarled, as though it had been wrought from the very nightmares of those who had passed through it. The gate of hell. To cross it was to leave the world of the living behind and descend into the terrifying unknown. Beyond the gate lay the first layer of Diyu, a vast and desolate plain where the damned were first judged. Here, the soul would be stripped of its earthly form, laid bare before the judges, and forced to confront every sin it had ever committed. The air was thick with a foul stench, as if the very earth itself had been corrupted by the suffering of the souls. The wails of the damned echoed through the air, chilling the bones of anyone who dared to listen. Some of them wandered aimlessly, their faces contorted in agony, while others wept openly, calling out for a salvation that would never come. Each of them had been judged, their crimes written out on scrolls that hung around their necks, heavy with the weight of guilt. But this was only the beginning. Deeper into DU, there were many more layers, each one more harrowing than the last. The second layer was a place of endless fire, where the souls of those who had been cruel and merciless in life were burned alive in flames that never ceased. Their screams filled the air, their skin blistered and blackened, but it was not just the fire that tormented them, it was the unrelenting memory of the pain they had caused, the lives they had ruined, that burned them more than the flames ever could. Further down, the third layer held a river of blood, flowing with the red liquid of vengeance. Here, the souls of murderers and traitors were condemned to wade through the river, struggling against the tide. The blood seemed to come from every wound they had inflicted in their lives, from the people they had hurt to the promises they had broken. They were forced to drink from the river, the taste of blood on their tongues, as their hands and feet were chained to prevent their escape. And still deeper, beyond the river, lay the darkest and most terrible layers of all. A place where the damned were forced to relive their worst sins, over and over, until their hearts and minds broke under the weight of their own cruelty. Some souls were turned into animals, monsters who could do nothing but suffer for the very sins they had committed. Others were trapped in pits, drowning in their own despair, their cries swallowed by the darkness. But in the deepest of the layers, the final and most terrible judgment awaited. It was here that the most wicked were sent. The souls of those who had committed unforgivable acts were cast into a pit of unimaginable horror, a place where nothing existed but suffering. They were left to rot, their bodies eaten by demons, their minds consumed by endless torment. It was here that the evil truly met their end, never to return. For the inhabitants of DU, there was no escape. They could not bargain for their release or beg for mercy. They were bound to this place by the very sins they had committed, the stain on their souls too deep to be washed away. But the layers of DU were not just about punishment, they were also about redemption. Some souls, after enduring their suffering, might find a way to repent, to cleanse themselves of their sins. Only after endless torment could they hope for release, but even then, it would be uncertain. The torment of DU was not merely physical. It was a punishment of the mind, body, and spirit. Each soul had to confront the very worst parts of themselves, the darkest corners of their hearts. The guilt they had carried in life was magnified 1,000 times, suffocating them until they could no longer remember the lives they had once known. It was as if the sins they had committed had become part of the very fabric of their being, and to escape, they had to purge themselves of everything that made them who they were. Even the thought of escape was a cruel joke. Those who tried to flee would find themselves trapped in a never-ending maze, where every turn brought them back to the same place. The walls of DU seemed to close in around them, pushing them further into despair. But it was not the walls that held them, it was their own guilt, their own actions, that kept them bound. For those who had lived a life of kindness and humility, there was hope. They could pass through DU's layers with only the lightest of punishments, a reminder of the fleeting nature of life and the importance of compassion. But for those who had lived lives full of hatred, greed, and cruelty, the path to redemption was long and painful, often never to be reached. DU was a place where time seemed to stop, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead were blurred. It was a place where the sins of the past were never forgotten, where even the smallest misdeed was punished. But it was also a place where the possibility of redemption existed, a place where souls could learn the weight of their actions and, perhaps, be given a second chance. As the wind whispered through the empty corridors of DU, the souls of the damned continued their endless march, their cries and pleas falling on deaf ears. There was no one to listen to them now, no one to save them from the consequences of their own actions. And yet, for every soul that passed through DU, there was a chance, however slim, that they could be cleansed, forgiven, and allowed to return to the world of the living, a little wiser, a little kinder. In Du, there was no escape from the truth. There was only the unyielding march of time, the relentless punishment for sin, and the faint hope that, somewhere deep within the heart of this terrible place, redemption might still be found. A soft breeze rustled the leaves in the old family courtyard as the smell of incense lingered in the air. The flickering light from the lanterns cast dancing shadows across the stone path, leading to a small altar. On the altar sat offerings of fruit, tea, and flowers, simple tokens for those who had gone before. The ritual was sacred, and the silence of the evening made it feel as though the ancestors themselves were listening. There was a feeling that transcended time itself, as if the spirits of those who had passed were not far away, but hovering just beyond the veil, waiting for a moment to guide, to advise, to protect. It was here, in these quiet, intimate moments, that the living felt the weight of the past, of the people who came before them. Those ancestors were never truly gone. They existed in the whispers of the wind, in the rustling of the leaves, and the quiet murmur of the river. The old stories told of ancestors who watched over their descendants, offering guidance, love, and protection from beyond the grave. The belief was simple, but profound: the dead were not gone. They lived on, and their presence could still be felt. In the stillness of the night, one could almost hear their voices. The distant, echoing voices of those who had shaped the family's destiny, whose blood ran through the veins of the living. These voices were not merely memories, but guiding lights. The belief in the power of the ancestors was woven into the very fabric of life, and it was this connection that held families together, generation after generation. But the ancestors weren't always distant or quiet. There were stories, too, of times when they made their presence known in dramatic, life-changing ways. One story spoke of a young man struggling to make his way in the world. He was poor, his heart heavy with the burden of his failures, feeling as though the future held nothing but darkness. One night, as he sat in despair, he dreamed of his grandfather, a man long since passed. In the dream, his grandfather spoke with a voice full of love and wisdom, reminding him that he was not alone. "Remember who you are," the old man whispered. "Remember where you come from. You carry the strength of our ancestors." The dream stayed with him long after he woke, and soon after, a series of fortunate events unfolded. He found work, met people who offered him opportunities, and, with time, his life began to change. He never forgot that dream, and in the moments of his greatest success, he would often pause and say a quiet prayer to his ancestors, grateful for their unseen hands that had guided him. Ancestor worship, then, was not just about rituals or offerings, it was about a relationship, a living connection to the past. It was an acknowledgement that the actions of those who came before still mattered, that their sacrifices and wisdom still shaped the world of the living. And in return, the living kept their memory alive, ensuring that their spirits were honored, that their guidance was sought. In another village, an elderly woman sat by her fire, her hands deftly weaving a piece of cloth. Her children and grandchildren gathered around her, listening to the old stories that had been passed down through the generations. The stories were always the same, but they never grew old. There were stories of hardship and triumph, of ancestors who had fought and struggled, who had built homes and families, who had passed down wisdom with every word. And with every story, the elderly woman would say, "This is who we are. This is where we come from. Don't forget." To forget the ancestors was to forget one's own identity, to lose the thread that connected the generations. Without that connection, the living would be adrift, lost in the vastness of time. The ancestors provided roots, a foundation from which the living could rise. But not all of the stories about the ancestors were of peace and comfort. There were also tales of warnings, of ancestors who came back not to guide, but to chastise. It was said that when someone in the family strayed too far from the path, when they dishonored the memory of their forebears, the ancestors would come in dreams, in whispers, in shadows. They would appear not as benevolent spirits, but as reminders of the consequences of forgetfulness. It was in these moments that the living felt the weight of the past the most. There was once a man who, in his youth, had been reckless and selfish, ignoring the teachings of his elders. He lived a life of indulgence, caring only for himself and abandoning the traditions of his family. But as he grew older, he found himself lost, his wealth had dwindled, and his relationships with others had soured. One night, as he lay in bed, he dreamed of his ancestors. His grandfather, stern and unforgiving, appeared before him. "You have forgotten who you are," his grandfather said, his voice echoing in the silence of the night. "You have forgotten the sacrifices made before you, and the honor that is yours to uphold. Return to the path." When the man awoke, drenched in sweat, he could still feel the presence of his grandfather, the weight of his words pressing on his heart. From that day on, he worked tirelessly to restore his family's honor, to honor the memory of his ancestors. It was a long, hard road, but he never forgot the night when the spirits of the past had come to him, reminding him of his roots, of the legacy he was meant to carry. And so, ancestor worship was not merely a ritual to appease the spirits, it was a bond that transcended time and space, a reminder that the living and the dead were part of an eternal cycle. The ancestors were not forgotten figures from the past, but active participants in the lives of their descendants. They provided wisdom when needed, offered warnings when necessary, and celebrated triumphs when they came. In the quiet of the night, as the incense burned low and the lanterns flickered, the living felt their ancestors near. They were never truly gone, they were always there, watching, waiting, guiding. Through the rituals, through the prayers, the family continued to honor them, to keep their memory alive. In doing so, they ensured that the wisdom of the past would continue to shape the future, that the guidance of their ancestors would never be lost. The wind howled through the narrow gaps in the stone walls, carrying with it the scent of earth and the faint echo of voices long past. The bridge of forgetfulness stood before her, a lonely stretch of crumbling stone suspended over an endless, dark river. The fog that hovered above the water seemed to swirl with a life of its own, whispering in an ancient language only the dead could understand. The air was thick with the weight of the past, and though she couldn't see them, she could feel the countless souls that had crossed this bridge before her, their memories slipping away like sand through an open hand. At the end of the bridge stood a small hut, dimly lit by the faint glow of lanterns. Inside, an old woman sat by a fire, her face obscured by the shadows. She was the keeper of this place, the one who offered the final gift before a soul was allowed to begin anew. The woman, known as Mingpa, was the last stop on the road to reincarnation. She was the one who brewed the tea, a potion of forgetfulness that would erase the memories of the soul's past life, ensuring that each new beginning was free of the burdens of what had come before. As the soul approached the hut, Mingpa looked up, her eyes heavy with the weight of centuries. She had seen countless souls pass through, each with their own story, their own pain. Some came with hearts heavy with regret, others with souls broken by the struggles of their past lives. Some were eager to drink the tea, ready to forget and begin anew, while others hesitated, clinging to the memories that made them who they were. "Are you ready?" Mingpa asked, her voice gentle yet firm, as if she had asked this question 1,000 times before. The soul stood at the threshold, looking back at the bridge, at the distant memories that seemed to call out. But the pull of the tea, the promise of release from the weight of the past, was stronger. With a slow, hesitant nod, the soul stepped forward. The world beyond the hut was gone, the river's whispers fading as the warmth of the fire and the scent of tea took over. Mingpa motioned for the soul to sit across from her, the small cup of tea waiting on the wooden table. The steam rose in gentle spirals, carrying with it a strange, soothing aroma. The tea was not made from leaves or herbs, but from something far more profound, the essence of forgetting. It was not just a drink, but a passage. Once consumed, the soul would be washed clean, ready for the next cycle of life. The soul stared at the cup, uncertainty flickering in its eyes. What was it that would be lost with the sip? Would the love they had once known be erased? Would the sorrow that had shaped their every decision fade into nothingness? Would they remember the lessons learned, the people they had once been? "You will remember nothing," Mingpa said, her voice soft but unyielding. "Once you drink, the past will be gone. The joy, the sorrow, the lessons, the regrets, all will fade." A chill ran down the soul's spine, the weight of those words heavy in the stillness of the hut. The thought of forgetting everything, of losing the very essence of who they had been, felt both freeing and terrifying. What would they be without those memories? What would be left of them? Mingpo watched the soul closely, her ancient eyes studying them with a mix of compassion and resignation. She had seen it all before, the hesitation, the fear. It was natural. No one wanted to forget. No one wanted to lose the pieces of themselves that had been carved by time and experience. But the tea was not an erasure of the soul's identity, it was a rebirth, a chance for something new, something untainted by the scars of the past. There is no turning back, Mingpa said quietly, as though trying to ease the soul's uncertainty. Once you drink, you will be free. Free to begin again. The soul reached for the cup, the warmth of it grounding them as they lifted it to their lips. With a trembling hand, they drank, the tea smooth and bitter, sliding down their throat like liquid memories. In that moment, everything seemed to shift, the weight in their chest lightened, the fog in their mind cleared. The past began to dissolve, drifting away like mist in the morning sun. For a long while, there was nothing but silence. The world outside the hut seemed to hold its breath. The river below the bridge continued its relentless flow, indifferent to the passage of time. And then, slowly, the soul looked up, feeling something strange and unfamiliar. The memories were gone, every name, every face, every moment was lost. But there was no emptiness. No sorrow. Just the quiet sense of being, the quiet knowing that something had changed. Mingpa sat silently, her gaze steady on the soul, as though waiting for something. She had seen the transformation 1,000 times, how the soul would sit in the calm of forgetfulness, feeling both lost and liberated, all at once. The soul turned to her, a soft question in their eyes. What happens now? Mingpo's lips curved into a knowing smile. Now, you begin again. There was no sadness in the soul's heart, no regret for what had been lost. The past was gone, and with it, the burdens. There was only the promise of a new life, a new chance, a new story to write. The tea had done its work. The soul had crossed the bridge of forgetfulness, and now they stood on the threshold of something beautiful and unknown. The world beyond the hut seemed vast and open, waiting. The lanterns flickered softly in the breeze, the fire's warmth still lingering in the air. The river below continued to flow, its whispers fading with the passing of time. And Mingpa, who had watched over countless souls, who had guided them through the cycle of reincarnation, sat in her quiet corner, a silent witness to the endless journey that stretched before them all. Beneath a sky that shifted from pale gold to deep indigo, the West Lake stretched out like a shimmering mirror, reflecting both the heavens above and the rich history buried in its depths. The air carried a quiet hum, a blend of rustling willow branches and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. It was a place of tranquility, yet every ripple in the lake seemed to whisper of stories long past, of love, loss, and the yearning that transcends lifetimes. Long ago, when the lake was still untamed and its beauty untouched by human hands, a bond was forged between the earth and the heavens. A tear fell from the eyes of a goddess, sorrowful yet hopeful, and where it touched the mortal plane, the West Lake was born. It wasn't just water that filled its basin, it was the essence of devotion, an eternal symbol of connection. The lake became a haven for those whose hearts carried burdens too heavy to bear and for those who sought solace in its serene embrace. In the shadow of the Leifong Pagoda, a tale of love and sacrifice unfolded, leaving its mark on the lake forever. By Sujin, a white serpent spirit who had cultivated centuries of wisdom, took human form to experience the world above. Her grace was unmatched, her beauty radiant, but it was her heart that held the most extraordinary power, one capable of infinite love. Fate brought her to Su Xian, a humble but kind-hearted scholar. Their meeting was like a soft wind stirring still waters, something ancient and unspoken passed between them. Su Xian, unaware of Bai Sujin's true nature, saw only the purity of her soul and fell deeply in love. Together, they built a life, their joy as boundless as the lake that mirrored their happiness. But love, as pure as it was, did not shield them from the world's trials. A powerful monk, Fa Hai, saw through by Suzhen's mortal guise and grew convinced that their union disrupted the balance between the human and spiritual realms. He sought to separate them, believing that mortals and spirits were not meant to intertwine. The storm he unleashed was no mere metaphor. Rain poured from the heavens, and thunder rolled across the lake as Fa Hai summoned his powers to imprison Bai Suzhen beneath the Leifeng pagoda. Her cries echoed through the storm, carrying the weight of her love and the torment of separation. Su Xian, devastated but determined, returned to the lake every day, searching for a way to free her. The waters seemed to mourn with him, their surface reflecting his grief like an unspoken prayer. The lake became a living memory of their love, a reminder that even in separation, their hearts remained intertwined. But the West Lake held more than one story of longing. There was also the tale of a young fisherman and a celestial maiden. On a night when the moon hung low over the lake, its reflection dancing on the water, the fisherman cast his net and pulled from the depths a golden lotus. The flower shimmered with a light that seemed not of this world, and as he held it in his hands, a figure emerged from the mist, a maiden with eyes like the stars and a voice that could calm the fiercest storms. She revealed that she had descended from the heavens to retrieve the lotus, a sacred emblem of her realm. Yet, as their eyes met, time seemed to halt. The connection between them was immediate and profound, as though the universe had conspired to bring them together. For a fleeting moment, they stood by the water's edge, their hearts speaking a language beyond words. But the laws of the heavens were unyielding. The maiden was bound to return, her place among the stars calling her back. She left with the lotus, her departure marked by a single tear that fell into the lake, creating ripples that seemed to echo her sorrow. The fisherman, now alone, would spend his days at the lake, the memory of her presence lingering in every breeze and every reflection. The West Lake became a sanctuary for stories like theirs, a place where love and longing coexisted, where the veil between worlds seemed thinner. Its beauty was more than surface deep, it was imbued with the emotions of those who had walked its shores, of those who had left pieces of their hearts behind. Even today, as the sun sets over the lake, painting the water with hues of orange and pink, it feels as though the stories are still alive. The air seems to hum with an ancient melody, a song of hope, of loss, and of the enduring power of love. The willow trees sway gently, their branches dipping into the water as if to comfort the souls who still linger. And as the night descends, the lanterns along the shore flicker to life, their reflections shimmering like stars on the lake's surface. It is said that if you listen closely, you can hear the echoes of the past, the laughter of Bai Suzhen and Su Xian, the soft whispers of the fisherman and his celestial maiden. The West Lake holds their stories, and in its quiet embrace, their love endures. The first light of dawn stretched its fingers across the summit of Mount Tai, painting the ancient stones with hues of gold and rose. The air was crisp, almost otherworldly, carrying a silence so profound it seemed to hum with hidden power. This was no ordinary mountain. Every step up its sacred paths felt like walking through the layers of existence itself, where the mortal met the divine, and the past seemed to whisper into the present. It was said that the goddess of Mount Tai resided here, her presence woven into the winds that swept through the pines and the streams that carved their way down the slopes. She was both protector and judge, a figure of compassion and unyielding strength. To seek her favor was to lay bare your soul, for her gaze saw beyond the surface, straight into the heart of one's intentions. Centuries ago, a young woman named Yuexin climbed the mountain, her heart heavy with a mixture of fear and hope. Her village had been struck by an unrelenting drought, the crops withering under the sun's unkind glare. Desperation led her to the tales of the goddess, who was said to hear the pleas of those brave enough to make the ascent. Clutching a bundle of offerings wrapped in humble cloth, Yuexin began her climb before the first rays of dawn, her steps steady but her resolve wavering. The path was arduous, winding through dense forests and rocky trails that seemed to test her at every turn. As she climbed higher, the air grew thinner, but the presence of the mountain grew heavier, as though unseen eyes watched her every move. Each shrine she passed seemed to pulse with energy, the incense offerings left by pilgrims still faintly fragrant. By the time she reached the summit, the world below was a distant memory, swallowed by clouds. The temple of the goddess stood before her, its ancient walls adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Yueshine knelt before the altar, her hands trembling as she placed her offerings, a small pouch of grain, a strip of silk, and a single lotus flower. With a voice that cracked under the weight of her emotions, she prayed for rain, not for herself, but for the fields that sustained her people. The air grew still. Then, a breeze stirred, carrying with it a scent unlike anything Yueshine had ever known, a blend of blooming flowers and fresh rain. She dared to look up, and there she was, the goddess of Mount Tai. Her form was luminous, her robes flowing like water, her face both ageless and infinitely kind. But her eyes were what held Yueshine captive, pools of light that seemed to hold the entire sky within them. "You have climbed far," the goddess said, her voice resonating like a song carried by the wind. "What you seek is not an easy gift to grant. Tell me, what would you give in return?" Yueshine's heart pounded. She had little to offer beyond what she had already given, but she thought of her village, of the children too young to understand why the wells had run dry, and she answered, "Anything. I would give my life if it meant my people could live." The goddess steadied her, the silence stretching into something almost unbearable. Finally, she smiled, and the clouds parted. Rain began to fall, gentle at first, then in torrents, cascading down the mountain like a blessing. Yueshine felt the cool droplets on her face and knew her prayer had been answered. But when she turned to thank the goddess, she found herself alone, the altar before her gleaming with water and light. Legends like Yueshine's became woven into the fabric of Mount Tai, each tale adding to the mountain's mystique. It was said that emperors ascended its peaks to offer sacrifices, believing the goddess held the keys to the heavens. Her domain was not limited to the physical world, she was the guardian of the underworld as well, ensuring the balance between life and death. Pilgrims came not only to seek blessings for the living but also to honor the spirits of their ancestors, believing the goddess could guide them safely to the next life. One tale spoke of a merchant who, after a life of greed and selfishness, was haunted by nightmares of his misdeeds. He climbed Mount Tai to seek redemption, carrying with him treasures he thought would please the goddess. But when he reached the summit, he found his offerings rejected. The goddess appeared, her gaze piercing, and said, "You cannot buy forgiveness with gold. It is earned through deeds and the sincerity of one's heart." Humbled, the merchant descended the mountain and spent the rest of his life aiding the poor, his wealth used to build schools and wells in his community. When he passed, it was said his spirit was carried by a soft wind to the peak of Mount Tai, where the goddess welcomed him with open arms. As the years turned to centuries, the stories of the goddess became inseparable from the mountain itself. Each stone step, each carved inscription, seemed to hold the echoes of those who had come before, seeking her guidance and leaving behind fragments of their stories. The mountain became a place where the mortal and the divine intertwined, a sacred bridge between worlds. Today, as the first light of dawn graces Mount Tai, the air still hums with an ancient energy. Pilgrims climb its paths, their footsteps echoing the journeys of those who came before. The goddess may not always reveal herself, but her presence is felt in every breath of wind, every rustle of leaves. She is there, watching, waiting, her spirit as eternal as the mountain itself. The waves crashed against the rocky cliffs of the South China Sea, their roar blending with the cries of gulls circling overhead. The sea, vast and unyielding, stretched endlessly, reflecting the hues of a setting sun. For those who lived by its shores, it was a giver of life and a taker of souls. Fishermen prayed for calm waters, families lit incense, hoping for their safe return. And always, they whispered her name, the Guanyin of the South Sea. It was said she appeared when despair seemed insurmountable, her presence a beacon of hope in the tempest. Her figure was often described as radiant, clothed in flowing white robes, her hands folded in a gesture of boundless compassion. Stories of her miracles spread like ripples in water, carrying both comfort and awe to those who heard them. One such tale began on a stormy night, when a fisherman named Lien found himself battling the wrath of the sea. His small boat was no match for the towering waves, and the wind howled like 1,000 grieving souls. His arms ached as he gripped the oars, his mind racing with thoughts of his wife and newborn daughter waiting for him back on the shore. The sea seemed determined to swallow him whole, and Lien, for the first time in his life, felt truly helpless. As his strength waned, he saw her. At first, he thought it was the moonlight playing tricks, but the figure grew clearer, a woman standing atop the waves, her feet seemingly unbothered by the chaos around her. Her gaze was calm, her expression serene. She raised a hand, and in an instant, the storm began to abate. The waves that had threatened to consume him receded, and the wind softened to a whisper. When Lien reached the shore, his boat battered but intact, he fell to his knees. He didn't need to ask who had saved him. The villagers gathered around, their faces pale with worry and relief. When he told them what he had seen, their fears transformed into reverence. They knew it was Guanyin, the goddess who watched over the sea and its people. But her miracles were not confined to the ocean. Another story spoke of a young girl named Mei, whose family was stricken by a terrible illness. Her parents lay weak and fevered, their breaths shallow. Desperate, Mei climbed the steep cliffs overlooking the South Sea, clutching a small offering of flowers she had picked from the forest. She knelt at the edge, her tears falling into the waves below, and prayed with all her heart. As dawn broke, Mei was startled by a soft voice behind her. She turned and saw Guanyin, her form illuminated by the first rays of sunlight. The goddess smiled gently and handed Mei a small vial of water. "Give this to your family," she said, her voice like a melody. "It will heal them." Mei hurried home, her heart racing with hope. She gave the water to her parents, and within moments, their fever broke. Their strength returned, and the color came back to their cheeks. The family lived to tell the tale, their gratitude to Guanyin growing with each passing day. Not all who sought her aid saw her with their eyes, but her presence was felt in countless ways. Sailors lost at sea would find their way home guided by a mysterious light. Crops that withered in drought would suddenly bloom after prayers were offered in her name. A child stolen by bandits was said to have been found unharmed, cradled in the arms of a woman who vanished the moment help arrived. One of the most enduring stories spoke of a small fishing village that faced an invasion by pirates. The villagers were no match for the heavily armed marauders. They gathered at the temple of Guanyin, their prayers desperate and fervent. Just as the pirate ships appeared on the horizon, a thick mist rolled in, so dense that even the nearest rocks became invisible. The pirates, unable to navigate, turned back, cursing the unnatural fog. The villagers, untouched by violence, knew it was Guanyin who had shielded them. Her compassion was limitless, yet there was strength in her gentleness. She was not a distant deity but one who walked among the people, her actions a testament to her love for all living beings. It was said that Guanyin could take on countless forms, appearing as a child, a mother, an elder, or even a beggar, to teach lessons of kindness and humility. There was a man named Chen who doubted her stories. He was a wealthy merchant, proud and dismissive of what he called peasant tales. One day, as he traveled along the coast, he came across a frail old woman struggling to carry a basket of fish. She asked for his help, but Chen laughed and walked away. That night, as his ship set sail, a sudden storm struck, fierce and unrelenting. The winds tore at the sails, and the waves threatened to capsize the vessel. In his terror, Chen remembered the old woman's face. He fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness, calling out to Guanyin for mercy. The storm ceased as suddenly as it had begun, and when Chen returned to the shore, he found the same old woman waiting for him. But this time, her form shimmered, and he realized he had been in the presence of the goddess herself. Overwhelmed with shame and gratitude, Chen devoted the rest of his life to helping others, building temples, and feeding the poor in her honor. The tales of Guanyin are endless, each one a thread in a tapestry of hope, love, and faith. Whether she calms the stormy seas, heals the sick, or shields the vulnerable, her actions remind the people of the enduring power of compassion. And so, they continue to light incense and offer prayers, knowing that the Guanyin of the South Sea is always near, watching over them with a heart as vast as the ocean itself. The old man moved with a quiet grace, his robes brushing the dust of the long-forgotten road. His hair was silver, like moonlight captured in strands, and his eyes held the weight of countless ages, as if he had seen the rise and fall of empires and the fleeting brilliance of stars. In his hand, he carried a scroll, bound not by thread but by the profound wisdom etched within its folds. Those who crossed his path would pause, unable to explain the pull of his presence, as if standing before a river that whispered secrets only the soul could understand. This was Laozi, the philosopher whose name would echo through eternity. Yet, his tale was more than teachings and verses. It was said that his mortal life was only the beginning, and that his journey led him far beyond the confines of this world, to realms untouched by time or decay. The story begins at the western gate of the Zhou dynasty, where Laozi, weary of the corruption and chaos around him, sought to leave civilization behind. Riding a humble ox, his figure appeared both serene and solitary, an image that etched itself into the minds of those who saw him. As he approached the pass, the gatekeeper, Yinshi, stood waiting. Yinshi had heard whispers of a great sage traveling westward, and when Laozi arrived, he knelt in reverence. "Master," Yinshi implored, "the world may lose its way, but it must not lose your wisdom. Will you leave nothing behind for those who yearn to understand the Tao?" Laozi gazed at the young man, his face unreadable. After a long silence, he dismounted, seated himself beneath an ancient cypress tree, and began to write. For 3 days and 3 nights, Yinshi kept vigil, watching as Laozi's brush danced across the parchment. When at last the scroll was complete, Laozi handed it to him. It would come to be known as the Tao Te Ching, a text that spoke of the way of the universe and the harmony of all things. With that, Laozi resumed his journey, disappearing into the western mountains. But this was not the end of his tale, far from it. Legends say that Laozi ventured into lands unknown, a place where the mundane and the divine blurred. Some spoke of him ascending to the heavens, where he became one with the cosmic order he had sought to understand. Others whispered of a hidden valley, cloaked in mist, where Laozi encountered the immortals. One such story tells of a night when Laozi, guided only by the pale light of stars, reached a bridge shrouded in swirling fog. On the other side stood a figure, cloaked and still. As Laozi approached, the figure spoke, its voice low and resonant. "Who seeks passage to the realm beyond?" Laozi bowed his head. "A seeker of truth." The figure stepped aside, and as Laozi crossed the bridge, the air grew lighter, the burden of mortality lifting with each step. On the other side, he found a gathering of beings who radiated an ethereal glow. Their laughter was like the tinkling of bells, their movements as fluid as water. These were the immortals, guardians of the Tao's deepest mysteries. They welcomed him, offering him a goblet filled with a golden elixir. "Drink, and you shall know what lies beyond life and death." Laozi hesitated, his mind a storm of curiosity and caution. Yet, as the scent of the elixir reached him, a blend of honey and earth, both sweet and ancient, he understood. This was not an escape but an awakening. He drank, and in that moment, time unraveled, revealing the endless tapestry of existence. Visions flooded his mind, mountains crumbling into the sea, stars blooming and fading, lives entwined in a dance of creation and decay. He saw himself not as a single being but as a thread in an infinite web, connected to all things. When the vision subsided, Laozi opened his eyes, and the immortals smiled. "You are no longer bound by the world," they said. "Yet your wisdom is needed there." And so, Laozi returned, not as the man he once was but as a guide who moved unseen among the living. He appeared in times of great need, his presence a gentle reminder of the Tao's eternal flow. There are tales of farmers finding him in their fields, his words unraveling their doubts. Wanderers claimed he appeared at crossroads, pointing them toward paths they hadn't seen before. But his most profound act came during a great famine that swept through the land. The rivers had dried, and the earth cracked under the weight of despair. Villages were abandoned, and the cries of the hungry echoed in the hills. One day, as the people gathered around a withered tree, they saw an old man approach, riding an ox as white as snow. He dismounted, his movements deliberate, and placed his hands upon the barren ground. "Life flows where harmony reigns," he said softly. "The Tao is within you, nurture it, and the earth will answer." The people watched in awe as shoots of green began to sprout beneath his fingers. The tree, thought long dead, bloomed with blossoms that filled the air with their fragrance. The rivers flowed again, and the famine lifted. When the villagers turned to thank him, Laozi was gone, leaving only the imprint of ox hooves and a sense of peace. Centuries passed, but the stories endured. It was said that Laozi could still be seen on moonlit nights, riding his ox across the heavens, his scroll tucked under his arm. Scholars debated his existence, emperors built temples in his honor, and the common folk left offerings at crossroads, hoping for his blessing. Yet, those who truly understood his teachings knew that Laozi was never far. He lived in the rustling of leaves, the murmur of streams, and the stillness of a quiet mind. His journey was not an escape from the world, but a reminder that the path to immortality lay not in reaching for the stars, but in embracing the simplicity of the Tao. And so, the legend of Laozi continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wisdom, compassion, and the boundless nature of existence. The mountain was silent, its jagged peaks shrouded in a blanket of mist that clung to the earth like an ancient secret. From the heart of this quiet stone rose a strange sound, a rumbling, low and persistent, like the earth itself was stirring. Then, without warning, the top of a great rock split open. A burst of golden light poured out, brighter than the sun. From within the stone came a figure, small yet radiating an uncontainable energy. It was a monkey, but not just any monkey. His fur glimmered as though kissed by sunlight, and his eyes burned with an intelligence far beyond his kind. He stretched, laughed, and leapt into the world, his cry echoing through the heavens. The Monkey King had been born. His first moments were those of wild joy. He bounded through the forest, each leap carrying him higher than the last, until he reached the tallest tree. From its peak, he looked out over the world with wonder. Mountains rolled like waves in the distance, rivers sparkled like silver threads, and the sky stretched endlessly, a canvas waiting for him to leave his mark. The other monkeys of the forest were drawn to him. They marveled at his strength, his courage, his boundless charisma. It wasn't long before he became their king. They followed him to the source of a great waterfall, where the rushing water crashed down with the force of 1,000 storms. No one had dared approach it, but the Monkey King laughed, a sound filled with mischief and daring. He dove straight into the torrent, vanishing for what felt like an eternity. When he emerged, he carried tales of a hidden paradise, a cave behind the waterfall filled with treasures and the soft glow of eternal peace. "This will be our home," he declared, and his followers cheered, their voices rising to match the roar of the falls. But contentment was a fleeting thing for the Monkey King. As he sat on his makeshift throne, watching his subjects frolic and play, a restless itch grew within him. The world beyond his forest called to him, and his heart burned with a desire to see it, to conquer it, to make it bow to his indomitable will. He left his mountain home, seeking out teachers who could give him the power to master not just his body but the world itself. He learned the art of transformation, bending his form to become anything he wished, a bird, a fish, a gust of wind. He steadied the clouds until he could ride them, dashing across the sky faster than the swiftest eagle. He stole secrets of immortality, laughing at death as he added layer upon layer of protection to his life. But his most prized possession came from the Dragon King of the Eastern Seas. The Monkey King, bold as ever, marched into the undersea palace, his eyes fixed on the glint of a weapon unlike any other, a staff of pure gold, glowing faintly as though alive. It was enormous, far too heavy for any mortal to lift. But to the Monkey King, it felt like an extension of himself. With a single hand, he twirled it above his head, sending waves crashing and winds howling. "Give it to me," he commanded, and though the Dragon King trembled with rage, he dared not refuse. Armed with his newfound power, the Monkey King returned to the world above, his arrogance swelling with each victory. He challenged the mightiest of warriors, outwitting them with his cleverness and overpowering them with his strength. No fortress could hold him, no army could stand against him. He proclaimed himself the great sage equal to heaven, a title that shook the celestial realm itself. The heavens could not ignore him any longer. They invited him to their domain, hoping to contain his chaos by giving him a place among the gods. But the Monkey King saw through their ploy. They gave him minor tasks, jobs beneath his dignity, and he responded with mischief. He devoured the sacred peaches of immortality, drank the elixirs of the gods, and caused havoc at every turn. When the Jade Emperor finally sent his armies to subdue him, the Monkey King met them with a grin. He wielded his golden staff like a whirlwind, his every strike creating tremors that rattled the heavens. Even the most fearsome generals fell before him, their weapons shattering like glass. It was then that Buddha himself intervened. The Monkey King stood defiant before the great figure, his pride unshaken. "I am the strongest," he declared. "None can hold me." Buddha smiled, calm and unyielding. He stretched out his hand and said, "If you are so great, leap from my palm. If you succeed, I will acknowledge your strength." The Monkey King laughed, his confidence unshaken. He leapt, soaring through the air, faster and farther than he had ever gone before. He crossed continents, oceans, even galaxies, until he landed at the edge of existence itself. There, he saw 5 great pillars standing like sentinels. To mark his triumph, he wrote his name on one and urinated at its base, a mocking gesture of his so-called victory. With a smug grin, he returned, only to find Buddha still waiting, his hand open. The Monkey King's heart sank as he looked closer, realizing the truth. The 5 pillars were Buddha's fingers, and he had never left the palm at all. Before he could react, the heavens shifted, and a great mountain fell upon him. Buddha's voice was soft yet firm. "You are strong, Sun Wukong, but strength without wisdom is a burden. Here you will stay until you learn humility." The Monkey King screamed and thrashed, his golden staff buried with him, his cries echoing through the ages. Time passed, and the world forgot the chaos he had once wrought. But beneath the mountain, his fiery spirit burned on, waiting, learning, transforming. This was not the end of his tale, only the beginning of something greater. The moon hung low, casting a pale glow over the narrow path that cut through the wilderness. The air was cold, biting at the skin, but Xuanzang's resolve burned hotter than the fiercest fire. He clutched his staff tightly, its wood worn smooth from countless miles of travel. His robes, though tattered and thin, carried the faint scent of incense, a lingering reminder of the temple he had left behind. Yet it was not the comforts of the temple that filled his mind now. It was the faint whisper of a higher calling, a mission that no one else dared to take. Xuanzang had been told to stay. The emperor's decree had forbidden anyone from leaving the land. But the heart of the young monk was not bound by borders. The scriptures he sought, the wisdom he craved, lay far beyond the reach of his homeland. Each day, the questions gnawed at him. What did it mean to truly seek enlightenment? How could one guide others without understanding the truths of the universe? His sleepless nights were haunted by the faces of his fellow monks, their chants hollow, their teachings lacking depth. Xuanzang knew he had to go. The scriptures of the West called to him like the pull of a distant star. His first steps out of the temple had been cautious, almost timid, but as he crossed deserts and climbed mountains, a fierce determination grew within him. Each mile was a battle, not just against the elements, but against the doubts that whispered in the back of his mind. The Gobi Desert stretched endlessly before him, a sea of golden dunes under an unrelenting sun. His throat burned with thirst, and his skin cracked from the heat, but he refused to stop. One evening, as he stumbled across the sand, his legs weak and his vision blurring, he fell to his knees. The horizon seemed to taunt him, promising salvation yet delivering only despair. He closed his eyes, tears mingling with sweat on his face. A sudden gust of wind swept through the desert, stinging his skin and carrying with it a faint sound, a chime, distant but clear. Xuanzang opened his eyes, and there, not far from where he had fallen, was an abandoned shrine. The chime of its bell swayed gently in the wind, and for a moment, he felt as though the universe itself had given him a sign. He prayed at the shrine that night, and when dawn came, his strength returned. He walked with renewed purpose, his staff carving steady marks into the sand. The path was never kind. Bandits lurked in the shadows of dense forests, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of a lone traveler. But Xuanzang, though unarmed, had an aura that seemed to hold danger at bay. His voice, calm and unwavering, carried a weight that even the most hardened criminals could not ignore. "I have nothing worth stealing," he would say, his gaze steady. "But if you take my life, know that I carry no hate, only forgiveness." Most of the bandits turned away, unsettled by the monk's composure. Those who did not found themselves haunted by his words long after he had disappeared into the trees. Through rivers that raged like untamed beasts, across icy peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens, Xuanzang pressed on. Each step brought him closer to India, to the land of the Buddha's birth, where the purest teachings awaited. Along the way, he encountered scholars who tested his resolve, sages who questioned his purpose, and villagers who saw him as a beacon of hope. One night, as he rested in a small village nestled in the mountains, an old woman approached him. Her hands were frail, her eyes clouded with age, yet her voice carried a quiet strength. "Why do you walk such a treacherous road?" she asked. Xuanzang looked at her, his face softening. "I walk because the world is filled with suffering," he replied. "If I can learn how to ease even a fraction of that pain, then no road is too treacherous." The woman smiled, her face wrinkling like parchment. "Then may your feet never falter," she said, placing a small bundle in his hands, a piece of bread, humble yet filled with the warmth of her care. Months turned into years, and Xuanzang's journey carved a legend across the lands. When he finally reached Nalanda, the great center of learning in India, the sight of its towering spires brought tears to his eyes. The monks welcomed him with open arms, marveling at the man who had defied empires and nature to seek wisdom. Here, Xuanzang found the teachings he had yearned for, scriptures that illuminated the truths of existence, of suffering and salvation. But his mission was not over. With scrolls and manuscripts carefully secured, he began the long road back to China. The return journey tested him in ways he could not have imagined. Storms tore at him with a fury he had never known, rivers swelled with monstrous strength, and illness gnawed at his body. Yet through it all, Xuanzang clung to his purpose. He was no longer just a seeker, he was a bearer of light, carrying knowledge that would change the lives of millions. When he finally crossed the border into his homeland, his once tattered robes were now adorned with the marks of his journey, scars of struggle and triumph. He walked into the emperor's court, his steps steady, his gaze unflinching. The scrolls he carried were not just relics, they were a bridge between worlds, a testament to the boundless potential of the human spirit. And though the sands of time would one day erode his name from memory, the echoes of Xuanzang's pilgrimage would live on, immortalized not in stone but in the hearts of those who dared to seek the truth. A quiet ripple disturbed the stillness of the celestial river, a shimmering thread of silver winding through the heavens. On its banks, a gathering of extraordinary figures stood in serene contemplation. Each bore a presence so distinct, so otherworldly, that one could not help but feel the weight of their stories. These were no ordinary souls, they were the 8 immortals, guardians of the mystical and wielders of miraculous powers. Their laughter and whispered tales echoed through the air, vibrant yet mysterious, like a melody sung by the stars. One of them, Zhongli Quan, towered above the rest, his long beard swaying with the breeze. His broad shoulders carried the quiet strength of a sage who had seen both the triumph and folly of mankind. In his hands, he held a feathered fan, ordinary in appearance but capable of reviving the dead with a single sweep. As he gazed at the river, his eyes clouded with thoughts of the countless lives he had touched, lives he had breathed back into existence, pulling them from the abyss of despair. Yet his power was not a gift of vanity. It was a reminder of the thin line between mortality and the divine. Nearby, He Xiangu knelt by the river's edge, her slender fingers trailing through the cool waters. Her figure radiated a delicate grace, and in her hand, she held a lotus flower, a symbol of purity and transformation. The bloom seemed alive, pulsing with a faint glow as though it carried the essence of life itself. He Xiangu had wandered the mortal world, using her flower to heal the sick and bring hope to the brokenhearted. Yet, her gift came with a burden, the endless ache of watching humanity repeat its mistakes, the endless call of suffering that only she could ease. The sound of a lute broke the air, light and playful. Lu Dongbin, with his sharp eyes and mischievous smile, plucked the strings with casual elegance. His blade, the sword of wisdom, rested at his side, a reminder of the battles he had fought, not with steel, but with the truths his weapon revealed. He had walked among emperors and beggars, cutting through lies and illusions to lay bare the truths that bound their fates. His laughter now carried a hint of irony, for he understood the futility of clinging to power or wealth. Yet he cherished the moments of joy, the fleeting connections that gave life its flavor. Han Xiangzi, the youngest among them, danced to Lu Dongbing's tune. His flute, carved from jade, shimmered as he raised it to his lips. The notes that poured forth seemed to wrap around the listener's heart, lifting it above the clouds. His music had once calmed storms and turned anger into peace. But tonight, his melodies carried a bittersweet longing, as though he played not for the heavens, but for a love long lost to time. Iron crunched underfoot as Zhang Guolao approached, his peculiar mount, a white mule that could fold into the size of a scroll, snorting beside him. He was a figure of contradictions, a hermit who wandered, a cynic who believed. He carried bamboo tubes, filled with elixirs brewed from ancient wisdom. With them, he had saved lives, though he often questioned the value of prolonging a life without meaning. His demeanor was gruff, but his eyes softened as he watched his companions, the bonds between them transcending lifetimes. A soft hum announced Lan Tsaihe, their androgynous member, whose tattered robes belied an immortal spirit. Their basket of flowers, a seemingly simple possession, carried an essence that could shift fate itself. With every bloom, Lan Tsaihe reminded the world of the beauty found in impermanence, the transient yet profound nature of existence. They often spoke in riddles, their words echoing truths that lingered long after they were spoken. At a distance, Taiguai leaned heavily on his crutch, the iron staff tapping a steady rhythm against the ground. His crippled form seemed a mockery of the divine power he wielded, yet his mortal shell held a strength that defied comprehension. In his gourd, he carried elixirs that could soothe even the most tormented soul. His gaze was distant, as though he still carried the weight of his past, a time when he had abandoned his own body to aid another in need. Chao Guojiu, dressed in the finery of an imperial court, stood apart from the group, his demeanor one of quiet dignity. The castanets he carried, symbols of order and balance, seemed out of place in his delicate hands. Yet they carried a power that could restore harmony to even the most chaotic of realms. His past was stained with regret, the memory of a family name tarnished by greed and corruption. But in his immortality, he sought redemption, his every action a step toward restoring the balance he had once disrupted. The night deepened, the celestial river gleaming under the light of 1,000 stars. The 8 immortals gathered close, their laughter fading into quiet reflection. Each bore a story of sacrifice and triumph, of mortal frailty and divine power. They were bound not just by their immortality, but by their shared purpose, to bridge the gap between the heavens and the earth, to guide humanity without dictating its fate. In the mortal world, their deeds were whispered in awe. A fisherman spoke of a miraculous wind that had carried his boat to safety during a storm. A farmer recounted how a stranger's flute had brought rain to his withering crops. A mother held her child close, her tears flowing as she described the sage with a fan who had saved her baby from death's grip. Yet the immortals themselves did not seek praise. They moved between the realms with quiet grace, their miracles often mistaken for coincidence. They knew the limits of their power, the fragile line between intervention and interference. And so, they walked among mortals not as gods, but as reminders of hope, resilience, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. The river shimmered once more, its surface rippling with the promise of dawn. The 8 immortals stood as silent witnesses, their forms casting long shadows that stretched across the heavens. They were guardians, not of perfection, but of the beauty found in imperfection, in the struggles and triumphs that defined the human soul. And as the first light of morning kissed the sky, they vanished, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their presence, a whisper on the wind, a ripple on the water, a story in the heart of humanity. The mountain air was thick with the scent of incense, curling in lazy tendrils toward a pale sky. A figure knelt in the shadows of an ancient temple, his hands trembling as he opened a scroll worn with time. On its surface were symbols that seemed to pulse with life, promising the unattainable, immortality. His heart raced, torn between hope and dread. He had abandoned everything to be here, his fortune spent, his loved ones left behind, all for this desperate pursuit. The elixir of life, the fabled nectar that could defy death, seemed closer than ever. And yet, he could not shake the feeling that it was slipping through his fingers like sand. Stories of immortality had gripped the hearts of emperors and peasants alike for centuries. Across the land, whispers spoke of the peaches of immortality guarded by celestial beings in the heavenly orchard. These peaches, it was said, blossomed only once every 3,000 years and bore fruit for the divine alone. One bite could grant an eternity of youth, free from the clutches of time. But the legends also carried warnings, quiet murmurings of those who sought the peaches and were swallowed by their hubris, never to return. In a quiet village nestled in the foothills, an old storyteller once recounted the tale of Chang'e and Chang'e. Chang'e, the archer who had saved the world by shooting down the burning suns, was gifted an elixir of immortality as a reward. But love had chained him to the mortal realm. He could not bear to leave Chang'e, his beloved wife, behind. One fateful night, however, Chang'e drank the elixir to save it from falling into the hands of a thief. As the potion coursed through her veins, she felt her body grow light, her feet lifting from the ground. Tears filled her eyes as she looked back at her husband, his cries fading as she ascended to the moon, destined to live there alone for eternity. For every tale of triumph, there were countless more of tragedy. The Emperor Chang'e, the first to unite the warring states, was one of the most infamous seekers of eternal life. He dispatched fleets of ships and caravans of scholars, scouring the world for the fabled elixirs. He consumed mercury pills crafted by his alchemists, believing them to be the key to immortality. But the irony was cruel. What was meant to grant him eternal life instead brought him closer to death, poisoning his body with each dose. His quest became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the cost of defying the natural order. High in the clouds, beyond mortal reach, lay the court of the Jade Emperor. There, among shimmering palaces and gardens that stretched beyond the horizon, stood the heavenly orchard. The peaches that grew there were the stuff of dreams, their skins glowing with a soft golden hue, their scent intoxicating. It was said that the Monkey King himself once infiltrated this sacred grove, devouring peach after peach in his insatiable hunger for power. Each bite strengthened him, his laughter echoing across the heavens as he danced with newfound vigor. But his arrogance drew the wrath of the gods, and his rebellion ended in chains beneath a mountain, a reminder that even immortality could not shield one from divine justice. For those who could not touch the heavens, the earth still offered its share of mysteries. The Taoist sages spoke of plants hidden deep within shadowy forests, herbs imbued with the essence of life itself. Rivers and caves were said to conceal ancient springs whose waters could halt the march of time. One man, a reclusive alchemist, spent his days grinding jade dust and brewing potions under the light of a full moon. His home was filled with scrolls that mapped the stars and whispered of hidden treasures, each more elusive than the last. Though he had never tasted the fruits of his labor, his eyes gleamed with the hope of a man who believed he was on the brink of unraveling the greatest mystery of all. Not all seekers were driven by greed or ambition. Some pursued immortality out of love, a desire to stay by the side of their beloved through endless days. A woman once stood on the edge of a cliff, her arms outstretched to the sky as she begged the heavens for a way to save her dying husband. A voice answered her, faint and distant, directing her to the peak of a sacred mountain. There, amid swirling mists, she found a single glowing flower. Its petals shimmered with an otherworldly light, and when she plucked it, its essence seeped into her skin. She returned to her husband, holding the flower to his lips. Though he awakened with strength restored, she found herself unable to age, cursed to watch as his mortality claimed him once more. The notion of eternal life had an allure that defied reason, a promise of escaping the inevitable. Yet those who achieved it often found themselves burdened with questions they could never answer. What was the worth of eternity without the fleeting beauty of a sunset, without the thrill of a heart racing in love, without the bittersweet ache of knowing each moment could be your last? Immortality, it seemed, was a gift wrapped in paradox, a treasure that cost more than it gave. In the quiet moments between legend and reality, one truth remained. The search for immortality was never truly about defying death, it was about finding meaning in life. The peaches, the elixirs, the mystical springs, each symbolized humanity's yearning for something greater, something that could anchor them in the face of uncertainty. And so, the tales continued to be told, passed down from one generation to the next, their echoes lingering in the hearts of those who dared to dream. The wind whispered through the ancient pines, carrying a strange energy that seemed to hum in the very air. A lone figure stood at the edge of a cliff, his robes rippling in the breeze, eyes scanning the land below. Hills rolled like gentle waves, rivers snaked their way through valleys, and mountains rose in solemn majesty. It wasn't mere beauty he sought. It was something deeper, something unseen but felt, a force that could shape lives, fortunes, and even destinies. He reached into his satchel, pulling out a compass unlike any other, its intricate carvings shimmering faintly in the fading light. With a steady hand, he aligned it, letting the unseen forces of earth and sky guide him. It is said that long ago, the earth dragon stirred beneath the soil, its massive body carving the mountains and valleys into patterns only it could understand. The skies mirrored the earth dragon's dance, with celestial winds tracing paths through the heavens. This harmony between the terrestrial and the celestial birthed a force, subtle yet powerful, that connected all living things. Those who learned to listen to this force, to see its unseen flows, became the first masters of an art so ancient that it felt woven into the fabric of existence. Feng Shui, the art of harmonizing humanity with its surroundings, was no simple skill. It was a symphony of balance, where mountains were guardians, rivers lifeblood, and wind and water messengers of change. Each element carried meaning, each direction a purpose. The old masters spoke of how even the placement of a single stone could ripple through the unseen currents of Qi, the life force that flowed through the universe. In a small village cradled by lush hills, there was once a young girl named Mei. She had grown up hearing her grandmother's stories of Qi, how the mountains protected their homes, how the river's gentle flow nourished their crops. But Mei saw more than what her grandmother described. When she walked the fields, she felt the earth beneath her feet buzz with energy. When the wind brushed past her, it carried secrets only she seemed to understand. Her family dismissed it as a child's imagination, but the village elders saw something in her eyes, a knowing that couldn't be taught. One morning, the elder called her to his hut. The room was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of burning herbs. He placed an old compass in her hands, its surface worn smooth by the touch of countless hands before hers. "This isn't just a tool," he said. "It's a key. It will teach you to see what others cannot, to feel the pulse of the earth dragon beneath your feet." Mei learned that the compass, the Luopan, was no ordinary device. It could align with the forces that shaped the world, revealing the hidden flow of Qi. It showed her where to build, where to plant, where to avoid. But it was not without challenges. Qi was like a restless river, ever-changing, unpredictable, and easily disrupted. She had to learn patience, to sit for hours under the sun or in the rain, waiting for the world to speak to her. One day, a wealthy merchant from a distant city arrived in the village. He was troubled, his fortunes dwindling despite his efforts to expand his business. He heard whispers of Mei's growing reputation and sought her help. Standing before his opulent but oddly cold home, Mei felt the dissonance immediately. The house loomed over a dry, cracked hill, its windows dark and lifeless. The air felt heavy, as if the house itself was suffocating. Inside, she traced her fingers along the walls, letting the Luopan guide her. The flow of Qi was blocked, tangled in a web of poor choices. The main door faced the wrong direction, inviting disharmony. Mirrors placed haphazardly reflected energy away, scattering it to nothingness. "Your house is at odds with the land," she told the merchant. "The earth dragon's breath cannot reach you here." The merchant, skeptical but desperate, allowed Mei to make changes. She realigned the entrance to face the rising sun, symbolizing new beginnings. She placed water features in the courtyard to restore balance, their gentle trickle echoing the song of life. Trees were planted in careful patterns, their roots anchoring the home to the dragon's flow. Over time, the merchant's fortunes turned. His home, once a source of unease, became a haven of harmony. But feng shui was not only for the powerful. In another tale, a humble farmer named Lin sought May's guidance. His crops had withered for years, no matter how hard he worked. When May visited his fields, she understood the problem immediately. The land was shadowed by towering cliffs, cutting it off from the sun and trapping stagnant air. "The dragon's energy is trapped," she said. Lin, with May's guidance, moved his fields to a nearby slope where sunlight could reach freely and the wind could dance unimpeded. His harvest flourished, and the village marveled at the transformation. "It's not magic," May told him. "It's listening." The legends of feng shui's origins speak of mythical creatures as its protectors and guides. The green dragon coiled along the eastern horizon, a symbol of growth and vitality. The white tiger crouched in the west, guarding against misfortune. The black tortoise in the north represented stability and endurance, while the vermilion bird soared in the south, its fiery wings bringing passion and fame. These celestial beings were not just symbols, they were reminders that harmony came from balance, between strength and gentleness, movement and stillness. May grew older, her fame spreading beyond the village. But she never sought wealth or power. Her gift was not hers alone, it belonged to the land, to the dragon, to the forces that pulsed through every hill and valley. She often walked the forest paths at twilight, the light fading to shadow, and felt the dragon stir beneath her feet. It was not a roar but a hum, a quiet reminder that the world spoke in whispers. All one had to do was listen. The air was thick with anticipation as the archaeologist carefully unearthed the strange object. Beneath layers of earth that had been undisturbed for over 2 millennia, something shimmered faintly. The team held their breath as a glint of gold caught the sunlight. Slowly, reverently, the dirt was brushed away, revealing a blade unlike any other. Its surface bore intricate patterns, as if the metal itself whispered ancient stories. In that moment, time seemed to fold in on itself, and the modern world melted away, replaced by the echoes of a distant past. The sword of Gojian was not just a weapon, it was a legend reborn. Centuries ago, in the tumultuous period of the spring and autumn era, the kingdom of Yu stood at the edge of survival. Its ruler, King Gojian, was a man of unyielding resolve. His kingdom had been defeated by the neighboring state of Wu, and he was taken captive. For 3 long years, Gojian served as a lowly servant in the court of his enemy, forced to taste the bitterness of humiliation. But beneath the surface of his servitude burned a fire of defiance, a quiet vow that one day, he would reclaim his honor. Upon his return to Yu, Gojian began to rebuild his kingdom. His nights were sleepless, his days consumed by strategies to strengthen his people. He ate coarse rice and wore rough clothing, a reminder of his captivity and a symbol of his determination. Every action was deliberate, every decision a step closer to vengeance. It was during this time that the sword was forged, a blade that would carry not just steel, but the weight of Gojian's unbreakable spirit. The craftsmen who created the sword were masters of their art, combining beauty and function in a way that seemed almost supernatural. The blade was forged with alloys that resisted corrosion, its edge honed to a keenness that could slice through silk as it fell. The patterns etched into its surface were not mere decoration, they told the story of Yu, of struggle and survival, of the enduring strength of its people. Its hilt, adorned with blue crystals and gold, gleamed like the dawn breaking over a battlefield. But the sword's power was not in its sharpness alone. Those who wielded it spoke of an energy that coursed through the blade, as if it were alive, imbued with the very essence of Gojian's will. It was said that the sword could inspire courage in the hearts of allies and strike terror into the souls of foes. In the hands of a lesser man, it might have been just a weapon, but for Gojian, it was a symbol of his undying resolve. The day of reckoning came when Gojian's armies faced the forces of Wu. The battlefield was a sea of chaos, the clash of swords and the cries of warriors echoing across the plains. At the heart of the fray stood Gojian, the sword of Gojian gleaming in his hand. With each swing, the blade seemed to sing, its movements precise and deliberate, like a predator in pursuit. The enemy faltered, their confidence eroded by the sheer force of his presence. The tide of battle turned, and the kingdom of Yu emerged victorious. Gojian's triumph was more than a military victory, it was the fulfillment of a promise, a testament to the strength of perseverance. The sword, now a relic of this defining moment, became a symbol of resilience and the unyielding spirit of Yu. Generations later, its legend still lingered, whispered by storytellers and etched into the hearts of those who yearned for strength in the face of adversity. Centuries passed, and the sword faded from memory, lost to the sands of time. But it was never truly forgotten. The earth, as if guarding the legacy of King Gojian, held it close, preserving it for a moment when its story could be told once more. And then, in a quiet field in 1965, it resurfaced, its blade as sharp and untarnished as the day it was forged. When the archaeologist held the sword for the first time, he felt a strange connection, as if the spirit of Gojian still lingered within the metal. The patterns etched into the blade seemed to pulse with life, the characters inscribed near the hilt revealing its origin. King of Yu made this sword for personal use. It was a statement of identity, a declaration of purpose. The sword had returned, a bridge between the past and the present, a reminder of what it meant to endure, to fight, to prevail. As the sword now rests in its place of honor, its story continues to inspire. Its edge may no longer cleave through armies, but its legacy cuts through time, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The sword of Gojian is more than a relic, it is a symbol of the strength that lies within us all, waiting to be awakened. The air was alive with the hum of an approaching storm, and the valley trembled under the weight of the waters that surged against its banks. Villages lay scattered like fragile dreams, threatened by the chaos of unyielding floods. In the heart of this relentless tide stood a single figure, his silhouette framed by the swirling tempest. Yu the Great, a name destined to echo through eternity, carried in his grasp a cauldron that glowed faintly, its surface etched with markings that seemed older than the mountains themselves. It was said that this was no ordinary cauldron. Crafted by divine hands and gifted to Yu, it held the power to shape rivers and command the very earth. Legends whispered that the cauldron's purpose was not destruction but harmony, a tool meant to restore balance where nature's fury reigned. On that fateful day, as the waters threatened to consume all, Yu knelt before the cauldron and called upon its magic. The storm seemed to pause, as if listening. Then, with a surge of energy, the earth shifted, carving pathways for the waters to flow, and the flood began to recede. The people spoke of that moment in hushed tones, their eyes wide with awe. To them, the cauldron was more than a tool, it was a symbol of salvation, proof that even in the face of devastation, hope could prevail. But its story stretched far beyond that day, entwined with Yu's own journey, a tale of struggle, sacrifice, and unyielding determination. Yu was no stranger to hardship. The son of Gun, who had tried and failed to control the floods using brute force, Yu inherited his father's mission along with the burden of his failure. But Yu's approach was different. He did not fight the waters, he listened to them. With the cauldron by his side, he traveled the land, learning its secrets. He studied the rivers, the mountains, the flow of the winds, and the whispers of the earth. The cauldron, infused with an ancient wisdom, guided him, revealing pathways where the waters could flow freely without destruction. In those days, the cauldron seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. When Yu placed his hands on its cool surface, he felt a connection, a bond that transcended the physical. It was as if the cauldron understood his purpose and lent him its strength. Together, they carved channels through rugged terrain, redirected rivers, and turned desolation into fertile plains. Villages that had been on the brink of despair began to flourish, and the people hailed Yu not just as a leader but as a savior. But the cauldron's power came at a cost. Each time Yu called upon its magic, he felt the toll it took on his own spirit. The cauldron's energy was vast, but it demanded balance, drawing from Yu's life force to fuel its miracles. Yet, Yu never hesitated. He carried the weight of the cauldron, its significance etched into his very soul. He knew that his work was not just for the present, but for generations yet unborn. There were moments, however, when the cauldron's true nature revealed itself in ways that left even Yu shaken. One such moment came during a great ceremony, where the people gathered to honor the success of the flood control efforts. Yu, reluctant to be celebrated but understanding the importance of hope, stood before the crowd. The cauldron rested on a pedestal, its surface glowing faintly under the flickering light of torches. As the people sang and danced, a strange silence fell over the gathering. The cauldron's glow intensified, casting an otherworldly light. From its depths rose an image, not a reflection, but a vision. The crowd gasped as they saw scenes of a world transformed, rivers flowing peacefully, crops thriving, children laughing. Yet, as the vision unfolded, shadows crept at its edges, dark figures hinting at challenges to come. The cauldron, it seemed, not only held the power to shape the present, but also glimpses of the future. This moment left an indelible mark on Yu. It was a reminder that the cauldron's power was not absolute, that the balance it created required vigilance and care. He redoubled his efforts, pushing his own limits to ensure that the harmony he had fought so hard to achieve would endure. But the cauldron story did not end with Yu. After his death, it became a symbol of unity and resilience for the Xia dynasty, the first of its kind in Chinese history. Yet, as with all great artifacts, its power attracted both reverence and greed. There were those who sought the cauldron not for the harmony it represented, but for the control they believed it could grant. Wars were fought, alliances shattered, and kingdoms rose and fell, all in the shadow of the cauldron's legacy. Through it all, the cauldron endured, a silent witness to the cycles of human ambition and the eternal dance between chaos and order. Some say it was eventually hidden, buried deep within the earth to protect it from those who would misuse its power. Others believe it returned to the heavens, its mission on earth complete. Whatever the truth, the cauldron remains a symbol of Yu's unyielding spirit, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the human spirit has the power to create harmony from chaos. To this day, the story of the cauldron stirs something deep within those who hear it. It is not just a tale of magic and heroism, but a reflection of humanity's enduring quest for balance, a reminder that the greatest power lies not in domination but in understanding and care. The wind howled across the desolate mountain peak, carrying with it the chill of an ancient power. On a stone altar, etched with symbols too old for human memory, lay an object that seemed alive in its stillness. The seal of the heavens, an artifact so radiant, yet so forbidding, that even the most daring souls trembled in its presence. It wasn't merely an emblem, it was said to be a bond between mortals and gods, a promise of divine authority and unimaginable strength. The tale of its creation spoke of a time when the heavens were in turmoil. The gods, powerful and eternal, had grown distrustful of one another. Boundless ambition brewed in their hearts, and the celestial order began to unravel. To restore balance, the supreme deity summoned a celestial craftsman, a being whose hands could forge the impossible. The task was clear: create a seal that could bind the heavens and its divine rulers, ensuring peace among them and between their realms. The craftsman worked for centuries, gathering materials from the farthest corners of existence. A fragment of the first star, the breath of a sleeping dragon, and the tears of a sorrowful phoenix, all these were fused with the essence of balance itself. With each strike of his hammer, the world shook, and the skies wept. When the seal was complete, its power was undeniable. It glowed with a light so pure it seemed to cleanse the very air around it. The gods swore upon it, binding their strength and their will to its unyielding laws. But power this great could never rest in one place for long. As time passed, whispers of its capabilities grew louder among mortals. It was said that whoever held the seal of the heavens could command the elements, control the winds of fate, and even reshape destiny itself. Empires crumbled, and kingdoms rose as rulers sought the seal, believing it to be the key to their ultimate dominion. One story tells of a young emperor who dared to claim the seal for himself. Barely out of his youth, his heart burned with the arrogance of one who had never tasted defeat. When his army finally found the seal, hidden in a temple atop a perilous cliff, the boy king marched forward to claim it with trembling hands. The instant his fingers touched its surface, the air grew still, heavy with a silence that seemed to press against his very soul. A voice, ancient and unyielding, echoed in his mind. "Are you worthy?" it asked, not in anger but in a tone so serene it chilled him to his core. The emperor faltered, for he realized that the seal was not merely an object. It was alive, a sentinel of divine will, weighing the intentions of all who dared to approach it. "Why do you seek me?" the voice pressed. The boy stammered, "To bring order to my lands, to unite the world under my rule." The seal's glow dimmed, its light turning cold. "Order cannot be forced, nor unity commanded. You seek not harmony but control. Leave, lest you be consumed by your ambition." In that moment, the young emperor was struck by a vision, his empire reduced to ash, his people lost to despair. Terrified, he fled the temple, abandoning his quest and his arrogance. The seal remained untouched, its light as eternal as the stars. But not all stories ended with retreat. There were those who approached the seal with reverence and humility, their hearts untainted by greed. One legend speaks of a nameless monk who climbed a treacherous mountain to seek the seal's guidance. He carried no weapons, wore no crown, and claimed no followers. For 7 days, he knelt before the altar, neither eating nor drinking, simply meditating in silence. On the 8th day, the seal spoke to him. "You come not to take but to listen. What do you seek?" The monk, his voice steady despite his frailty, replied, "The wisdom to ease the suffering of my people." The seal's light enveloped him, and he was granted visions of paths unknown, solutions hidden in plain sight, and truths that could heal wounds both seen and unseen. When he descended the mountain, he carried no treasure, no weapon of power, only the clarity of purpose. His teaching spread like wildfire, bringing peace and prosperity to lands once ravaged by strife. Yet, for all its tales of hope, the seal also bore witness to great tragedy. Those who underestimated its power, who sought to bend it to their will, met fates as dark as the depths of the cosmos. A warrior, renowned for his unyielding strength, once sought to use the seal to avenge his fallen family. Consumed by grief and rage, he ignored its warnings and seized it by force. The ground split beneath his feet, and the heavens themselves seemed to shudder. The warrior's cries were lost in the storm that followed, his body reduced to a shadow on the ground. The seal remained unscathed, its light undiminished, as if to remind the world that its power could not be wielded by hands stained with anger or greed. Through the ages, the seal of the heavens has remained a symbol of balance and justice, its story passed down in hushed whispers and solemn oaths. Many have searched for it, but few have dared to approach it, their hearts heavy with the knowledge of its trials. It is said that the seal chooses its own guardians, those rare souls who seek not power but harmony, who understand that true strength lies not in domination but in compassion. The seal's light still flickers, unseen yet felt, like a heartbeat that binds the heavens and earth together. And somewhere, perhaps in a place untouched by time, it waits. The wind howled through the quiet village, carrying a bone-deep chill that seemed to freeze even the stars. The people huddled inside their homes, doors bolted and windows tightly shuttered. Fear hung thick in the air, mingling with the faint scent of hastily extinguished fires. The night belonged to it, the monster that no one dared to name aloud. Nian. For as long as anyone could remember, Nian had come when the moon was at its darkest, devouring crops, livestock, and sometimes the unfortunate souls too slow to hide. Its monstrous form was a nightmare of scales and claws, its eyes glowing like twin embers in the night. But worse than its appearance was its hunger, unrelenting and indiscriminate. That year, the villagers had barely enough food to survive the winter. The thought of Nian taking what little they had left filled them with despair. Families whispered prayers to the heavens, begging for mercy, though none expected an answer. No one had ever defeated Nian. It was unstoppable, eternal, a force of nature that only the most foolish or desperate would challenge. But one old man did not cower. He stood alone at the edge of the village, his figure small but unyielding beneath the looming shadows of the mountains. His clothes were humble, patched and worn, but his eyes burned with a quiet determination. He carried no weapons, only a bundle of strange items, bamboo sticks, a brush, and a roll of red paper. When asked what he planned to do, he simply smiled and said, "I will teach Nian to fear." The villagers thought him mad. Some begged him to flee, to save himself before it was too late. But he did not move. As the sun sank below the horizon, he began his work. First, he painted bold symbols onto the red paper, his brush strokes swift and confident. He hung these papers on every door, their crimson glow stark against the dull gray of the village. Then, he placed the bamboo sticks in a pile at the center of the square and set them ablaze. The fire crackled and hissed, sending sharp cracks into the cold night air. Finally, he lit a lantern, its flame flickering like a heartbeat, and stood beneath it, waiting. When the first tremors came, the villagers froze. They clung to each other, barely daring to breathe. The ground seemed to shudder beneath their feet, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the valley. Yin had awakened. The creature emerged from the darkness, its massive frame blotting out the stars. Scales shimmered like molten metal, and its claws tore through the earth with each step. It paused at the edge of the village, its ember-like eyes narrowing as it sniffed the air. Something was different tonight. The scent of fear was still there, faint but present, yet another smell, sharp and acrid, pricked at its senses. It moved forward, its growl rumbling like distant thunder. Then it saw the old man. The figure stood unmoving, framed by the blazing bamboo. The firelight danced across the red paper, casting eerie shadows that seemed to writhe and twist. Yin roared, a sound that rattled the very bones of the village. But the old man did not flinch. Instead, he reached into his bundle and pulled out a handful of red powder. With a calm precision, he tossed it into the fire. The flames roared higher, and the bamboo cracked with a deafening burst. Sparks flew into the air, and the noise was like 100 thunderclaps in unison. Yin reared back, its massive head shaking as if to rid itself of the sound. For the first time, its steps faltered. The old man stepped forward, his lantern raised high. The light caught Yin's eyes, and the creature shrieked, a sound of pure rage and fear. It turned, its tail lashing wildly, and disappeared into the mountains. The silence that followed was heavy, almost unbearable. Slowly, cautiously, the villagers emerged from their homes. They looked around, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yin was gone. The old man stood in the center of the square, his lantern still glowing. He turned to the villagers, his smile calm but tired. Yin fears three things, he said. The color red, the sound of firecrackers, and bright light. Remember this, and it will never trouble you again. The villagers gathered around him, their relief quickly turning to gratitude. They asked him to stay, to teach them how to protect themselves. But the next morning, the old man was gone, leaving only the tools he had used and a quiet promise that they could now face Yin without fear. From that day forward, the village celebrated their survival. They painted their doors red and decorated their homes with crimson banners. They lit firecrackers to drive away the darkness and hung lanterns to keep the night at bay. What had once been a time of terror became a season of joy and togetherness, a celebration of life's triumph over fear. And though Yin was never seen again, the villagers never forgot. Each year, as the moon waned and the cold winds returned, they repeated the old man's rituals. They called it the New Year, a time to cast out the old and welcome the new, to banish darkness and embrace light. But in the quiet hours of the night, when the firecrackers had faded and the lanterns flickered low, some still whispered the old stories. They spoke of Yin, of its fearsome eyes and unrelenting hunger, and of the stranger who had taught them to stand firm. They knew that the monster might still be out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the day they forgot its name. The night sky was a canvas of darkness, broken only by the luminous glow of a full moon. It hung low and heavy, bathing the earth in silver light that seemed to make shadows dance. In a quiet village surrounded by rolling hills, families gathered under this ethereal sky. The air was fragrant with the scent of freshly baked mooncakes and the faint aroma of incense wafting from small altars. Children laughed, their faces lit by lanterns of every color, while elders spoke in hushed, reverent tones. It was said that on nights like this, when the moon shone its brightest, it held stories, a mirror reflecting both the past and the dreams of those who gazed upon it. Long ago, the world was a different place. The skies were dominated by 10 suns that burned mercilessly, scorching the earth and leaving it barren. Rivers dried up, crops withered, and people perished under the unrelenting heat. The cries of humanity reached the heavens, desperate and raw. Among them lived a skilled archer named Hou-yi. Known for his unmatched precision, his bow was said to be carved from a tree blessed by the gods, and his arrows were tipped with the essence of stars. Driven by the suffering of the people, Hou-yi climbed to the highest peak, his heart heavy with determination. As the first sun rose that morning, Hou-yi drew his bow. The string sang as he released the first arrow, and the sun fell from the sky in a shower of sparks. 9 more times he repeated this act, his arms trembling but his aim unerring. By the time the 10th sun remained, it pleaded for mercy. Hou-yi allowed it to stay, providing light and warmth, but no longer scorching the land. The world rejoiced, hailing Hou-yi as their savior. But his legend did not end there. Moved by his bravery, the Queen Mother of the West, a celestial being of great power, gifted Hou-yi an elixir of immortality. A single drop would grant eternal life, lifting him to the heavens to join the ranks of gods. Yet, Hou-yi hesitated. He had no desire to leave his wife, Chang'e, whose love was the light of his mortal life. Chang'e was known for her grace and kindness, her beauty compared to the moon itself. The two were inseparable, bound by a love so deep that the thought of eternity apart was unbearable. Hou-yi gave her the elixir for safekeeping, hiding it away from those who might misuse its power. But love and sacrifice are often tested. One fateful day, while Hou-yi was away, a shadow darkened their door. A man named Feng Meng, consumed by greed and envy, forced his way into their home. He demanded the elixir, his eyes alight with ambition. Chang'e, trembling but resolute, refused. Knowing she could not defeat him, she made a choice that would echo through eternity. She swallowed the elixir. In that moment, Chang'e felt her body grow weightless, her feet lifting from the ground. A brilliant light enveloped her as she ascended toward the heavens. Her tears fell like rain, shimmering in the moonlight, as she called out for Hou-yi. Her love for him was an anchor, but the elixir's power was absolute. The moon became her sanctuary, a celestial prison where she watched over the world below. Hou-yi returned to find her gone, her absence a wound he would carry for the rest of his days. Every night, he gazed at the moon, leaving offerings of her favorite foods and whispering her name into the silence. Generations later, people still honor Chang'e and her sacrifice. They light lanterns to guide her spirit, bake mooncakes to share her favorite treat, and gather as families to remember the bonds that tie them together. The moon is not just a beacon in the sky, it is a bridge between the past and present, a symbol of love that endures beyond time. But the Mid-Autumn Festival holds another story, whispered among the flickering shadows of lanterns. In the time of the Yuan dynasty, the land was ruled by harsh invaders who silenced dissent with an iron fist. Freedom seemed an impossible dream, crushed beneath the weight of tyranny. Yet, among the oppressed, there burned a spark of rebellion. A cunning plan was devised, led by a secretive group of revolutionaries. Knowing that communication was dangerous, they turned to the one tradition that united all people, the mooncakes. Hidden within their golden crusts were messages, tiny scrolls bearing the call to arms. These mooncakes were distributed far and wide under the guise of celebration. On the night of the full moon, when the sky was brightest and the people's hearts were full of hope, the revolution began. Lanterns glowed with fiery determination, and the whispers of rebellion grew into a roar. The oppressors were overthrown, and freedom was won under the watchful gaze of the moon. Today, as families break mooncakes together, they are reminded of courage and unity. Each slice carries more than sweet fillings, it holds the essence of resilience, the spirit of those who dare to dream. As the night deepens, lanterns sway gently in the breeze, their flames flickering like distant stars. Children chase shadows, their laughter mingling with the soft hum of old songs. Elders tell stories of Chang'e's sacrifice, of Hou-yi's bravery, and of the rebels who fought for a better tomorrow. The moon watches over them all, its glow a silent promise that some things, love, hope, and the bonds of family, are as eternal as the light it casts upon the earth. The river churned beneath the boat, its waters dark and relentless. The air was thick with the smell of earth and sweat, mixed with the sharp scent of freshly cut bamboo. On the banks, the crowd had gathered, their faces a mixture of grief and determination, watching as the boat moved further away. In it, a lone figure sat, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The heart of the river, where the swirling currents met the open sky, called to him. He could hear the cries of his people, the pain of a nation broken by corruption and betrayal. Chu Yuan's heart was heavy with the weight of his decisions. Once, he had been a trusted advisor to the emperor, a poet whose words carried the beauty of 1,000 sunsets. His voice had echoed in the court like a song of hope, urging for justice, for truth, and for a land at peace. But the emperor had turned against him. He had been cast aside by those who feared his wisdom, and his heart was now a bitter reflection of the dishonor done to him and his people. The crowds, helpless against the tide of corruption that plagued the empire, watched as Chu Yuan made his final journey. He had chosen the river not as an escape but as a testament. A sacrifice to the land he loved, to the people he had tried to protect. With one last glance at the life he was leaving behind, Chu Yuan let his boat glide deeper into the heart of the river. The water was cold, its murmur like a quiet morning song. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of everything he had carried, his love for his people, his anger at their suffering, his despair at the cruelty that had taken root. And then, as he held his breath and closed his eyes, the river swallowed him whole. The legend of Chu Yuan's sacrifice spread quickly, his name carried like a banner through the land. But it was not just his death that would be remembered, it was the way in which he had lived. His poetry, filled with cries of hope and sorrow, had resonated with all who had heard it. He had been a voice for the voiceless, a light in the darkness. And his final act, the one that would forever be etched into the history of his people, was a testament to his unwavering love for the nation. The river had taken him, but it was not the end. The people could not bear the thought of their beloved poet vanishing without a trace. As they searched the waters, they threw dumplings into the river, wrapped in bamboo leaves. The act was born of desperation, but it soon became a tradition, a ritual to honor the memory of Chu Yuan and ensure that his spirit would never be lost. For years, the river had claimed him, but the people had kept him alive with their offerings. His sacrifice became a cornerstone of their culture, a way of remembering the cost of their freedom and the strength it took to face the impossible. And thus, the Dragon Boat Festival was born. Each year, as the full moon rose over the river, the boats would race, each one carved and painted in vibrant colors. The dragon-shaped boats would cut through the water with a grace that belied the tension that rippled through the air. The sound of drums would echo, keeping time with the hearts of those who paddled, as they honored the spirit of Chu Yuan and the legacy of his sacrifice. The streets would fill with the rich smell of zongzi, the sticky rice wrapped in bamboo leaves, the sweet fillings hidden inside like little secrets. People gathered around tables, sharing meals with their families, as they remembered the poet who had given his life for their future. His spirit lived on, not just in the rituals or the food, but in the strength of a nation that had risen from his sacrifice. Yet the Dragon Boat Festival was not just a celebration of Chu Yuan's life. It became a symbol of the endurance of hope. When the dragon boats sliced through the water, they were not just racing, they were a declaration. A declaration that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the people could still push forward. They could still fight for justice, for truth, and for a brighter tomorrow. As the years passed, the festival grew, taking on new layers of meaning. It became a time to reflect on the past and to find strength for the future. The memory of Chu Yuan lived on in the hearts of those who gathered to race the boats, to eat the rice dumplings, to honor the poet's unyielding love for his people. The world changed, but the heart of the festival, the spirit of sacrifice, of honor, and of remembrance, remained constant. In the quiet moments, when the boats had docked and the food had been shared, the people would look out over the river. The moon would cast its silvery glow across the water, and for a brief moment, they would feel this presence. Chu Yuan's spirit was not just in the food, or the boats, or the traditions, they could feel him in their hearts, and the air around them. He had given everything for his people, and they had carried his memory forward, generation after generation. The river had claimed Chu Yuan, but it had not taken his legacy. It had only deepened it, made it richer and more meaningful. The water that had swallowed him whole was the same water that carried his story forward, flowing through the hearts of those who remembered and honored his sacrifice. And as long as the boats raced and the dumplings were wrapped, his legacy would live on, forever a part of the rhythm of the world. The sun was relentless, pouring its light onto the dry earth. Two massive mountains loomed, their shadows sprawling across the small village nestled at their base. They were not just mountains, they were walls, barriers that hemmed in the lives of those who lived below. The villagers had resigned themselves to the immovable giants, adjusting their paths and routines to the unyielding presence of these ancient sentinels. But there was one man who refused to yield. Yugong, the foolish old man, stood with a resolve that defied his frail frame. His hands, worn and calloused from decades of labor, gripped a spade. He wasn't young, nor was he particularly strong. Yet, there he was, standing at the base of one of the towering mountains, staring up as if he could challenge the heavens themselves. The villagers gathered, murmurs rippling through the crowd. What could he possibly hope to achieve? He was old, the mountains vast, and the earth as unforgiving as the sun above them. But Yugong's voice was calm, steady, and filled with a quiet power. "These mountains block the way," he said, his eyes scanning the crowd. "They have stood here for centuries, but they will not stand forever. I will dig them away, piece by piece, until the path is clear." Laughter erupted. It was absurd, they thought. One man, a single spade, against mountains that had stood unchallenged for eons? Yet Yugong wasn't deterred. He lowered his spade into the earth and began to dig. His family joined him. His sons, inspired by his determination, took up spades and worked alongside their father. The villagers shook their heads at the sight, a family toiling against the impossible. They whispered of folly, of wasted effort, but Yugong's hands never stopped moving. With every shovelful of earth, his resolve grew stronger. The work was slow. Days stretched into weeks, weeks into months, and still the mountain stood. Yugong's age was evident in the way his movements grew slower, his breath heavier, but his spirit never faltered. The rhythm of digging became a song of defiance, each strike of the spade a declaration that no obstacle was too great. One day, an official from the city came to see the commotion. He stood, arms crossed, and sneered at the sight of the old man and his family chipping away at the mountain's base. "Foolish old man," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "Even if you work for 100 years, you won't move an inch of this mountain. Why waste your effort?" Yugong paused, wiping the sweat from his brow. He looked at the official, his gaze unwavering. "If I cannot finish the task, my sons will continue it. If they cannot, their sons will. And their sons after them. Eventually, the mountain will be gone. But your heart is already defeated." The official scoffed and walked away, muttering about madness. But the villagers, who had been watching from a distance, felt something stir within them. Yugong's words carried a weight that the official's mocking could not diminish. His determination, his belief in the power of persistence, was undeniable. As the years passed, Yugong's family grew. His sons had children of their own, and they too took up spades, carrying on the work. The mountain seemed unchanged, still towering and vast, but the energy surrounding it was different. The act of digging had become more than a task, it was a symbol, a testament to the unyielding strength of the human spirit. And then, one night, as Yugong rested under the stars, something extraordinary happened. The Jade Emperor in the heavens had been watching. He had heard the whispers of the villagers, the mockery of the official, and the steady rhythm of Yugong's spade against the earth. He saw the old man's perseverance, his unwavering belief that even the greatest obstacles could be overcome with time and effort. The Jade Emperor sent two celestial beings to the mortal world. They descended with great care, their forms shimmering in the moonlight, and stood before Yugong as he slept. When he awoke, he saw them standing there, radiant and powerful, yet gentle in their presence. "Old man," one of them said, their voice echoing like a psalm in the night air, "we have seen your determination, your faith in the strength of the human will. You have inspired even the heavens. We will move these mountains for you." Yugong rose to his feet, his heart swelling with a mix of awe and gratitude. The celestial beings stretched out their hands, and the ground trembled. The villagers watched in wonder as the two mountains were lifted from the earth, their immense forms dissolving into the sky, carried away by the divine power of the celestial beings. When the sun rose, the mountains were gone. In their place was a clear path, open and wide, stretching toward the horizon. The villagers stood in stunned silence, their disbelief melting into a deep sense of awe. The path that had seemed impossible to carve was now a reality, not through strength alone, but through the unwavering determination of one man and his belief in the power of persistence. Yugong's story spread far and wide, becoming a parable of courage and perseverance. It was not just a tale of moving mountains, but a reminder that even the most daunting obstacles could be overcome. Whether through the effort of a single person or the collective will of generations, nothing was truly immovable. The foolish old man, once mocked and dismissed, had proven that determination could summon even the gods to aid those who refused to give up. The ground was covered in frost, the air biting with the cruel chill of winter. Snow clung stubbornly to the edges of the field, and the world seemed painted in hues of white and gray. The farmer trudged through the biting cold, his breath puffing out in soft clouds as he scanned his land. He carried a basket of firewood, the rough edges of the sticks biting into his calloused hands. His heart, though weary from the season's harshness, held a warmth born of years of toil and care. It was then that he saw it, a dark shape coiled in the snow, motionless but strikingly out of place. He moved closer, his curiosity piqued. Lying there was a snake, its slender body curled tightly upon itself, its scales dulled by the frost that had taken hold. The creature was barely alive, its movements faint and sluggish, its flickering tongue a mere whisper of life. The farmer hesitated. A snake, of all creatures. Its fangs were small but sharp, its very nature one of danger. Yet as he looked at it, his heart softened. Here was a creature suffering, struggling against the merciless cold. Could he, who had always prided himself on his kindness, walk away and let it perish? No creature deserves to freeze, he murmured to himself, kneeling down. Carefully, he took off his thick outer coat, wrapping it around the snake's body with a gentleness that belied its natural menace. The snake, too weak to resist, made no sound as the farmer tucked it into the warmth of his coat. The farmer brought the snake back to his small, humble home. Inside, the air was warmer, the glow of the fire casting long shadows across the wooden walls. He placed the snake near the hearth, watching as its body slowly began to stir. The frost melted from its scales, revealing a sleek, dark beauty. Its eyes, once glassy with the chill of death, now gleamed with a sharp intelligence. The man smiled. "There you go," he said softly. "You'll be all right now." The snake turned its head toward him, its gaze meeting his. Something flickered in its eyes, something unreadable, but the farmer saw it as gratitude. He brought it a small dish of water and scraps of food, setting them down cautiously before stepping back to give it space. As the days passed, the snake grew stronger. It coiled and uncoiled with fluid grace, its movements now confident and sure. The farmer took pride in its recovery, often speaking to it as though it could understand. "You're a lucky one," he said one evening, stroking his beard as he watched the snake by the fire. "Most wouldn't have stopped. But I couldn't leave you out there. Everyone deserves a chance." The snake's tongue flicked, the firelight dancing in its unblinking eyes. It seemed to listen, to watch him with a patience that felt almost unnatural. The farmer thought nothing of it, content with the knowledge that he had done what was right. One morning, as the sun rose weakly over the frosted hills, the snake slithered toward the farmer. It moved with purpose, its sinuous body gliding silently across the floor. The farmer was tending to a pot of porridge, the steam curling upward in lazy spirals. He turned at the sound of movement, smiling as he saw his unlikely houseguest. "You're up early," he said, crouching down to get a closer look. "Feeling better, I see." The snake coiled itself at his feet, its body rising slightly as it fixed its gaze on him. For a moment, there was silence, the kind that hangs heavy in the air before something shifts irreversibly. And then, with a suddenness that froze the farmer in place, the snake struck. Pain bloomed sharp and hot in the farmer's hand as the snake's fangs pierced his skin. He cried out, recoiling in shock. The bowl of porridge clattered to the ground, the steaming contents splattering across the wooden floor. The snake withdrew, its fangs dripping with venom, its eyes as cold and unfeeling as the frost that had nearly claimed its life. "Why," the farmer gasped, cradling his injured hand. His voice trembled with disbelief, his mind racing to make sense of the betrayal. "I saved you. I brought you back from the brink." The snake slithered back slightly, its body coiling in the same careful manner it had when he found it in the snow. Its tongue flicked out, tasting the air, as though considering his words. "You knew what I was," it hissed, the sound more felt than heard. Whether it was the venom coursing through the farmer's veins or some cruel trick of fate, the farmer understood its meaning. "When you picked me up, you knew." The farmer's knees buckled, and he sank to the floor, his vision swimming. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding in his chest. The weight of the snake's words, of its actions, crushed him as much as the venom that now coursed through his veins. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the cold that the farmer had sought to fight against. The fire crackled in the hearth, its warmth a stark contrast to the chill that had taken hold in the room. The snake watched as the farmer's strength ebbed, its expression unreadable, its presence an eerie, silent witness. And as the farmer's breathing slowed, his final thoughts were not of anger or hatred but of sorrow, a deep, aching regret. Kindness, he had always believed, was a strength. Yet it had been met with cruelty, a harsh reminder of the world's unpredictable nature. The man who had saved a life now lay dying, his act of compassion repaid with betrayal. The snake slithered toward the door, its movements fluid and unhurried. It paused briefly at the threshold, casting one last glance at the farmer's still form before disappearing into the frost-laden morning. The room fell silent, save for the whisper of the wind and the faint crackle of the fire, its warmth a bittersweet echo of the man's final act of mercy. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in fiery streaks of gold and crimson. Two brothers stood atop a hill overlooking their village, their silhouettes framed against the dying light. They were as different as night and day. The elder, Liang, was strong and broad-shouldered, his hands calloused from years of labor in the fields. The younger, Wei, was leaner, his sharp eyes reflecting an intelligence and wit that had saved them both from trouble more times than either could count. The bond between them was unshakable, born not just of blood but of countless shared struggles. Their parents had passed when they were boys, leaving them to fend for themselves in a world that was often harsh and unforgiving. Liang had taken on the role of protector, his quiet strength a shield against hardship. Wei, though younger, had always been the dreamer, his cleverness finding ways to turn even the direst situations to their favor. As the wind whispered through the tall grass, Wei broke the silence. "Do you think we'll ever leave this village?" His voice was soft, tinged with a longing that Liang knew all too well. Liang didn't answer immediately. He looked out at the fields, the familiar patterns of crops and paths etched into his memory. "Maybe one day," he said at last. "But for now, this is home." Home. The word carried weight, a reminder of everything they had built together. Yet it was a fragile piece, one that would soon be tested in ways neither of them could foresee. It began with a stranger, a traveler who arrived at the village carrying nothing but a small bundle and a weary expression. His name was Han, and he claimed to be a merchant who had lost his way. The villagers welcomed him cautiously, offering food and shelter. Liang and Wei were among those who spoke with him, their curiosity piqued by his tales of far-off lands and bustling cities. Han stayed longer than expected, his presence becoming a fixture in the village. But beneath his pleasant demeanor, there was something off, a glint in his eye, a slight hesitation in his answers. Wei, always observant, noticed it first. "There's more to him than he's letting on," he told Liang one evening as they sat by the fire. Liang frowned but shrugged. "He hasn't done anything wrong." "Not yet," Wei said, his tone wary. "But I've seen him watching the village leader's house. He's looking for something." Days later, their suspicions were confirmed. A commotion erupted in the village square as the leader, an elderly man named Chang'e, discovered his prized jade pendant missing. It was more than an ornament, it was a symbol of the village's prosperity, passed down through generations. Han was nowhere to be found. The villagers were in an uproar, their anger palpable as they demanded justice. Liang and Wei volunteered to track Han down, their loyalty to their home compelling them to act. With nothing but the clothes on their backs and a small satchel of supplies, they set out at dawn, their determination burning brighter than the rising sun. The trail was faint but discernible, broken twigs, footprints in the mud, the occasional scrap of fabric caught on a thorn. They followed it tirelessly, their bond strengthening with each passing mile. Liang's strength and endurance kept them moving, while Wei's sharp eyes and quick thinking guided them through treacherous terrain. They caught up with Han in a dense forest, the air heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. He was seated by a fire, the jade pendant gleaming in the flickering light. He looked up as they approached, his expression shifting from surprise to defiance. "You've come all this way for a trinket," he sneered, rising to his feet. "Turn back now, and I'll forget this ever happened." Liang stepped forward, his fists clenched. "That belongs to our village. Hand it over." Han laughed, a cold, bitter sound. "And if I don't?" Before Liang could respond, Wei spoke, his voice calm but firm. "Then you'll regret it. You're outnumbered, and we're not leaving without it." The tension was palpable, the crackling fire the only sound as the three men faced off. Han's hand moved toward his belt, where a knife gleamed ominously. Liang tensed, ready to act. What happened next was a blur. Han lunged, his movements swift and precise, but Liang was quicker. With a surge of strength, he disarmed Han, the knife clattering to the ground. Wei, seizing the moment, grabbed the pendant from where it lay by the fire. Han, realizing he was beaten, spat a curse and fled into the darkness. The brothers didn't pursue him, their focus was on the pendant, its weight heavy in Wei's hand. As they began the trek back to the village, the reality of what they had done sank in. They had faced danger together, their loyalty and trust in each other unwavering. The pendant was more than a symbol now, it was a testament to their bond, a reminder of what they were willing to sacrifice for those they cared about. The village welcomed them back as heroes, their actions celebrated with a feast that lasted long into the night. Yet for Liang and Wei, the true reward was not the praise or the gratitude but the reaffirmation of what they had always known: they were stronger together. Sitting by the fire that evening, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames, Wei turned to Liang. "Do you think we'll ever leave this village?" he asked again, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Liang chuckled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Maybe one day," he said. "But for now, this is home." The cinema hall was dark, save for the flicker of light from the massive screen. The audience sat in silent anticipation, waiting for the story to unfold. It began with a lone figure standing atop a mist-shrouded mountain, his robes billowing in an unseen wind. The sound of a haunting flute filled the air, carrying with it the weight of centuries-old legends. In the vast silence, a dragon's roar echoed, not one of terror but of ancient wisdom. Its scales shimmered as it wound through the clouds, an ethereal presence both majestic and untamed. The scene cut to a young woman, her hands trembling as she held a sword too heavy for her slender frame. Her village lay in ruins behind her, the fires casting ghostly shadows across her tear-streaked face. The dragon was her only hope, but it was also her greatest fear. This was no ordinary story. It was a tale rooted in folklore, a modern retelling of an age-old myth that had once been whispered around fires and sung by wandering poets. For the director, it wasn't just a movie. It was a way to connect the past with the present, to show that even in a world of skyscrapers and neon lights, the old stories still mattered. He had grown up hearing these tales from his grandmother, a tiny woman with a voice that seemed far too big for her frail frame. She would sit by the window, spinning stories of immortals, brave warriors, and vengeful spirits, her words weaving a tapestry that hung in his mind long after she was gone. As the film unfolded, it became clear that the myths were not just a backdrop but the soul of the narrative. The young woman, May, was more than a character, she was the embodiment of the White Snake legend. She was caught in a world where love and duty clashed, where her humanity was a fragile thread constantly tested by forces beyond her control. Her story was both timeless and painfully modern, echoing the struggles of anyone who has ever felt torn between two worlds. The dragon wasn't just a creature of myth. It was a symbol, a reminder of the power and danger of the natural world. Its eyes held the wisdom of ages, yet its movements were as unpredictable as a storm. The CGI brought it to life in breathtaking detail, but what truly captured the audience was its soul, the way it seemed to mourn for the world it once ruled, now overshadowed by human ambition. In another part of the film, there was a festival scene, a riot of color and sound that seemed to leap off the screen. Lanterns floated into the night sky, each one carrying a wish or a prayer. Fireworks painted the darkness with fleeting bursts of light, their shapes hinting at celestial animals and ancient symbols. May stood amidst the crowd, her face lit with a mixture of awe and sorrow. This was her world, yet she was painfully aware of how precarious her place in it was. The film didn't shy away from darker themes. There was betrayal, heartbreak, and loss. One scene showed an old storyteller, his face lined with the weight of years, recounting the tale of a warrior who had given his life to protect his village. His voice cracked as he spoke, and for a moment, the camera lingered on his withered hands, resting on a battered lute. It was a reminder that the stories weren't just entertainment, they were a way of preserving history, of ensuring that the sacrifices of the past were not forgotten. The director's use of folklore wasn't just a nod to tradition. It was a way of commenting on contemporary issues. The themes of environmental destruction, social inequality, and the search for identity were woven into the narrative, their relevance underscored by the mythical framework. May's struggle was universal, her story a reflection of countless others who have fought to find their place in a rapidly changing world. The climax of the film was nothing short of breathtaking. May, now wielding the sword with confidence, faced the dragon not as an adversary but as an equal. The music swelled, a haunting blend of traditional instruments and modern orchestration. The battle wasn't one of physical blows but of wills, a dance of light and shadow that left the audience on the edge of their seats. When the dragon finally bowed its head, it wasn't in defeat but in recognition. May had proven herself not through brute strength but through compassion and courage. The final shot showed her standing on the mountain once more, the sword planted firmly in the ground. The dragon spiraled into the sky, its roar a triumphant melody that echoed long after the screen went dark. As the credits rolled, the audience sat in stunned silence, the weight of the story settling over them like a heavy blanket. For many, it was a reminder of tales they had heard in their own childhoods, stories that had once seemed distant but now felt achingly close. For the director, it was a triumph, a testament to the enduring power of myths. He knew that not everyone would understand the layers of meaning in the film, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that for a brief moment, the past and present had collided, creating something beautiful and timeless. And somewhere, in a quiet corner of his mind, he imagined his grandmother smiling, her voice echoing through the years as she whispered, "Once upon a time." Late at night, when the city finally quiets and the hum of traffic fades, the shadows grow restless. Neon lights spilled across empty streets, their colors distorting the shapes of buildings and casting strange reflections in rain-soaked alleys. Somewhere in this uneasy stillness, the faint sound of footsteps echoes. A lone figure hurries home, her breath visible in the cool air. She clutches her phone tightly, its faint glow a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. She doesn't notice at first, but the footsteps behind her don't stop when she does. They mimic her pace, faster when she's faster, slower when she pauses. Heart pounding, she glances over her shoulder, but the street is empty. It's only when she reaches her apartment door that she feels it, something unseen, heavy, watching her. In modern cities, stories like hers have become common. They aren't tales from distant villages or ancient texts, but whispers that spread through high-rise apartments and office corridors. They cling to the steel and glass of urban life, blending the ancient with the unnervingly familiar. Some say that in the dimly lit stairwells of old apartment buildings, you might meet a woman dressed in red. Her face is pale, too pale, and her lips are painted the color of fresh blood. She'll ask you one question, her voice soft yet insistent: "Am I beautiful?" If you answer yes, she removes her mask to reveal a mouth slashed from ear to ear. If you answer no, well, the stories don't agree on what happens next. It's said she comes from an older time, rooted in folklore about betrayal and heartbreak. But in the cramped, shadowy hallways of the city, her tale takes on a sharper edge. People say she appears on CCTV footage, her eerie smile lingering just out of focus, always in places where tragedy soon follows. Then there's the tale of the cursed elevator, the one that stops at a non-existent 13th floor. It happens late at night, when only the bravest or the most desperate dare to take it. The doors open to a hallway that shouldn't exist, dimly lit and eerily silent. Those who step out never come back, and the lucky ones who stay inside swear they hear faint laughter as the doors close. The origin of the story is unclear, but it resonates with anyone who's ever worked late in a lifeless office building, surrounded by endless rows of cubicles. In the cold glow of fluorescent lights, it's easy to believe that such a place could harbor something otherworldly, feeding on the exhaustion and isolation of its occupants. Not all modern ghost stories are so anonymous. Some have names, faces, and chillingly specific details. Take the story of Lin Jiahao, the young man who died tragically in a car accident on a rainy night. According to legend, he still hails taxis near the scene, dripping wet and asking to be taken home. The drivers who oblige say he vanishes midway through the ride, leaving only a soaked seat as proof of his presence. Taxi drivers swap stories about him on quiet nights, their voices low as they wait for fares. They speak of his hollow eyes reflected in their rearview mirrors and the way the air grows icy when he appears. Always check your mirrors, they warn, their laughter masking genuine unease. You never know who might be sitting behind you. Urban legends like these thrive because they blur the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary. They make the mundane, the hum of an elevator, the rearview mirror of a car, terrifying. They remind us that the supernatural isn't confined to ancient forests or crumbling temples, but can exist anywhere, even in the heart of a bustling city. Some stories carry echoes of old beliefs, their roots tangled in centuries of tradition. The Ghost Bride, for example, is a specter that's persisted across generations. In its modern form, she's said to haunt wedding venues and bridal shops, her ethereal figure draped in a red qipao. Some say she appears when a bride-to-be dies tragically, her unfinished vows binding her to this world. But in the city, her story changes. They say she doesn't just appear to grieving fiancés or at lonely altars. Instead, she's drawn to the dreams of unmarried women, whispering warnings of betrayal and heartbreak. She isn't malevolent, they insist, she's a protector, albeit one whose presence sends chills down the spine. Technology, too, has found its way into these tales. Ghosts now haunt smartphones, their pale faces flickering on screens during late-night calls. There's the story of the cursed video, a short clip that starts with static and ends with a shadowed figure staring straight at the viewer. Those who watch it reportedly hear faint whispers in their ears for days, words they can't quite understand but can't forget either. Then there's the tale of the forgotten email. It arrives in inboxes late at night, sent from an address that doesn't exist. The message is always the same, a single line of text reading, "Do you remember me?" Those who delete it say they feel an inexplicable sense of loss, as if they've turned away from something, or someone, they once knew. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of these stories is how they reflect modern fears. They speak of loneliness, of being forgotten in the crowd, of connections severed too soon. They remind us that in a world filled with noise and light, the shadows still have power. One story tells of a shadowy figure that appears in the reflection of a subway window. It's always there, standing just behind you, its features impossible to make out. Commuters who've seen it say they feel a weight on their chest, as if the air itself is pressing down on them. Some claim it follows them home, its presence lingering in mirrors and dark corners. The stories spread like wildfire, passed from person to person until they become part of the city's fabric. They thrive because they feel real, because they tap into the unspoken anxieties of urban life. They remind us that even in the most modern of settings, there's room for the unexplained. And as the woman finally steps inside her apartment, locking the door behind her, she tells herself it's just her imagination. But when she glances at her phone and sees a missed call from an unknown number, she can't shake the feeling that she's not alone. Under a starless sky, the ink-black waters of a river reflected nothing but shadows, yet from its depths rose a dragon. Its scales shimmered with an otherworldly light, and its serpentine body twisted as though commanding the currents of history itself. Somewhere in a distant land, an artist picked up a brush, the dragon's image flickering in their imagination. On another continent, a storyteller wove a tale of strength, wisdom, and transformation, inspired by whispers of Chinese mythology that had traveled farther than the legends themselves could have ever foreseen. The threads of these ancient stories stretch across the globe, woven into tapestries that transcend time and place. The Monkey King, mischievous and clever, bounds through the pages of books not only in China but in libraries around the world. His staff stretches to the heavens, his antics retold in languages he could never have imagined, his essence unchanged, a symbol of rebellion, wit, and perseverance. Children in far-off lands, eyes wide with wonder, hear the story of Chang'e, the lonely moon goddess, whose luminous beauty and tragic love echo in every retelling. Her presence graces stages and screens, her tale reinvented in glowing animations, sung in haunting melodies, and whispered in quiet moments when the moon hangs low, glowing with the sorrow of her eternal watch. Somewhere, in a bustling metropolis far from her origins, an artist stands before a blank canvas. The strokes of their brush summon a phoenix, a creature of rebirth and resilience. Its fiery feathers blend into modern interpretations, becoming emblems of hope on vibrant murals, tattoos, and fashion runways. Yet, for all the reinterpretations, its heart remains unchanged, a symbol of renewal that carries the whispers of ancient fires. The tales carry more than characters, they bring lessons and philosophies shaped by centuries. Confucian ideals embedded in the legends of filial piety resonate in the most unexpected places. A filmmaker in a Western studio finds himself drawn to the tale of Mulan, not merely as a story of heroism but as a reflection of duty, courage, and the cost of breaking traditions. He reshapes the legend into a cinematic epic, yet in doing so, ensures that its core, the loyalty and defiance of a young warrior, remains universal. Even the jade green waters of fantasy games owe their mystique to these ancient stories. The Qilin, its gentle steps leaving no mark, emerges as a virtual creature in sprawling landscapes. Gamers across continents encounter its ethereal form, marveling at its beauty without fully knowing the depth of its cultural origins. Yet, they feel the awe, the reverence, and the quiet power it embodies. The myths breathe through music as well. An orchestra in Europe tunes its instruments, preparing to bring to life a composition inspired by the four symbols: the azure dragon of the east, the vermilion bird of the south, the white tiger of the west, and the black tortoise of the north. As the first notes swell, the audience feels the pulse of ancient stars aligning, their power radiating through melody and rhythm. On crowded city streets, vibrant festivals celebrate these myths in ways that bring people together across cultures. Lanterns bearing the likeness of dragons dance through the night, their undulating forms mirrored in the excited movements of children chasing them. The sound of drums reverberates like the heartbeat of a world connected, their rhythms telling stories older than memory itself. Bookshelves and homes across the globe hold stories that bear the mark of these myths. Authors, inspired by the richness of Chinese folklore, create characters that breathe life into ancient archetypes. A hero who defies the heavens mirrors the audacity of Hou-Yi, while a wise mentor evokes the calm wisdom of a Taoist sage. Through these pages, the myths become timeless, their origins an invisible yet indelible foundation. Cinema screens light up with tales that, at first glance, seem unrecognizable as mythological but pulse with the same lifeblood. A science fiction epic borrows from the tale of the Dragon's Gate, transforming a simple carp into a starship that leaps across galaxies. A romantic drama weaves in the red thread of fate, an unbroken line that binds two souls even in the face of impossible odds. The stories adapt, evolve, yet their essence remains, a connection to something vast and eternal. Even in the digital age, these stories adapt with uncanny grace. Social media becomes a new storyteller, where artists share reimagined depictions of the Nuwa, the goddess who repaired the sky. Her figure emerges in graphic novels and webtoons, her tale retold in panels that mix humor with reverence, making her accessible to a new generation. Food, too, becomes a medium for these myths. Mooncakes, with their delicate imprints of Chang'e and the jade rabbit, find their way onto tables worldwide. The act of sharing them becomes an echo of the festival that birthed them, a moment of unity that carries with it the faint taste of legends. There is an unspoken magic in how these myths slip through the barriers of language and culture. They carry universal themes: the triumph of good over evil, the pursuit of knowledge, the beauty of sacrifice, and the importance of harmony with nature. Their specific forms may be rooted in China, but their truths resonate everywhere, whispered from one heart to another. Underneath the stars, that dragon still rises, a timeless bridge between the ancient and the modern, the local and the global. Its presence is felt not only in the art it inspires or the stories it shapes, but in the way it binds humanity to its shared longing for meaning, for wonder, and for connection. Its roar reverberates through time, carrying with it the echo of 1,000 tales yet to be told. Under a quiet moonlit sky, a child sat cross-legged on the hard-packed earth, her grandmother's voice weaving a story as ancient as the stars above them. The tale was one of courage, of gods descending from the heavens, and of mortals rising beyond their humble stations. Her grandmother's eyes glimmered like polished jade as she spoke of Nuwa, the goddess who mended the fractured sky with stones of every color. The child's heart swelled, and though she did not yet understand why, she felt rooted to something vast and unbreakable, as if the story itself whispered, "You belong." In every shadow of modern life, these stories linger. They hide in the gentle tug of tradition when families gather during festivals, their laughter mingling with the aromas of age-old dishes. They flicker in the flick of a pen when poets describe not just what they see but what they feel, the unyielding strength of mountains, the boundless wisdom of rivers. Each tale is a thread, binding generations to one another and to their shared sense of being. These myths are not simply told, they are lived. In a bustling city square, a troupe of performers begins a lion dance. The drumming thunders in time with the heartbeat of the crowd, the lion's movements bold and joyous. Though centuries have passed since the lion was first crafted to chase away evil spirits, the reverence and excitement are as alive as ever. Among the spectators, an old man nods in quiet recognition, his mind wandering to a similar square in his village when he was a boy, and to the whispered tales of bravery and cunning that fueled his belief in the lion's power. The stories have become a foundation for strength, identity, and hope. A student, burdened by the weight of modern pressures, recalls the tale of the foolish old man who moved the mountain. With each word of the story playing in her mind, she finds the courage to persist, imagining her own seemingly insurmountable challenges crumbling like pebbles before her determination. These myths breathe life into values that transcend time: perseverance, loyalty, and the belief that even the smallest efforts can move the unmovable. The myths are carried in the melodies of lullabies sung to restless children, their words shaped by the rhythms of ancient tales. A mother hums the story of Hou-yi and Chang'e, the archer who saved the world, and the moon goddess who watches from above. The child drifts into sleep, dreaming not of isolation but of devotion, of how even separation can hold the seeds of enduring love. By the time the child grows, she will understand that these stories are more than bedtime comfort, they are lessons, silent guardians that shape her sense of compassion and connection. Even the humblest objects carry echoes of the past. A red string tied around a wrist is not merely an accessory, it is a silent acknowledgement of the red thread of fate, the invisible bond that ties destined souls together. A jade pendant worn close to the heart becomes not just a trinket but a talisman, a protector endowed with the blessings of the heavens. These items, steeped in folklore, are reminders that mythology is not confined to the pages of books or the screens of theaters, it is woven into the fabric of daily life. The stories have an uncanny way of resurfacing in moments of crisis, acting as a balm for wounds unseen. A fisherman, battling a relentless storm, recalls the tale of the dragon kings who rule the seas. He offers a silent prayer, not out of superstition, but because the act itself roots him in a lineage of countless others who have faced the wrath of nature with both fear and faith. When the storm passes, he carries the story ashore, telling his children of the dragon kings, and instilling in them not only respect for the sea but also the resilience to endure its tempests. In a bustling marketplace, an elderly storyteller gathered children around her, weaving a tale of Fushi and Yua. Her words painted vivid pictures, and her gestures brought the characters to life. She knew her version of the story was not the same as the one she had heard as a child, nor would it match what the children would someday tell their own. Yet she spoke with conviction, for she believed that the essence of the story, the lessons of compassion and unity, would endure. Through every era, the debate between myth and history continues, not as a battle for dominance but as a dance between two truths. Myths ignite the imagination, filling the gaps left by history's silence, while history grounds myths, reminding us of our shared humanity. Both have a place, like sunlight and moonlight, illuminating the same landscape in different ways. Under the stars, the boy with the dragon kite released his string, letting the creature soar higher. He called out to his sister, pulling her away from her studies. Together, they watched the kite's silhouette against the night sky, and for a moment, the debate between myth and history dissolved. All that remained was a shared sense of wonder at the stories that had brought them here and the truths, however intangible, that made them real. The old woman's voice trembled with age, but held a strength that silenced the restless children around her. She sat on a wooden stool, her wrinkled hands resting on her lap as she began. Long ago, in a village hidden by mist, there lived a kind-hearted fox spirit who took the form of a woman. The flickering light of the hearth danced across her face, casting shadows that made her words feel alive, as though the fox spirit might step from the smoke at any moment. The children leaned closer, their eyes wide, hearts pounding. One of them, a boy no older than 8, clutched a tattered stuffed animal as if it could shield him from whatever twists the story might bring. He didn't notice his grandmother's fleeting smile, the way her eyes sparkled at their rapt attention. She knew this might be one of the last nights she could tell them this tale before they grew too old, too busy, too distant. Outside, the world pulsed with the hum of technology. Neon lights flickered on towering skyscrapers, and notifications buzzed in pockets. The rhythm of life had quickened, leaving little room for the old ways. Stories like hers, carried through generations, were becoming whispers in a storm of distractions. Not far from the village, in a modern apartment filled with glowing screens and sleek furniture, a teenager scrolled through social media. Her mother called from the other room, suggesting they sit together after dinner and talk about their family's traditions. Later, the girl replied, her eyes glued to a video of someone dancing, their movements quick and captivating. She didn't notice the disappointment in her mother's voice as she quietly returned to the kitchen. Yet, even in a world moving so fast, some stories refuse to fade. In a bustling city library, a young woman held an old book in her hands, its pages yellowed and edges frayed. It was a collection of folk tales, the kind her grandmother used to tell her when she was a child. She hadn't thought about those nights in years, but as she flipped through the book, she heard echoes of her grandmother's voice. She smiled, her heart warming with the memory of her family's small living room, the aroma of tea in the air, and the sound of laughter mixed with gasps as the stories unfolded. There is magic in storytelling, a kind of magic that transcends time and space. It binds generations together, carrying the hopes, fears, and wisdom of the past into the present. But it is fragile, too. A story untold is like a flame extinguished, its warmth lost forever. In a rural school, a teacher invited her students to share tales their families had told them. At first, the classroom was quiet, the children hesitating. But soon, a boy raised his hand, his cheeks flushing as he spoke of a mountain spirit who protected his village. Another girl shared a story about a phoenix rising from the ashes, its fiery wings spreading hope. The teacher nodded, her eyes soft with encouragement. "These stories," she said, "are treasures. They remind us who we are." One boy, sitting in the back, frowned. "What's the point?" he asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. "They're just made up." The teacher paused, considering her response. Maybe, she said, but aren't we all shaped by what we believe? Stories help us see beyond what's right in front of us. They remind us of courage, kindness, and the things worth fighting for. The boy didn't reply, but later that night, he told his grandfather about the discussion. His grandfather chuckled, his laugh deep and warm. Want to know a secret? The old man said. The best stories aren't about what's true or false. They're about what they make you feel. The boy stayed silent, but as he drifted off to sleep, he thought of the mountain spirit his friend had mentioned, and for the first time, he wondered if it might be watching over them after all. Far away, in a sleek recording studio, a filmmaker wrestled with her latest project. She wanted to adapt a legend she'd grown up with, one about a hero who sacrificed everything to save her people. But her producers worried it wouldn't resonate with modern audiences. They suggested changes, updates, even replacing the ending. She stared at the script, torn between honoring the story as she'd heard it and making it something new. That night, she called her mother, who recounted the legend again, just as she had when her daughter was a child. Do you remember, her mother asked, how you used to cry at the end, even though you knew it was coming? The filmmaker smiled, tears in her eyes. She understood then that the power of the story wasn't in its details, but in its heart. She decided to tell it as it was, trusting the audience to feel what she had once felt. Across the world, traditions are being recorded, archived, and digitized to preserve them for future generations. But preservation is more than documentation, it is about connection. A story stored in a database is safe, but a story told aloud, shared between people, is alive. One evening, the teenager who had ignored her mother's call to talk about traditions found herself unable to sleep. She wandered into the living room, where her mother was flipping through an old photo album. Hesitant, the girl sat down beside her. "What are you looking at?" she asked. Her mother smiled, showing her a faded photograph of a festival long past. "This was the Lantern Festival," she said. "Your grandmother used to take us every year. She'd tell us about the spirits who guided the lanterns into the sky." For the first time, the girl listened, her phone forgotten. As her mother spoke, she felt something stir inside her, a longing, perhaps, or a spark of curiosity. In the small village where the old woman had told her tale of the fox spirit, the children who had listened grew up. They moved away, started families of their own. But every year, when they returned for the harvest festival, they found themselves sitting around the same hearth, their own children at their feet. They retold the story, their voices stumbling over details they had forgotten or reimagined. And though the tale shifted with each telling, its heart remained the same, a reminder of a time when the world was larger and filled with wonder. In the digital age, these myths adapt, finding new homes in animated films, comics, and virtual worlds. A teenager, immersed in a video game, faces a challenge inspired by the Great You, the hero who tamed the floods. Though he may not know the full tale, the essence reaches him, the importance of sacrifice, of using one's talents for the greater good. The game becomes more than entertainment, it becomes a carrier of values, a modern medium for timeless truths. Sometimes, the stories return in moments of quiet reflection. A woman standing before a mountain trail remembers the tale of Pangu, the giant who separated the heavens and the earth. She breathes deeply, feeling a connection to the land beneath her feet and the skies above her. Though she may not climb to the peak, she feels as though she is part of the mountain story, as if her steps are guided by the same forces that shaped the world. Even those who have left their homeland feel the pull of these myths. In a distant country, a family gathers for the Lunar New Year. Their table is set with dumplings and fish, symbols of prosperity and abundance passed down through generations. As they share stories of their ancestors, the myths quietly intertwine, bridging the gap between past and present, between one culture and the many they now navigate. The myths become not just a link to their heritage, but a source of pride, a way to carry their identity with them wherever they go. In moments of triumph, loss, and everything in between, these stories serve as anchors. They remind a nation of its roots while encouraging its people to reach for the skies. They are at once ancient and alive, whispering that the challenges faced by gods and mortals alike are not so different from those faced today. Their enduring presence affirms one simple truth: myths are not just tales of what once was, they are living testaments to the spirit of what will always be. Beneath the shadow of a weathered temple, an elderly scholar brushed his fingers over the worn pages of an ancient text. The ink had faded, but the story was clear. You the Great, a hero of unrelenting resolve, carved rivers from the earth to tame the floods that threatened the land. He had done what no mortal had dared, earning his place among the revered. But the scholar's brows furrowed. Was you a man of flesh and blood, or the invention of a people desperate to explain the unexplainable? And did it matter? Across the courtyard, a young boy raced along the stone path, clutching a kite shaped like a dragon. The creature's fiery wings flapped against the evening sky, its form a tribute to the celestial beasts believed to guard the heavens. As the boy laughed, his grandmother's voice echoed in his mind, retelling tales of dragons who brought rain and prosperity. He felt as if the dragon in his hands was alive, carrying with it whispers of an ancient world. But even as the boy dreamed of flying dragons, his older sister, a student of history, pored over maps and relics in the quiet of her room. She sought answers not in myths, but in soil samples, inscriptions, and artifacts. Her textbooks dismissed the dragons her brother adored, labeling them symbols rather than creatures. Yet, as she traced the delicate carvings on a bronze vessel, she felt a pang of uncertainty. Could those who lived centuries ago have seen something her books could not explain? The tension between myth and history is not one of conflict, but of coexistence, where the lines blur like ink on wet parchment. Each story passed through generations carries fragments of truth, like stones polished by the river over time. The people who first spoke of Pangu, the giant who shaped the earth with his very being, might have only sought to explain the wonders around them. Yet their words resonate, giving shape to questions no tools or measurements could answer. In a quiet village by the mountains, a farmer uncovered an ancient stone tablet while tilling his land. The inscription spoke of a golden age when the Yellow Emperor unified the warring tribes. Historians debated its authenticity, citing inconsistencies in the timeline, but to the farmer and his neighbors, the tablet was proof that their ancestor had walked these very lands. They celebrated, lighting incense and thanking the heavens for allowing them to live where greatness once thrived. On the other side of the country, a museum exhibit displayed artifacts believed to belong to Shang dynasty rulers. Visitors marveled at the intricate oracle bones, their carved symbols documenting decisions, sacrifices, and celestial omens. A child pressed her face against the glass, fascinated by the thought that these objects might have touched the hands of people from stories her mother had told. The curator explained that some of the myths surrounding the Shang dynasty were likely embellished over centuries, but the child only smiled. "Maybe," she whispered, "they're still true." There are moments when myth and history collide with startling force, shattering preconceived notions. Excavations at sites thought to be purely mythical, like the ruins of Erlitou, suggest that legends of the Xia dynasty might be rooted in real events. When these discoveries emerge, they feel like distant voices finally breaking through the veil of time, reminding humanity that history is not a fixed line but a mosaic waiting to be pieced together. But not all debates end with clarity. On the edge of a sprawling desert, travelers recount tales of an ancient city swallowed by sand, its people cursed for their arrogance. Historians dismiss it as a cautionary fable, yet the ruins unearthed in recent years hint at civilizations that vanished without explanation. The sands hold their secrets tightly, leaving scholars and storytellers alike to wonder. In a university lecture hall, a professor argued passionately about the role of mythology in shaping societal values. "Myths," he declared, "are not lies. They are truths wrapped in metaphor." A student raised her hand, challenging him. "But if they're not factual, how can they be true?" The professor paused, his expression softening. "Because they tell us what people believed, what they feared, what they aspired to be. Isn't that just as important as dates and numbers?" Meanwhile, a filmmaker sat in his studio, sketching a storyboard for his next project. The plot revolved around the legend of the Monkey King, a mischievous yet heroic figure loved across generations. He wrestled with how much creative liberty to take. Should he stay loyal to the traditional tale or reimagine it to suit modern sensibilities? The thought weighed on him, for he knew his work would influence how others perceived this cherished story. In his heart, he felt the pressure of carrying forward a legacy. Even as the world races forward, the stories of the past whisper through the cracks, waiting for someone to listen. All it takes is one voice to carry them forward, one heart to keep them alive. And in that act of remembering, something sacred endures.